de fuck sombra.
A profound sense of sympathy for those people, those women who suffered as a result of his behaviour and his illegal criminal activities. And secondly, I regret very, very deeply indeed carrying on that association with him for far longer than I should have done. And I regret very much that I fell for his lies. I fell and accepted assurances that he had given me about his indictment, his original criminal case in Florida. Like very many people, I took at face value what he said. With hindsight, with fresh information, many years later, we realized that we had been wrong to believe him. He's a charismatic criminal liar, we now see. And I regret very much indeed, I felt it like a
him as ambassador. The emails show that the depth and extent of Peter Mandelson's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, of course, Mr. Epstein, the late convicted sex offender, is materially different from that known at the time of his appointment. In particular, Peter Mandelson's suggestion that Jeffrey Epstein's first conviction was wrongful and should be challenged is new information. In light of that, and mindful of the victims of Epstein's crimes, he has been withdrawn as ambassador with immediate effect. Let's go straight to Westminster and join my colleague Henry.
I'm not thrilled about the whole situation. It's not a good situation. But I will say this, we want the hostages back, but we are not thrilled about the way that went down today.
You were caught by surprise, sir?
I'm never surprised by anything, especially when it comes to the Middle East.
How did you learn about this?
I'll be giving a full statement tomorrow, but I would tell you this, I was very unhappy about it, very unhappy about every aspect, and we got to get the hostages back, but I was very unhappy about the way that went down.
You have no idea. You have no idea what you just have unleashed across this entire country. I want to thank my husband's dear friend, Vice President Vance, and his phenomenal wife, Usha, for their love and support. I want to thank President Trump and his incredible family for the same. Mr. President, my husband loved you. And he knew that you loved him too. He did. They killed Charlie because he preached a message of patriotism, faith, and of God's merciful love. But they should all know this. If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea. You have no idea what you just have unleashed across this entire country.
To the closed-door meeting between former President Goodluck Jonathan and Peter Obi, the 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate in Abuja. The meeting has fueled speculations about potential political alignments ahead of the 2027 general elections. Peter Obi, in a post on X, described their meeting as fruitful and called Jonathan an elder brother and statesman, while the specific details of the talks were not revealed by either party. Analysts suggest it could be a preliminary step towards forming a broad coalition for the upcoming elections. Well,
yeah, good greetings, everyone, and all the early arrivals. Let me get Dago backstage to finish his business. Thank you all for joining me today early, and also I just want to introduce the what we are going to be talking about as much as we can before the next show come on. The ladies' show is going to come on next. So it's good I let people know henceforth. And when you come in, remember to like, share, and subscribe. I noticed that the rate of liking is not as high as it should be. Sometimes you can have 100 people watching, you have 10 likes. That is not good because it doesn't enable other people to come and watch the video. So, but as a disclaimer, I want to be starting with the idea that so that people know why we have our conversation, because sometimes it can come across as in certain ways. This program and this discussion is about trying to understand each other a little bit more, and not to lead to as much understanding between groups as much as possible, and understanding what is going on around us as much as possible. It's not bias against any race, any tribe, any religion, any bias that is out there, even LGBTQ. The idea is to talk about things openly, and as can be indicated with some of the events that has gone on this week, where somebody was shot because of his own opinion. That is not what we advocate. We are 100% against that. The whole point is to have conversation, and I think I may disagree with opinions of people, but I don't think people should be shot for their opinions. So that's the opinion of most people here too, and the conversation we are going to encourage here is to bridge gaps. Because I think when people understand each other a little bit more, maybe we can work together to solve our problems. It's funny because the earlier conversation indicated that quite a lot of people were more on the page of, us trying to realize our place amongst every other group. So, and that is the situation. And in the case of any other race, white, Indian, Chinese, we name them. We are not against you inherently. Nobody's against anybody, really. The idea is the misunderstanding is why we want to have these conversations. So, saying that is the context we are going to be having all these conversations, so that you know. And so, the conversation today is going to be about Peter Madelson, that was sacked in the UK. Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein again. That guy, and everybody is his best friend, but that's it. I don't know how many best friends all these people have. They all have so many best friends. I thought it was only one best friend you have, but all of them used to have many best friends. They always write it. They always have to write it. He's my best friend. How many people are his best friends? But that is that anyway. On that one, that's Peter Madelson, and he was sacked because of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, and also defending him after he's been convicted. So that is that, and we are going to talk about Jonathan and Obi meeting, whether that is going to be impactful for 2027, And that's going to be interesting. There's also the issue of Showore calling the president Tinubu a criminal. I don't know how that became a big deal. And people can say this is a free country. You know, I don't know why that is. Oh, you have to take it back, otherwise, I don't know. That's something that we're arguing about. On a more serious note, is Natasha Akpoti that was suspended for 6 months, which the 6 month suspension was already harsh. Now, for her to return, they are also trying to block it somehow, which is something that is not, it's quite a serious thing, because this is a democracy and she has been elected. She shouldn't be touched. And that is how democracies are supposed to behave normally. The democracies, the voters are sovereign. Whenever they've elected somebody, that person is almost bulletproof. You shouldn't just remove them, except they are convicted of something, of a crime. That's what you can remove them from office for. So that is that, and we're going to be going through that. There is also which other topic is have I not mentioned? Have I missed anything? I don't think I've missed much so far. Let me see. Idi Amin. Soyinka is calling Trump the white Idi Amin. I don't know whether that's a compliment or or an insult. I guess it depends on how you see Idi Amin, isn't it? So people will see Idi Amin as somebody that actually fought for black people. In Uganda, he felt that the Asians were not treating them nice. That's why he kicked them out. So, but I think Trump is way more than that. Trump is way more than that. Idi Amin didn't feel the Indians were threatening them. He just felt the Indians were disrespecting them. But in the case of Trump is feeling like other people are threatening them. And that is what many Europeans believe. So that is a slightly different take anyway. But I think we're going to cover that. Anybody that find that interesting, they will go through it. So before we start, I will just play this more lightweight stuff, something to remind people that we are still in Nigeria.
100,000 naira monthly for your upkeep. Break up with them. You don't need a liability.
You talk rubbish. You talk rubbish. You know, you don't get back here. You never reach 30 years, don't they get back here. Now because of rubbish went through your head. How much do your account? And more. Every time, women leader. So me where be copper now. A month, how much is my salary? This guy, he needs. How much is my salary? Why would they give him 100,000? Okay, whoever me daughter. Okay, whoever. I'll see you again next time. Anyway, now but they make this country difficult for men. Anyway, when they give you another me where be copper. How much federal government they pay me? Okay. This they pay me. They pay only who all these rubbish motivational speakers. Now but they make this country go they hard for person. Anyway, when they give you another.
Siki 2, Siki 3, Siki 4, Siki 5, Siki 6. Oh, you take a nigga. Why you want me out? But you want me out. But me want me out. Oh, yeah, you go to me out. Oh, yeah, me want me out. Oh, yeah, me want me out. Oh, Goliba. Oh, Goliba. Oh, me want me out. Oh, Goliba. Timo. Forever. For you. Oh, you take a nigga.
Is it just me or the audio is not playing? Let me bring the other people in because I can't hear anything myself. Is it just me or the audio is not playing? Let me confirm. Okay, now it's playing.
Now.
Okay. Yeah, now it's playing. I think I hear some people are asking me to talk about the new Peng strike or kind of unionization move in Dangote refinery. I think maybe that's also quite important. It could be impactful. If imagine if that one goes crazy in Nigeria, you know, petrol prices will go up, and who knows what else could happen because of new Peng. Because this is another aspect of industrialization or you know, multinationals that sometimes people don't realize. Unions do affect the companies. If the union decide to go on strike, like in the way they did it in the UK, they did a strike last week. It affected the state, you know, and economic activity will reduce if the unions decide to do something. So I think somebody was saying that the unions were trying to unionize in Dangote Refinery, and Dangote Refinery didn't want it, or he wanted it delayed. And some people felt like, okay, maybe he should allow it. Others are saying, no, you should shield them from the unions before they go and kill this one again. The only refinery that we have in Nigeria that is supplying petrol in Nigeria. Did you know? I didn't know that. They said in the last year or so, Nigeria hasn't had petrol scarcity because of Dangote refinery being there. So nobody wants to go back to how it was before. The Nigerian refinery that they claim is working, nothing is still happening. I don't know, man. This is our leader. I don't know. Why are they not arresting all these people that are doing all this in deceiving Nigerians? The airline people, they did the same thing. They said we have an airline, nothing. They just lie to us and they just walk free. But I guess that's something we can look into. We have to stay on topic though. So I don't know where we want to start from. Whether we want to start from that of Peter Madelson, because it has implication in so many areas. It's like there's no way you look now, you don't see Epstein. There's no way you look, you don't see Epstein, and you don't see the link with Israel. Because this same Madelson just last week was arguing that, oh, no matter what Israel is doing, we have to support Israel. We have to keep going. Like, what is going on here? What is going on in the West? And I really wish somebody can get to the bottom of this. But I'm not holding my breath, because today we don't even know who by the I hate that term, by who shot John F. Kennedy. Today we still don't know. And so it just tells you that these secrets, these rich people, these powerful people, they have a way of hiding secrets. And all this stuff that is going on now is another way to bury it, because while this Charlie Kirk stuff is going on, nobody's talking about Epstein, and they will keep doing it until everybody forgets about Epstein. And it's a very, very serious issue, and I really wish nobody ever forgets it and dig to the bottom of that, because that is a problem for the Europeans and it's a problem for us, because if they can compromise America, God help us, what chance have we got? So welcome, Jonaba. I still can't forget the last time you said you will never treat your dog, even your dog in Nigeria. That's a very hurtful statement to make. I've not forgotten it. We're going to go back to that some other day. That is a very hurtful thing to say. Welcome, Jonaba. Welcome, Oga Ike. And of course, Jagon, as always, you are always welcome on the platform, giving us your incisive points. Then, of course, Maska, and the only honorable from Nigeria, making all the sacrifices to come from Nigeria to join us. Really appreciate it. Yeah. So, Jonaba, what do you make of this? You know, now while we are starting, you can still finish off whatever you still haven't said regarding what happened in America this week with the Charlie Kirk's shooting. And then what is going on in America? They say there's quite a lot of, they are trying to scapegoat. They are just looking for a way to scapegoat black people, but somehow black people don't seem to be involved. And the black Americans, they are not in any mood to take nonsense right now, because if you look at what happened with that white lady in that train, oh my God, she was just attacked. And the way the black people behave tells you something. And I don't know whether it's New York. People that are in America, they can tell us maybe it's a New York thing where everybody wants to mind their business. Somebody will just start in the train. Or black Americans are so fed up that they didn't even care that a white lady was attacked right next to them and they didn't respond at all. One of the lady that was sitting on the other chair just walked out of the disease. So what do you make of it, Jonaba? Please go ahead.
Forefathers, thank you for having me and fellow panelists. It's been a while. Some of those things is just violent all over. Yesterday here in Dallas, a guy caught whether it's a hotel, whether it's the owner of the hotel or is a worker there. The guy that cut his hair was speaking to him, and he did not understand him, and he chased him around and cut his head off.
His head.
Cut his head. You can Google it and look at it on YouTube. In Dallas yesterday, and went and dropped it in the trash can. So a lot is going on. People are just sick. The issue is that the guy say he didn't understand Spanish, and this guy say the guy that approached him was speaking Spanish, and whether it's the hotel attendant or the hotel owner say he did not understand Spanish. That's where the whole thing started, and at the end of the day, the guy cut his head. So a lot is going on. When it comes to Kirk, I don't want to say much about it. It's a very horrible thing for someone to be killed that way in the presence of his daughters. They are too young to witness, and I think that trauma will remain with them for the rest of their life. My sympathy goes to them. That's all I can say about Kirk death. Whatever happened, again, we also believe that to have the second amendment, the freedom of all that, that is the sacrifice the American has to make. So I think it's part of his own sacrifice, unfortunately. That's all I have to say about that. And Epstein is not my issue. Like you said, the most powerful, they know how to cover themselves. So don't worry about them. They are the life. One thing I want you, personally, I believe is that you can live for 100 years of struggles, but somebody can live for 45 years and fulfill their own destiny and enjoy life. You can live 100 years, never get there. So these people, whatever happened to them, they have enjoying life to the fullness. So whatever they are covering each other of after the death of Epstein and in the prison, that cannot, someone that is under suicide watch died and nobody even get fired. So what do you say to that? And now today is affecting the very rich people who go to his island and enjoying themselves. They are the one that are the partner in crimes. So they will sort themselves out. It doesn't affect poor people that they take them.
But Jonaba, though, you see where I'm concerned about that. Normally, I would just say rich people do their own thing. If you want to deal with them in the culture within your nation. But when I look at how the American politicians and British politicians, in short, almost all Western politicians behave towards Israel, and many Western, observers are saying it's the Israeli Mossad that has used. That's their own assertion, so not mine. That they use Epstein, the Israeli Mossad used Epstein to get access to these powerful people and compromise them in order to be able to control them. Over decades now, this has been happening. And the behavior, you can see that from the behavior of our Western politicians, it's just not normal. Their behavior is not normal. And so that is what I have a problem with. And if Israel was going about being all kind of kumbaya and utopian kind of nation, I wouldn't have an issue with it because it's a good thing, isn't it? But when you see what's going on in Gaza, you say, no, maybe somebody needs to get there and stop that thing from going on. That compromise, that is what I have an issue with. The consequence of that compromise seems to be diabolical.
What do you mean by the behavior is not normal?
What I mean by that is, like, when you are from a nation like the UK or America, you should put American interests first. But you can see these politicians, some of them, they literally, what's his name, Ted Cruz, literally said he came into politics to defend Israel. He literally said. This is the American senator saying this. And American House of Congress members have AIPAC handlers. Every single one of them, the Republican ones, have AIPAC handlers. What is that? That is not a democracy. That seems odd. And I think maybe the Europeans in America that feel this too, they are right to want to find out the truth, because a lot of even Trump supporters, as a matter of fact, most of the people that are going for this Epstein file are Trump supporters. They want to get to they want to nix it because they feel like that is how their country was lost. The white people are not controlling the country because they feel that is the reason why. When you see them protesting and saying the Jews will not replace us, there's a reason why they are saying that. Because the Jews don't have the population to replace them. So why are they saying that?
It's the influence, it's the money, it's the interest, and that's why it doesn't. To me, I understand where you are coming from, but they'll sort themselves out. Whether it's Israel versus America,
So.
they'll sort themselves out. They are not in our favor. So both of them, they are not in our favor. So they'll sort themselves out on the street or somewhere where they meet in their strong room. They'll sort themselves out.
Let's hope so. Because I don't like it. Like, I was in this country when they said they want to redefine what it means to be anti-Semitic. Even I, with my poor English, I could tell that doesn't make sense. You are basically trying to stifle freedom of speech. It didn't make sense, and yet they passed it. It goes on and on and on and on, where you are not allowed to talk. Now in the UK, if you do something, they will arrest you very easily. They arrested how many? It's like a police state now. It's getting out of the entire thing. Is getting out. Even in America, this is happening. There are people that are being deported because they had a view against Israel. Like one lady that is online, that covers some of all these stories. They invited her to America. She said there's no way she's going to be allowed into America, because if you want to go to America now, you are required to bring your social media handle. The moment they see what she's going to say, they will never find it. So it's a problem. You can't move. It's having a chilling effect on freedom of speech. And these people argue, they keep talking about, freedom of speech. But in reality, they are trying to stifle it. It doesn't seem to make sense. That's what I have the problem with.
There is no freedom of speech anyway. It depends on who it comes from and who are you directing it at. There's no freedom of speech. You can only freedom of speech when you go to speak to a low-level person that there's no consequences. If you use it towards somebody that is more powerful than you, you will find out quickly there's no freedom of speech. And there are some areas that are more tolerated than the others, but in the reality, there's nothing like freedom of speech. And as I round up on the issue of Nigerian, our beloved country, Peter Obi is the reason why Nigeria is what it is today. He became more popular and then he cut out of PDP and gave the chance to APC to be the ruling party. And they are so confused because of his popularity. And even Goodluck was against him. Goodluck was saying that he caused them to lose the election. But because of where he positioned himself, and so it's very difficult. It's like a gonorrhea. You cannot let him go. You cannot have it's both sides. You feel the sweet and you feel the bitter. So for 2027, as far as Baba Tinubu is alive, it's a done deal because they don't know where they are going. PDP is in disarray. ADC they are forming is not going to work. So when there is two big parties like this, all personalities involved are not settled, they can't take power from anybody. If you like, they ring it. It's not going to be a ring election. It's because they put institutions down and they put people in places. Even the coming of Tinubu to power, you may like it or may not like it, is because you understand how to win. You don't have to like his policy, but you have to like his strategy that he come to power through the same wing like that. So the notions that visiting of Peter Obi or the meeting of Peter Obi and former President Goodluck is a confusion because this guy was against him. He said that he cost them the election. And now, because he thinks he can't do without...
But I don't know why people keep saying... I'm sorry for interjecting, though, but I don't know why people keep saying Tinubu has a very good strategy. The strategy, except you are saying that he is responsible for making PDP implode into 4 places.
Except now, whatever you... In struggles of power, whatever take you there, that is what it is.
Yeah, but what if it's not him? What if the other side just imploded themselves? Then he just luckily was there.
Remember that
that may not be strategy now.
It was very clear that
sorry, John Abba, so that we can clear the air. Forefathers.
What do you
How
say?
obvious, how obvious do you want it to be that Tinubu had a hand inside PDP? Look at who is
Okay.
who is the FCT minister today?
Yeah, I get what you are
So
saying. If
there
you want to say that, yes, I
there are
agree with that.
sometimes when we shouldn't. Some things are very obvious; they are in our faces. That look,
But are you saying that if Wike that came second had won that
we came second. No,
PDP?
what I'm saying, and it remains a fact that Tinubu and some serious PDP people had discussions prior to the election. It's evident because one strong PDP person has been given a ministerial position in an APC government.
Okay, hear me out on this one. Except you tell me that Tinubu himself was partly responsible for Wike losing that ticket of PDP. Because if Wike had won it, he came second and very, very close. If he had won it, that deal wouldn't have stood. It was the events that occurred after that led Wike to...
What I'm saying, forefathers, let's stick with what we know, not what could have been. What we know is that Tinubu and some PDP people spoke before election.
But to speak doesn't indicate anything, does it?
It does. No, it does. Because even if, for instance, some person lose a primary in a party, if there is nobody talking to him, what is his option than to support his own party?
No, I understand somebody is talking to him, but what I'm saying is that it's not everybody's at it. I'm saying that if Wike had won the ticket, do you think that deal that he has now, after he wins the ticket, he's going to go and
so now what you're saying, because what you're saying is that I don't want us to have this kind of discussion for fathers, because what you are suggesting now, and what I can put to you, your theory is that okay, if Wike had won, Wike will not have betrayed PDP if he had won the primary for PDP.
Yes.
So what makes you think that Peter Obi wouldn't have been the one to have that discussion with Tinubu then?
Because if Peter Obi went and have the discussion with Tinubu, if Wike had won the ticket, there would not have been an obedient movement. You see what I mean?
All I'm saying is that PDP, because Tinubu would still have spoken to somebody who lost the primary. All the people in PDP could not have won the primaries.
But I don't think they would have managed the party the way Atiku managed it. I mean, Atiku oversaw the party split into four groups. I don't think Wike would have done that.
Don't make Atiku now the topic. The topic that I'm trying to correct you so that we can have a more fruitful discussion was when you say, people say Tinubu had strategy.
Yes.
And you were thinking that, no, it wasn't his strategy. I'm saying that, no, it is evident that Tinubu went to talk to people in PDP.
But PDP, you can also say PDP spoke to him. See, that is not evidence of anything. My point is, the only point, I'm not saying he doesn't have a strategy. Of course, he does have a strategy. But I'm saying the real reason why he won was because of this incidents in the other party. And I think, if you want to ask me, I literally think Atiku is working for Tinubu because of his behavior. He is what sabotaging his party. He wouldn't even make peace with Wike. What kind of human being wants to win an election that wouldn't want peace in his party? That is my own thing anyway.
I will round up with that. You are entitled to opinion, and I know where you are coming from. But then, having said all of that, we are here today, and we'll see that 2027 will be come and gone so fast. And if nature do not have anything to happen to anybody, it's a done deal. There's no Peter Obi and former President Jonathan can meet all they want to meet. It's a done deal. They all understand that. They all know that. So that's Nigerian for us. And I hope, and one of the things I get confused about, who let go of their own ambition because of what other people think, then your life is not a public opinion. Atiku ambition is to become a president, and as far as he's alive, he's entitled to run. And if he win the party ticket for whatever the reason, we all understand what goes on before anybody win, and changing of money and exchange of everything and deal. So who say that because of your age or because of what any other person think that Atiku should let go of his own ambition to become a president. That's not how things work. So, and I believe if he's alive and he win the ticket of whatever the ADC they are forming or whatever the party, or come back to PDP or any other party, and he will still run. And that is entitled to that. And if people say, oh, why is this still running? What did he want? He wants to become a president. That's what he wants. Thank you.
Yeah, but okay, fine. Thank you for that. Let me not this because it's gone long. I think it's Oga Ike. Oga Ike, thank you for joining us. So P2B and Jonathan, they are meeting. I don't know who is going to back down for who. Nobody wants to back down for the next person. So what do you make of this? You're muted.
I don't live in speculations. I don't know what the meeting is all about. Every Nigerian has the right to contest and vie for any position in Nigeria. If I'm fighting for one position with you, the only thing we can do is that we can have an agreement. One person achieve his ambition and the other person goes, and the other person backs him. But you cannot tell nobody not to contest an election, because everybody has the right to be president of Nigeria or whatever. So I don't want to play that politics of somebody said somebody should not contest election. If you want to contest election, you go to the field. If you win, you win. If you lose, you lose, because that is what the game is all about, right? So I think that in the present reality of Nigerian politics, politicians are supposed to be meeting each other, because now you are trying to wrestle power from the incumbent government in power. It doesn't matter how they come into power. They have the power. They have the control of everything. It's like a referee who is refereeing a match between Arsenal and Nottingham Forest today. And the middle of the ball, he went and put on the Arsenal jersey to be part of the game playing, to be part of the team playing against Nottingham Forest. That is what the INEC is all about. The man you are trying to remove is the man who is going to appoint the chairman of INEC. He has the power to do whatever he wants to do.
Who do you think is more likely to win the election?
That's not what I'm saying. There is no guarantee that is because he's an incumbent is going to win. Who is going to make him to win? If Nigerians decide that they win, he win. If Nigerians say that they have had enough of this crazy government, they will decide that he's not going to win. What makes him think he's going to win? Because he's the incumbent? No, I don't believe that. Right?
I mean, between Jonathan and Obi, which of them do you think is more likely to have a better chance of unseating the current president?
The people that are they're trying to push me to where I didn't want to go. The people that are pushing Jonathan to come out is the same people who called him names, who went and brought coffee, to nail him on his coffee. They are the same people who are saying now that Jonathan is their messiah, right? All these things we know with this Nigerian politics. Jonathan, I think, is intelligent enough, he's matured enough. I think he's not going to try to go into Nigerian politics. That's my own thinking. I don't know what he's thinking. But I think that if I happen to be his wife or somebody who is too close to him that we can listen to me, I think the mistake he's going to make is to try to go back into Nigerian politics, because they're going to rubbish him. It's not that he's going to lose, but they're going to rubbish him to the point that the credibility that he has a man for himself will disappear. So all these people are saying, "Oh, come, you are our good luck. You are our good luck." They're the same people who told Nigeria that this man must go. They are the same people who said that if a PDP wins election, that the opposition will form a shadow government. The same people now. Then are people who are calling Jonathan to come. You are the good luck. You are the good luck. The same people from the north who every time they lose power, they want to take it tomorrow. If after 4 years they are grabbing, they want to grab power back to the north. Because they feel that if they don't have power, they have lost everything in Nigeria. So I don't think that Jonathan will be so. I don't know.
But do you think so? Let me ask though. Do you think it is possible? Let's say they are just meeting and Jonathan is not even looking to run. He never intended to run. But P2B could. Do you think Jonathan could be useful to P2B in terms of neutralizing the power of this Wike in Rivers State, in terms of helping him, try to campaign and change minds on the ground? Do you think Jonathan could be helpful? Because Wike is really influential in that area.
Yeah, but something is supposed to understand, forefathers, that it doesn't matter. Listen, Nigerian, the 2027 election, the people are looking at 2027 election as is the politics of individual. All these governors who are running to APC, they have only one vote. How many votes? What can they give anybody? Wike was there. Why did he have to rig election of Rivers State? He is the power of Rivers State, but he decided to rig the election for Tinubu. But still, he was not able to rig the way he wanted to rig. So it doesn't matter wherever you are going. It doesn't matter what Jonathan. He's political. He's political. All those people who are shouting, Jonathan come, what are their political capital? Their political capital has nothing. Jonathan can only vote his vote. The only thing Jonathan can do for Mr. P2B is that he'll come out tomorrow and say that all these speculations, talking about Jonathan coming to run election, I've decided that I'm not going to run in 2027. That's the only statement he can make. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't change anything. Free and fair election in Nigeria, this APC government will not win any state. Free and fair election without anybody doing anything in Nigerian politics. This present government that you have in Nigeria, this government that has caused so much pain in the life of Nigerians, tell me any sensible Nigerian who will wake up tomorrow morning and go to go to the polling booth and say they want to vote APC to power. No, listen, we know what is going to happen. But I think, as I said from the beginning of this year, election of 2027 is between APC and Nigerians. It has nothing to do with anybody. The governor of a state cannot move a needle to what Nigerians want to do in 2027 because they have never moved a needle. If they were able to move a needle, why didn't they move it in 2023? They couldn't do anything because they said it was 3 people tweeted in a room. And when the tsunami came, where are the political capital? Why is it that every day you open your Nigerian television, newspaper, online, internet, is only about Mr. P2B? It's only Mr. P2B, the only politician in Nigeria. Why are they afraid of one man? Why is everybody talking about one man? If he's not important, if he's not a political force in Nigeria, if he's not a political tsunami, let Nigerians go to the poll. Let there be free and fair election in Nigeria and let P2B and every other person come out as candidate. And let's see how far we can go. 2023 was a kind of a rehearsal. So many mistakes was made. And I don't think Nigerians are ready to do the same mistake again. So if anybody is telling you, APC know who their headache is Mr. P2B. The whole political lines, their problem is Mr. P2B. Why is everybody want to know which political platform is going to run? Why is everybody want to know? Because they have destroyed all the whole political parties. That's what they want. That's the only way they think that they can win power. By making sure that we don't have any opposition in Nigeria. So now what is important is that if Wike is having his press conference, where is Mr. P2B going to run election? If Mr. Buwal is, where is he? He doesn't have a political party. He might end up not having even a political platform. Leave it for us. He's not going to have a political platform. But let us wait until 2027. So I sincerely believe, my brother, Jonathan, people who are telling you now that he's a good man, what was the song that they sing before? Or should we say, okay, we can say the APC is it cancer? Or what did they call APC before? Is APC was cancer? I don't know, or malaria. I don't know what they call it, or typhoid. But now he is swimming into the cancer. He's swimming into the typhoid. He's swimming into the malaria. You know, so we are Nigerians. Some of us Nigerians, I'm not having sleepless night about 2027. What I'm trying to say for me is that if Nigerians decide that this government is what they want, that is their choice. Does it affect me? Do I have any business with what goes on in that country called Nigeria? I don't. But every day we come here, we talk about Nigeria. Why? Because we have family, because we have friends, because we have colleagues, because we have people who you live in the same neighborhood while you are in Nigeria.
Thank you.
That's why we talk about Nigeria, because Nigeria has not given me anything. What is it that they can give me? If I have a Nigerian passport and you're traveling, they will tie your hand at the back as a criminal because you have a green passport. What is the gain? What gain is it? We're talking about other countries where people go to free education. When we had free education was in the Western Nigeria. Where is free education in Nigeria? All the money the governors are stealing is enough to have people to go to invest from primary school to university level in every state. What are they doing with the security vote? The money that they're getting now, the money that this government is using to buy all of them over to APC is enough to offer their citizens free education, free medical health. Where do you have hospital in Nigeria? Do you have any hospital in Nigeria? Is there any hospital that is functioning? Nigerian hospitals has become a mortuary because if you go, you don't come out.
I hear some of them are doing okay. Thank you.
You are hearing some of them.
No, I hear some of them. It's not all of them.
Let me ask you
know.
A question, forefathers. If you have 1 million Nigerian, if you have 1,000 Nigerian who is sick this moment that we are talking, and the medical bill of each of that 1,000 Nigerians is 1 million naira, how many of that 1,000 Nigerians is going to survive?
Not a lot. Thank you. I hear what you're saying. We all know the problems, and
you just have to tell yourself
you.
the truth. These politics we are playing about playing. I'm speaking about reality of what the life of Nigerians is all about. I just give you one practical example right now. If you have 1,000 Nigerians that are sick and their hospital bill is 1 million naira each, how many of those 1,000 people is going to get that money before they go to mortuary?
Very few, very few. If it's among people that live around the majority part of Nigeria, not the people that live around Masca. Masca, welcome. Masca is one of those Nigerians that has managed to crack Nigeria in such a way that you can still, there are people that live okay lives in Nigeria. Let's not forget that. There are people that seems to have, there are not many, but they exist. So thank you for joining us, Masca. What do you make of these political meetings? I know it doesn't amount to much in the bigger scheme of things. And you can talk about any other topic, maybe Wole Soyinka, if you know more about that, what he called Trump Idi Amin, or you talk about the American stuff. So what do you make of the headlines?
All right, thank you, forefathers, and I feel like apologizing to Mr. Rudolph. In retrospect, I think I came out a bit rude to say that I am only waiting for forefathers session, but it's okay.
No, don't worry. It doesn't. We don't see that. So you can say that to me right now, and it's not going to matter. Believe me, it doesn't take it personal.
No, I know that it doesn't. I mean, but that does not mean that it's right for me to have said something like it. But it's okay. Anyway, what I would like to talk about is this. Go back to this person that they shot. In fact, I want to ask, given that the guy who shot him is a white person and he's 22 years old, and he's from a very decent family. His family, they are also Republican. Why are people calling it assassination?
What do you want to call it?
It's assassination, but why are they saying it's a political?
Somebody, that means you are Either it's based on his political leaning or based on his position on things. But if the person that killed you,
what you are trying to say, Mask, I'm not interjecting you. I think what you are saying is that they are
You are
making it a
interjecting.
political assassination instead of saying he's assassinated, because it's assassination.
it's not an
When you don't,
assassination. It's not an assassination.
what
It's
is the
a, if you
definition of
ask me,
assassination?
I think it's just some crime, some murder, because he has the guy.
But why is it like that? But if it's a Muslim now, it's terrorism. Why is it always all these things are different? If it's a black person, probably terrorism too. And yeah, but if it's a white guy, suddenly it's not even assassination.
For me, this is very serious, for fathers. See where I'm.
No, it's very serious now. But you're not even saying they should reduce it from assassination to a crime.
I'm not asking for it. No, I'm saying, why are you elevating it there? Who said the guy? The guy has been arrested. Did he say that he killed him because of his political views?
Is that what assassination means? What
assassination is just taking out.
Wait. Let him explain. What does assassination mean in your terms?
Okay, when you assassinate somebody, is when you remove somebody because you don't agree with him on certain political items.
It's just taking out somebody.
No, that's not. Maybe we can.
It doesn't have. It doesn't have to have only a political. It could be because of business. It could be because of anything.
So if somebody kills a business partner, that's also assassination.
I think it tends to involve a hitman and something like that.
So let's just go on a wild goose chase. Maybe this guy, let's just say that they share a girlfriend and he killed him because of a girlfriend. Is that still assassination?
You see, I think it's about whether or not.
Let me
wait. I'll be done. Don't go over me. When you kill someone that you do not know in a very surreptitious level, I think that's an assassination.
So the question is, what is the basis of saying that these two people do not know each other?
Well, as I said, I don't believe they do know each other. I'm
not going to.
No, we haven't come to that point where we can argue that.
Yeah, this is where I'm coming. This is where I'm coming to. Like, people are already assuming things.
You know what? I found the word quite strange when I heard when they first called it an assassination. I don't know why, but I didn't necessarily agree with the term. So I was looking into it myself in terms of just thinking. I didn't do any research or anything. As to why they're using this term assassination.
Let's say this
I think I was along the correct lines.
Which was
assuming he was killed in a robbery case. Is it still assassination?
No, I think it was a robbery.
My argument is that nobody has proven, and the evidence are already pointing negatively to the fact that this guy was killed for political reasons.
Well, that's assassination too, then.
Yeah, that's what I reckon.
I'm saying that, look, the guy's parents are Republicans. The guy is a white guy like him. The guy is a young guy like him. So I am saying that I have not seen any evidence publicly, or I have not heard anything that points to the fact that he was killed for political reasons.
They said on the rifle bullet that he wrote.
So that has been retracted, forefathers.
It has been retracted. Are you sure? Okay, that's true. Then that's interesting.
The thing is, sorry, go on. Sorry.
I really wish. So hold on. Hold on. If that is true, that statement has been retracted, including the LGBT ones too, LGBTQ ones, have those been retracted too?
Go and check it now.
No. I'm trying to get to the truth of something here, because what you are saying is quite important, actually. I didn't know that. Because if that is the case, then why did they bring that issue up in the first place, to put in people's minds that he was anti-fascist?
Exactly.
Interesting.
This is where I'm coming from, because the reality, the way I'm not interested in American politics.
Bring me upstairs, Father. Let me have a quick word with Maska, if you can.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't want to take it away from you, Maska, at all. I think what you're saying is important. But I would like to say that I don't know if this guy was the actual shooter. I don't know.
No,
no, for real.
Good. No, you see, where I'm coming from, let me explain myself.
Wait, let me say why.
Okay, go ahead.
You know, the reason why is that I believe that that shot was a marksman's shot. They have said that this guy who is being accused now used to be in the gun barracks from when he was 10 years old, or something like that, which is them letting you know that the guy knows how to handle a gun. And I'm thinking that they just put that there to let us know that, boy, this is not an assassination in terms of a professional marksman did that. Where I believe a professional marksman did do that. And in the fact that he did it, that's a professional marksman, that professional marksman was an insider. So I see it like a very inside job. I feel like this guy, as much as he is on the right, that his time was up. His utterances were going away from the program that they set him under. Because you see, this death is very shocking. In that it just happened like that in front of the whole world. Terrible thing. But I'm not a fan, as you've heard me, I'm not a fan of his at all. You know, if he came next to me, I would have debated him into oblivion. He won't come out again. The thing is now, his death, this style of killing, I think it is an assassination, even though I had to kind of put that through my mind. I also believe that who they have said it is, I'm not sure it was him. I think that this is what we have to look forward to going forward, is that there's going to be a lot of trickery, a lot of political machinations that go on to eschew the minds of the general public. And we have to be very careful as to what we say and what we envision as to what's going on in the back rooms of some of these political assuages.
Okay, I hear you, Jargon. I won't debate whether the conspiracy theory is going to hold water or not. But for me, I'm just asking a very innocent question. And where I'm going to is simply because in my mind, I've been asking this question when I was listening. People say assassination, but I Googled. The guy is a white guy. His parents, the guy who killed him, his parents are also Republicans. Okay, he is 22 years. He is a student in science. Like, so what possibly will he have against a fellow white guy? You know? So I was just asking, thinking that somebody would provide me a valid reason beyond the fact that, if you ask me, beyond the fact that the killing was done publicly, I do not see why people should run to conclusion that it's an assassination. This could probably just be the issues with guns, where people kill at will without really serious, valuable reason to do it. But this is just my take, and it's a by the way take for me. I would like to repeat, like I said during the proper show, that for me, I've been listening intently. And one thing that came out very resoundingly for me is the fact that everybody on the panel was clear that there seemed to be, this guy in particular does not like the black people for one kobo.
But that's not the only thing. I don't think this is a strictly black and white issue. Even though, as a black person myself, I took umbrage to a lot of the rubbish he was saying. But again, because it's easy to debate a lot of the things he was saying about black people and put him on.
Jagun, I've never listened to this guy, and I don't think I will have the time to go and listen to him. Okay, because I know there are millions and millions of people like him. On both sides, anyway. I'm not saying that it's just white people that are racist, but I know that there are people who are myopic in their view. They think the world.
What I'm saying is that he was being positioned. They were even talking about him being a future president.
I understand where you're going, Jagun.
Listen, understand me. Don't. Okay.
No, hear me out, Jagun. My position is simply based on what the panelists today have said. all the panelists that spoke today, they were clear that this guy did not like black people. People like KJ were okay. Yes, he didn't like black people because he was primarily speaking for white people. But KJ did not say that the man spoke out for black people. So I'm just saying, for me, the important point is the fact that this discussion today brought out the fact that I've always been saying, the world generally does not look at us as Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, Nigeria, or Ghanaian. If you're black, you're black. For the white man, if you're black, you're black. Even if they don't say it to your face, the fact of the matter is that in their mind, you're all the same.
Yes. However, that's not. No. I must say this to you, Maska. What you're saying is fair enough. But if you believe that those in the know do not know the differences between us, then I will tell you that you're looking at things in a simplified way. You know, the ordinary man on the street, the ordinary Oyinbo on the street, he doesn't care. But the people in intelligence, they know what the hell we are. They know who we are.
Do I look like I'm speaking for the intelligence people?
No, wait.
Percentage
Wait. Try to understand. Wait, try to understand me. Just try to understand me.
I think both of you will need to try to iron it out because we will need to.
It's not going to be long because I'm going to the next. I'm going next, and Maska can interrupt me as he feels. All I'm saying is that the black issue is not the only issue where this guy is concerned. He was being positioned very, very strongly against the position of the left, what he understands as the left. And anybody involved in left-wing politics was against him as far as he is concerned. So all these kind of transgender association, he was against it. Anybody who was playing against Israel, he was against it. Anybody who was coming from the Islamic point of view, he was against it. So it's not just a black issue. When the guy was shot,
I'm sure that we will not drag this thing for long.
When the guy was shot, let me finish my sentence.
No, but my time, if I agree, you can for you to no.
See, there are other people waiting, and let's try to be considerate of them.
That if I decide to listen to you, you go on. If I feel that I've understood where you're going in my own time, it's only civil for me to say, okay, look, I think you are trying to explain the background of this guy, and I'm saying I'm not interested. Because there are many people like.
Well, how would you know how to commentate on something you're not interested in? I just don't understand that logic.
Good question. I am commenting only on what panelists say today.
No problem. You carry on.
Yeah. So I've listened to all that the panelists say. Almost all the panelists were clear that this man didn't like black people. I'm saying that the way we've discussed today, I want us to keep remembering that. Today, nobody had mentioned Igbo, Yoruba, Nigeria, or Ghana. Because we are talking about somebody else. And this is how the discussion normally should always be. That's all I'm saying. Now we should remember that we're all a body of black people. That's all. Thank you.
Now, let me share something. I think the point Jagon was making, because I think this will reveal something about these elite people to an extent, what I'm about to play, because this video that I'm playing now is no longer available online, at least not to people from the UK, which is weird. They somehow censored it so that it's not available in the UK. Now, let me play because I did a weekly update on Friday or Thursday evening when this stuff happened, and I saw the response of Candace Owen. So I'm going to play it again. So you see, I tried to play it. I didn't get enough of the video, actually, where it showed she and Candace Owen and Charlie Kirk were quite close. This guy was dancing to hip hop and everything with her. They hang out together and everything, but they had difference of opinion. And if you look at Candace Owen, the way she defends Kanye West, she's the kind of person that if her friend is the devil, she doesn't care. That person is her friend. She's going to side with that person. Kanye West goes out and says, "Death con to the Jays," and this lady is still supporting her. That's how she supports Charlie Kirk. It doesn't mean that Charlie Kirk is just generally hating all black people. Let me just play what she said anyway.
Really fake. Feels really fake to me. And they would have allowed him to lose and wanted him to lose everything for changing or even slightly modifying an opinion, and then to see them doing what they're doing today, it's hurtful to me. It's very hurtful to me. But I don't want today to be about anything other than you guys knowing that Charlie really was an amazing person, what the plan was. And obviously it worked, you guys. It worked. Our plan worked. We broke Erica down. First came the name shame, then came the wedding, and then came the children. You know, Charlie really loved Erica from the time I'm reading through the text today. Just loved her. He loved his family. He really did. And I just want to say that Charlie and I, because I think this is important, never for a single minute ever did Charlie and I stop being friends. Even when the world demanded that from both of us, our relationship was real. We were brother and sister. You know, we were fortified. Our relationship was forged in fire, the fire of politics. I knew him. I knew Charlie, the real Charlie, and Charlie knew the real Candace. You know, and people knew I didn't like a lot of people in politics. I didn't like a lot of people calling me and doing the political dance. Of course, people guessed it correctly when they said, oh, the person who probably was the intermediary when Trump called about Brigitte was Charlie Kirk. Of course, it was Charlie. They would never send anybody else to call me with anything because they knew that Charlie was a brother to me. And there was so many things that were said that were wrong, and we laughed at how wrong it was when people thought that when I had made up my mind about Israel, that Charlie and me fell apart. Nope, never, not for a second. I said, it's the easiest decision ever because Charlie knew who I was and I knew who he was. I said, Charlie, this is where I'm at and there's no room for movement. And you tell or whoever that needs to hear it, whatever you need to tell them, because we're always going to be brothers and sisters, you know? We're always going to be brother and sister. And we would talk about things and debate things behind the scenes. And I think my perspective was as it's been throughout our relationship. You might not get it now, Charlie, but you will. I'm only a few years older than you, but I think you're gonna see things my way. And I think in the end, Charlie was going through a spiritual transformation. I don't think it, I know it. He was going through a lot and there was a lot of pressure. And it's hard for me to watch the people who were pressuring him, I don't know, just say the things that they're saying. You know, there's something about it that just feels really fake to me. And they would have allowed him to lose and wanted him to lose everything for changing or even slightly modifying an opinion. And then to see them doing what they're doing today, it's hurtful to me. It's very hurtful to me. But I don't want today to be about anything other than you guys knowing that Charlie really was an amazing person. You know, he was like, we were really close. And he was my best friend and my brother. And I will never unsee the footage of what I saw, the violence of it.
I don't want to finish it because some people already said let's move on. But the reason why I'm playing this is because to let us understand that there are human beings behind these people. And this lady displayed a level of loyalty that I hardly see in any politics. Where somebody will be horrible to other people, she will side with the person anyway. Like the way she sided with Kanye West. Even black comedians were not going near Kanye West after what he said. But yet she still remained with Kanye West. She kept defending him to the end. So it tells you that some people have unique relationship with people, and it doesn't necessarily mean he's like against black people fully, but in his head, his own opinions about his own people, yes, he's against black people. But when it comes to one-on-one, one of his best friends, look at that, a black lady. How does that even work?
Well, what are you saying now, for fathers?
No, what I'm saying is that I think that may have a
sometimes talk.
No,
honestly, because he has one black. Everybody does it on this panel. You say, "Oh, but my best friends are Hausa people."
No, I get what you're saying.
My best friend is Igbo person.
I hear what you are saying there. No, I think it goes deeper. Like it's in Nigerian politics, whereby we think when we see this position, it's always about their views. No, but they are all in cahoot with each other. They tend to be in cahoot. It's not
information for you, forefathers, please, if you can allow me.
Go ahead.
I was looking at the comment section, and I think you need to defend that, because that person said, Mark Henley, he said, to Niger, stop spewing falsehood. I am in England. I was able to watch the glee from Candice. So, because what you were trying to say that it has been removed from
clips. No, it is there. Okay,
whatever.
I don't get it again. So let me try to prove him wrong then, since it looks like I have to defend myself. But
no. I'm trying to put you right, because that's what he is telling. He is writing here that he lives in England also, that he watched this clip yesterday and is still available. That's what he's still saying. I'm in England, and so I saw the clip yesterday. How on earth would two Niger say it is not available in England?
Yeah, you see, this is the thing with people. They don't understand. I watched. How do you think I played it yesterday on Thursday? I saw it, but today, look at what is there. I don't know why people keep doing this. So let me show you what is there today. That is it. This is what you see there today. You are not allowed to. You don't understand. This is what they censor things for whatever reason. Why they censored it, I don't know. I was able to play it on Thursday night, but today I can't.
Can we comment now, please?
All right. People are funny like that. It's all right.
Don't miss me out, or forefather. I never have my turn yet.
Yeah. All right. Please go ahead, Jagun. Welcome. And nice one,
our time, Jagun.
You say what, sir?
You mean our time?
Now, so indeed,
you are going to share the time as people are ruffling each other.
I don't mind. Thank you very much, panel. Again, welcome, forefathers. It is said that there will be no women's confusion conversation today. I mean, so you have power over the airwaves.
Did they say that they are lying? No, these are enemies of progress. They want me
no, Rudolph himself said it.
Okay. If they say so, okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Now, again, we are again all welcome. Ovier, I'm not your enemy. I know you take me as such. I don't know where it all came from, but I just want to put that out there. Anyway, the things I'm concerned about in terms of what you underlined today, because there are a few things. I'm not really concerned with all this Nigerian nonsense politics. Rubbish. I find it so rubbish. Rubbish. They're not talking about anything that we should be talking about where Nigerian business politics is concerned. They're just talking about confusion. This thing called, what's it called? APC, ADC, or whatever it's called. I think it's a crock of rubbish and waste of our time and intelligence. This is not how to do politics, where people are just guessing and hiding and shifting and shuffling. Rubbish. Is this an opposition? It's not an opposition. It's rubbish. And I don't know why we like to involve ourselves in so much rubbish. I really don't understand us. I don't. We bring something tangible to the table. Let us know what's really going on. Madelson, who we know is already a crook of high homosexual and pediatric
Oh no! Come on, man! Hey!
It's really out there.
No, it's be out there, but not on this platform. I don't want Dr. David to go into.
All right, fair enough. I'm saying it's out there. You're saying let's protect the airwaves. Just fair enough. I'm saying that these are real problems in this world, real issues, where politicians are mixed with the most soiled names in the world as far as corruption is concerned. And I mean corruption on all levels, corruption of mind, body, and soul. Given this, I think, I think you should tell everybody that we are all being played constantly, daily. We are being played. And the fact that we as a great swill of about 6.5 billion people do not appreciate that we are being swayed by our politicians, we are being swayed by our leaders, we are being swayed by our religious people. We are being taken away from ourselves. And given all this, I always find the fact that we as a people are not ever going to agree on everything, but we should be able to agree on. I believe that we only need about 50. No, well, I'm talking about 50. We only need about 10% of agreement amongst us to be able to make serious changes in this world. So, you know, that's how I would begin our conversation in terms of letting you know what's on my mind, as far as these issues are concerned. We're going to go through a lot. I think before this year is out and we turn into 2026, between now and Christmas, I think there's so much news to come out that may or may not shock individuals into understanding that we as human beings are under a spiritual conditioning, more so than any other level of conditioning, that we're political, social, all these things. All right, fair enough. But nothing is telling me that is greater than the spiritual pressure, time cooker that we have been put into. I leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you, Jagma. I appreciate it. And you're lucky Masca was not around to share your time with you. Welcome, KJ. Thank you for joining us. You know, you see the headlines now with Peter Obi meeting Jonathan and UK ambassador to the US getting sacked because of Jeffrey Epstein again. You know, your Trump has got Epstein connections. You know, your Trump connections, they're all linked with Epstein. Wole Soyinka is saying that Trump is the Idi Amin of America. I don't know whether that is a bad thing. You know, it depends on how you look at it. So what do you make of it?
Okay, I'm going to restrict myself with the politics of Nigeria. And I started doing that deliberately these days because I've noticed that the country that I'm trying to criticize have worse people in my country than the place I'm talking about. So what's the need? I just checked before coming to this program. I checked between January and now how many people have died in the southeast from all kinds of kidnapping and all the whatever is in it. Over 1,000 people, and they say it's conservative. So you can imagine that in a place where there's no official war, we've lost more than 1,000 people. So why then? Why? I mean, I can't justify it myself to begin to talk about other people. So I'll just say, like I said earlier on the program, the young man. I'm a Christian. I believe in God. I believe that's God. And so that's the belief that both of us share. I listen to him. I don't have, like I said earlier, I don't have a problem with people who want to identify with their own color, because all of us do the same thing. So, and talking about myself especially, I may not have any racial behind that, but that's my mindset.
Yeah, well, sorry, KJ. You know, when you said it before, I wanted to kind of make a comment on that because you did something that I found interesting. You said even if he was a Fulani or anybody, you are more likely to gravitate towards them. In other words, you were able to describe that you have layers of identification, affinities. But when it comes to Nigeria, you tend to forget that. That is why
you see, my problem is that some of you seem to really look at me and judge very wrongly. Nobody is saying, look, nobody have come outside to tell that the ordinary Fulani man walking the street of Nigeria is his problem. Nobody have said that. Nobody has said that when you go to buy fried nenu or when you go to buy meat, you are looking for an Igbo person to buy from. Nobody have said that. We're simply saying there is a particular set of people who feel that they run the country. They decide who is governor in anywhere, whether in the north or in the south. And majority of those people are Fulanis. I mean, so let's not try to hide it. That's the truth. It has happened when I was in primary school. I have a master's degree. I have finished school. I am old now. I have children. It's still happening. My father, who's first seen it, has gone to be with the Lord. So are you going to tell me that this reality is not reality? It is the reality. It has a name. Let's call it a name. Then we can be able to identify and solve our problem.
But when we say it's reality, is it a fact though? When in Nigerian politics right now, we say Tinubu is the most preeminent strategist and politician in the country.
No, you've never said that. I've never said that.
Yeah, but most people say that.
No. I don't even agree with that. I have
always even got the Fulani guy ran for election 3 times and lost and was crying.
So that's to let you know that they're not as powerful as they eventually claim to be, because if the rest of people come together, they can't do what they want to do. So that is by the way. Okay, but whether they are there, directing affairs, they are there, and we're not saying it's all the Fulanis. We're not saying that. Even as I speak to you now, I have friends who are Fulanis. I went to secondary school with them. We are still friends today, and majority of them are called Fulani people, and they've been living. In fact, if you know Benue State very well, one of them is living by the railway station. He's still living there to tomorrow. His father owned that place. Okay, his father is a big compound. He has father died and gone to be with the Lord, but he's still living there till tomorrow. I can call him up even as we're talking. So we are not saying the Fulanis are bad, just like we're not saying that Yorubas are bad. We're not saying that Igbos are bad. We're simply saying there are certain elements in the society that have captured this authority, and they are using it to their advantage. And sometimes they go by this name, because if not, I'm coming again.
Not everywhere.
That you like to just drag.
It's not fair. Now I'm just trying to correct that. We can see them everywhere in every part of the country now.
Okay, let me give you. See, I don't, because I've been in Nigerian police for a while. I don't want to go to that, because somebody come and accuse me now of being trapper. If you go to Nigeria now, apart from Ashwaju Ahmed Tinubu, who has that ring, that infinity listed on his cap, is there any other place can find it among the tribes of Nigeria?
You mean like Wike?
No, he has a symbol they use on his cap.
Yeah, you can find it in the north.
Good. The only other place you will find is growing up in Nigeria is the north, which they engrave on their agbadas called Arewa. Okay, we all grew up knowing it. We all grew up knowing that 19 northern state governors always meet. Didn't we grow up knowing it? We all grew up knowing that Bank of the North exists for the North.
Yeah, but the Southeast they meet too now.
Forefather, you see, it be me like.
No, I'm just saying, when you say something now, I have to just.
When did they?
So it don't make it look like it's only one side.
Hold on. When did the Eastern governors start meeting? When they started meeting, when the country became a problem to them. When did the South governors start meeting? They started meeting the day that the Southern governors, I think the last dispensation during Jonathan time, said, okay, since northern governors are meeting, we also. Makinde, those are the people who led it. The other led governor of one of the governors. Yes.
Are you saying that the Northerners are smarter? Hold
on now, my brother. It was that guy who drove the rest of them and said, well, let us also meet. What did that El-Rufai say to them? You can't do that. Go to now. I'm not be. So let's not make this.
Why do you keep saying? But you are saying that the El-Rufai said they can't do that. Didn't they meet?
No, but El-Rufai didn't you hear this? Didn't they? Please,
you guys shouldn't argue.
I'm not arguing. I'm just trying to get to the bottom, because
didn't the AGF,
when you go, even without being challenged, it looks like it's.
You see, allow me to tell the story. The AGF issued an order that they cannot meet. Go and check.
But did they meet?
No. That's an argument for you.
No, I know they issued this thing. I'm not disputing that one. I'm asking whether they actually meet them.
That even though they were trying to meet, they were told it's not their right to meet. They cannot meet. Who authorized that? That is what El-Rufai said himself.
Forefather, do you remember that? What KJ is saying? Do you remember that happening?
I don't.
I don't believe you can, because the rudeness, the feistiness of El-Rufai or any other northerner saying that the North can meet, but the South cannot. What can I? That is the level of violent speech. That's what I call violent speech. Because if somebody in front of me said something like that, he's going to receive the dirtiest slap in his face. He won't receive a verbal answer. It's a slap that he will receive. And I don't know why you're arguing senselessly. Don't do that, forefather. You're just dragging out nonsense,
No,
really.
no. The reason why I do that sometimes is because, like, when he says those things, it looks like it's fait accompli. It's already happened, and that is how it.
I mean, when the South governors all presume to meet, me personally, I felt as though this is progress.
Yes.
This is actual progress. And then you have someone from the North coming to talk nonsense. You know, Nigeria is, if we're not careful, that place will go up in smoke. Because we can't just be being rude to each other like that anyhow. That's the height of rudeness.
So what am I saying here? I'm simply saying, contrary to what people believe, Tinubu is not a strategist. Tinubu, yes, may be good in politics, but he's defeatable because he didn't win the last election. Let us face the fact. He didn't win the last election. We allowed him to escape with it. And if we're not careful, he's going to escape again. Because when he was able to capture the power without being in power, now he has all the apparatus of government under his control. So whoever, and I say this again, I'm saying this again, I've been saying this, whoever is going to go against him must be ready to grab it, snatch it, and run with it. It is the same tactics they're going to use. And that's exactly why I commented today. I said, look, instead of criticizing this guy or whoever who has passed, let us look at his strategy. What has he been able to use to get to where? Because he contributed a lot to making the president to come into power. What was he able to use to galvanize the youth of this country to get what they wanted? Let us now take that and apply it in our situation, and then begin the work of 2027 now. That's what I'm talking about. It's not that how strategic is it? Was he able to win Lagos? No. How strategic is it? Was he able to win Port Harcourt? No. How strategic was he? Was he able to win Benue? No, he didn't win those places. But he was able to muscle the system, and he even has more money now. So if we keep thinking that there's one magic wine that's going to be done, and then Obi will come to power, or Dati will come to power, because I see Dati contesting that election, I don't know how that's going to work. I don't know. It's not going to work. So, and then of course, Jonathan meeting with him, just like somebody I've already said here, and we have been saying this so many times. If I was Jonathan, if I was his son, I would say, Baba, you don't do. Take the rest of your life, do something else. This good name you have, let us preserve it. My late dad used to say something: a good name is better than riches. So take your good name, go and relax. The Nigerian history will remember you well as a man who was in power. He had the opportunity to say, I will not give up power.
Is that what you would have told Trump?
They are not in the same category now. What are you saying now?
Trump left office, but he supported him to return.
No. We're talking about a system that works. What are you saying now, my brother? What are you saying?
Trump came twice. You didn't say Trump. Please respect yourself.
We are talking of a system that works, that at least seems to be working. I'm not saying that the system anywhere that is perfect, but in this case, majority of the people agree to do the right thing. In our own case, majority of the people don't want to do the right thing. So how do you compare it?
Then, but that's about nobody should run now if they don't want to do the right thing now. So
that would have been the right thing to say. Nobody will run until we put everything in place. But if you said that tomorrow, your enemies will go behind and go and agree to run, so that money will come to them. If the opposition say we're not going to run until electoral reforms are done now, you will see some night before the election, because the government will go on with the election, just like they did in Rivers.
But the problem with your argument is Trump should be able to run because he's running a good system or a better system, but Jonathan should not be able to run because he's running a rubbish system. Then by that submission, Peter Obi should not run. Nobody should run.
I don't know.
You have to be consistent now. You have to be consistent.
Rest of the panel, is that what I said? I said something, and I will repeat myself for purpose of clarity. I said the two systems cannot be compared. It's simple. The two systems cannot be compared. We're talking about one place where all of us are putting our heads together to see how we can salvage the system. And then you have to compare it to a system that's already running, that even when the system seems to get it wrong, the courts will put their foot down and correct it. He can't bring it to Nigeria where, did you see the book launch of that chief judge, the one who granted him the
But my point is that P2B should not run then. Nobody should run. If that's
but
what you're saying.
I just explained that to you, that even if P2B and the rest say they will not run now, you see one charlatan will wake up and go and tell the government.
Why would Jonathan also?
Then Jonathan should be able to run too then.
Wow.
Why, as you see, you're not listening, you're not following my argument.
I'm listening, it's not coming across as consistent.
I said something here. Jonathan has already made a mark. You see, Jonathan has already made a mark. There is no need for him to put himself
That's
back.
the more reason why KJ, since he has a good name, he should leverage that good name to do additional.
That good name will come to naught. It will be rubbished. It will be rubbish.
I see. Look, we all know, KJ. The truth is that in the grand scheme of things, unfortunately for every human being, including me and you and forefathers and everybody, unfortunately, we would want to believe people, to make people believe that we are very objective, but the truth is that we are hardly very objective. So I think I know where you're going to. In your mind, if Jonathan contests, he's gonna be a stumbling block to Peter Obi. That I understand, but I know you won't come out and put it like that. But the question, don't worry.
You are putting words in my mouth. Are you people just allow me to finish my point so I can
No, I just wanted to ask you a question, not really a question, but I wanted to correct you because this is what we do, and it's not good. You were talking about Fulani people, and then in December you said, the 19 governors meet. The impression now is that all these 19 governors are also Fulani people.
I don't know why you got that impression. Is that what the impression other people got? I don't think so now, bros. I think you're
overstating. Okay, I'm not speaking for anybody. I'm speaking for myself. And I'm being honest with you that that's the impression you give me. Because when you started, the topic was Fulani. You are talking about Fulani, defending the fact that you have made an assertion that, yes, the Fulani people want to put governor in every state. You made that assertion also.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
And
in defense of that, your defense to that position, you put the fact that 19 governors normally meet, that the southeastern governors don't meet. As if the fact that 19 governors meet means that all Fulani people, they are all Fulani governors. You that stay in the north, you know how many people are Fulani governors inside the 19 governors.
Okay.
You know well that they are not going to be up to 3 governors.
When you finish, I can answer.
No, I finished, KJ.
Okay. Forefather asked me a question. It was based on the forefather's question that I digressed to give those examples. And I repeat myself. He was talking about the unity, and I said, one, that since we are growing up, it's only one set of Nigerians where we know that they have a symbol which they use. And it's called the Arewa symbol, which is
not correct. That's not. See, this is what I'm saying.
Please, is there any other symbol? Hold on.
No,
if you allow, I allow you to talk.
Go ahead.
Okay, but if you want to talk, I can give you a chance. Please talk.
Yeah. Okay, all I'm saying is that the symbol of the North, because you stayed in the North, is very clear to you. I can put it to you that if you are stayed in the Southwest, I can put it to you that they probably have a symbol, which I don't know, the Southwest. Because these are governments. The northern government was there, the southern, the southwestern government was there. They would have an emblem. If you go to every state, if you go to Lagos State, that one I know, they have an emblem for the state.
You see, Masker, I am too old now to be able to hide my mouth when I need to speak.
It's fine. I'm sure we're almost the same age, so
all right,
we can say to each other.
Here is what I said. If you go to Canada today, you will see a symbol. It's called the Arewa symbol. And I'm not the only Nigerian. I'm coming, sir. I'm not the only Nigerian who knows that this is a symbol of the northern states, 19
Yes.
northern states. All right. Now, the only other people who used to meet in Nigeria from my growing up till the time that eventually this other governor from one of the governors of the Southwest decided to organize the Southern governors into a forum has always been the 19 state governors. The 19 state governors have met since I was in primary school till the time that governor from the West came to governize the Southern governors. If that didn't happen, they will not meet. And that meeting ended with that governor. They don't even meet any longer. Okay? And I'm talking about the opposition to that meeting from the South. Because we are saying if we are discussing the issue of moving the nation forward, then everything has to be done in agreement. You cannot wake up and say, I'm picking this is the position of the North, which we have always heard all the time. This is the position of the North. The North will not accept this. The North will not accept that. And I'm saying that. I'm not saying, when I say 19 state governors, I'm only branching to explain the purpose of that. I'm not saying the 19 state governors are all Fulanis. We all know that Benue is not Fulani. We know that Plateau is not Fulani. We know that
Niger is not Fulani. Borno is not Fulani. Bauchi is maybe.
We know. Bauchi is Fulani because the Muhammad, what's his name? Bala Muhammad is Fulani. Okay?
Yes.
And so, but
Kebbi is not Fulani. Sokoto is not Fulani.
No, let us, you see, there's the Banda Bokoi states. We know that one.
Taraba is not Fulani. Kwara is not Fulani.
I thought Sokoto is going to be Fulani, because they are so close to the Sahara.
No, because the point I'm making, Kechi, is because you that state in the North, if you make that statement, including a statement of Fulani, people would think all the northern governors are Fulani. Not more than 4 at most are Fulani out of the 19.
Wow. So Sokoto, who is he, Hausa?
Yes, they're Hausa people.
Okay.
They're majority Hausa. However,
Kepi, Zamfara, Sokoto, they are not
how would you do that? Don't just talk over me, please. It's not nice.
But you did that, Jagun. What is this, Jagun?
No.
Let the lady speak. The lady has.
Let's not fight unnecessarily.
You've just ruffled yourself out of the turns, and the lady wants to speak now. Yeah, you have spoken so long, and Ovi hasn't.
All I wanted to say to you, forefather, is that the majority are Hausa, but the caliphate, if you like, is a Fulani. Understand that, please.
Okay, I see. Okay, that's interesting. Thank you for that. Let me welcome.
But just to make Jagun's statement in perspective, we are talking about the state governors.
Okay.
Yes, I know what we're talking about, but when it comes
but I was also thinking that it had something to do with the population, the majority population of each of these states, because I was thinking that Sokoto majority is Fulani. That's what I thought, the population there.
the majority, the population of the Fulani, roughly speaking, is about 9% in Nigeria. 9%.
Oh, it's not even up to that. It's not up to that.
You see?
It's not. I think it's 6% the last time I checked.
There you go. So
thank you.
They're not going to be the majority anywhere necessarily.
Thank you for that. Welcome. I'm sure. Thank you. More, please. Is here to give our submission. As you all know the rules. When the ladies are here, they do have their say. Given that the rough guys tend to chase them away, but it's all right. Welcome. So, what do you make of the headlines from Charlie Kirk to we'll be meeting Jonathan and you see that? You see this rough? I mean, so that's exactly what I mean. So up to Wole Soyinka saying Trump is Idi Amin for white people. Please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for having me. Good evening. And this is what I have to say. I'll start from, I think we really have to look at history and to link it with what is going on presently. If I feel like if history will keep repeating itself over and over, because it's just, you know, from what we are doing. And I'll start by saying this. Our people, and I'm going to start from West African, with when it comes to the concept of religion. I think from what I have seen, and I've been around for a while, from what I've seen, I see like people tend to, you know, even though you're like a murderer, you're this and that, and I'll say from Christianity, if you're a murderer, whatever you are, as long as you say you're a Christian, Christians are okay with it. And that bothers me. From what exactly did Christians learn from the Bible? What was the teaching of Christ? What was his teaching all about? Wasn't it about love and being compassionate and giving? But instead, Christians, they tend to go after, like, you are a sinner, you rot in hell. This is sin, and if you don't do this, you go to hell. And I look at it because if you see from different perspectives, different people that I've listened to that call themselves Christians, what they align themselves with, it's just mind-boggling. And you're wondering that, so this is what you call Christianity. For someone that you know, that was, you know, even when for someone that was saying so much stuff, and this has nothing to do with someone that was unalived, you know, but I'm just talking in general. Like for someone that have done so much, that have said so much stuff, but Christians, they still come out and say, yes, I listen to it because it's a Christian. I did this because of that. And that bothers me when it comes to religion. Like people say whatever, people throw away all their logical reasoning when it comes to religion. They throw everything away. Because, and I wonder, I'm not going to say I wonder. I'm not surprised.
But you
Hold
see,
on, forefathers. Hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on.
because you are making it look like it's a religion that is causing it, though.
No. Hold on. I'm not saying religion. Just listen to me. I'm not, because I know better. I'm not saying it's a religion that caused this, but I'm telling you what the Christian, when people are speaking, when are people that I've listened to, and especially Africans, even here, and you see when it comes to even the black people that are supporting him, when they say this, that this and the angle they come from is religion. That is the angle they're coming from, and that is why I'm speaking on it. Because people throw everything out. As long as you say you're a Christian, your sins are forgiven. Which the teaching of Jesus was about love, giving, being compassionate. What happened to the Pharisees, the religious people? I find them so problematic. And it's just mind-boggling. For everything, the angle, I've heard this on this platform, I've heard it over and over from people saying, yes, because he's a Christian, and I listen to this. It's a serious problem, and even we as black people, I'm not surprised that we are conquered. We sound like conquered people. I'm not surprised that we were conquered when it comes to this, because when it comes to this, we are praying to the same God with our oppressors. Whose prayer is our God listening to? The oppressors or the oppressed? And we sit there. So anything our oppressors say is okay because they are talking about religion. Forgetting that if you understand, if you know what it is, I don't need to say ABC. Everybody will find, things on their own. I'm not here to teach anybody or anything. And I've listened to I just feel like religion is a big part of our problem. And it's a serious thing. If we don't have a mindset shift, we will continue to just say over and over, our countries are not good, our continent is not good, this and that, that and that. It's just going to keep, it's going to be the same, because this is a designed project. And any time when we are supposed to speak of ourselves, they tell our oppressors bring religion into it, because they know that, yes, we love that part. And that is like a red meat to us. So because someone is a Christian, it's okay. They can kill, they can do whatever, but they will come from angle of Christianity, then it's okay. Somebody can embezzle so much money, funds that belongs to lots of people. Let them come from religion, the place of religion, then people will say, yes, it's okay. He's a Muslim, he's a Christian. I'm not chastising just Christians now. I'm talking in general term. And I will say this, and I've listened to you guys over and over when it comes to the issue of this guy. You know that the unaliver, the person that unalived him, is a groiper. I don't know if you guys know what that means, because I've not heard anyone.
Why did he know he was that? He was that. That's so.
Okay, forefathers, please.
Wow.
You want to talk about?
He was what? Sorry.
He's a
grape.
The person is a
oh, okay.
Yeah. It belongs, the griper, they are like the extreme all the way right.
Oh, griper. You call it griper. I didn't know what that meant.
Griper. You can Google that. You can.
Grape. Like grape.
No, not grape. GROYPER.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, my sister. I want to leave you guys. It has been a long time. I've not seen you on the platform. I hope everything is good.
Everything is okay, sir.
Okay, please, I want to leave you guys. My company, we're having a company party tonight, so I want to go and party. I want to go and eat and enjoy myself.
Exactly.
All the best of the new week for everybody. God bless you. I see you tomorrow. Okay.
I appreciate. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, he's a guy, man. He enjoys himself. That's good.
So I want us to look at it from the angle of we are not speaking. We a lot of people, I say that because I've been listening to people, but they don't have the understanding of what happened and how things are going. They just, people are just saying like, oh yeah, he was speaking his mind, he was speaking his opinion. No. But I'm going to say that he's a groiper, so you can Google, you can look into that yourself. And let me tell you, there are different factions. This guy is in butt head with Nick Fuentes. You have the likes of, I can't hear you.
I can't believe you stopped when you couldn't even hear me. So I saw some information about the gripers. He appeared.
Yeah, you can look into that.
Alt-right.
You can, yeah. So I'm saying that.
What's it say? What did he say?
The ammunitions.
They are alt-right.
Oh, okay.
Look at the shell casings, the encryption that was on the shell casings, all what everything meant. You can look into that. People are not talking about. I've not heard you guys talk about that.
Please give us information, because it looks like I have to give you credit.
It's not me. It's not you. Got to, because
what kind of wala is this now? You come here, you don't want to tell us.
No, we are going to find what
that's Ojoro. That's Ojoro. You can't just.
No, let me just finish. So we can look into that. That's why I'm just giving like.
You're saying, wait a minute, madam. You are saying that wait now. You are saying that none of us have spoken about these things. What you're saying it's reminding me of what I've seen. So you are correct. However, I don't see why you can't express it. Why are you leaving it cryptic? Why are you being cryptic? We're here to speak. No, let's be grown up, man. No, nobody's a child here. Let's be grown up.
No, it's not that. It's not.
You're being cryptic. Why are you being cryptic?
I'm just.
We need to work out your puzzle. You don't need to be a woman here like that. We're not chasing you. Give us your information.
We have
I want to understand the young lady.
You can't be doing this now. This ruffle thing. Let us.
No. I don't want to be ruffle. I want to understand what someone is saying. I don't need anyone speaking in code. What are you speaking in code for? No, come on.
If you chase away Dago, I will charge you to.
You know me already, bro. I'm a real person. I'm a real person, and I like people to be real.
Okay,
Please go
so
on.
you see, like on their side, there is infighting between Nick Fuentes, Ben Shapiro, this guy that was on our live, Laura Loomer, the likes of them, because they hold different ideologies, and everyone is fighting for who is going to be like the voice of the youth, you know, for that.
Okay.
So if you look at, because if you look at the antecedent of what what has been happening, you will see that Nick Fuentes has been so critical of him because they want, the grabbers are like accelerationists. They want, like of segregation to be brought back and all of that stuff and all the, slavery and all of that stuff. It's just indifferent because they're all the way, yes, they're like really big deal. And you have him, and even with all his views, they still feel like he's too moderate. And Nick Fuentes is anti-Israel. So they feel like he is part of it. Because don't forget, on the right, we have a lot of people that do not like Israel. I don't know where this ideology of people thinking they do not like it, they don't want it.
That's interesting.
So, and you see if you see, Laura Loomer has deleted a lot of her tweets when it comes to him. So I just don't see really talking about that and how that, even with everything that this guy is doing, this guy is saying, they still feel like he's too in the middle. He's not all the far left. So that the unaliver is actually from the other side. It's not like, oh, the liberals are this or this one are that. So that is not the point. But why I even called in was, it's just from the religion angle with our people. I just feel that, didn't Jesus tell us that they shall know us by our love, not by how big our Bible is, or by us just saying we are Christians? So the fascination of Christians for looking for messiahs where they're not even supposed to, for idolizing, lionizing people that they're not even supposed to. Which is, and I say this, if there is going to be Judgment Day, Christians will be like the judge for turning people away from Christianity. They'll be judged for that. Because when I see your alignment, the ideology that you hold, and it's not even working with what Jesus said, the ideology that you hold, don't forget that the KKK, they were Christian organizations too. The KKK was a Christian organization. They see themselves as Christians with everything they did. And to see that, I'm more even concerned for our people. So it's just so sad that our people are coming from the angle of Christianity. I didn't know. I don't follow any Christian, gospel, whatever from Nigeria. I don't know. Even from here, I don't. But I've listened to people say, oh, this person who is a gospel artist in Nigeria, he was saying RIP this one, RIP that one. And I was like, wow. So with everything they say, nothing bothers you as a Christian. Then you want to preach me. Don't preach me. Don't tell me about Christianity. Show me who you are. Show me how you relate with people, how your relationship with people, and what you believe in. Don't tell me you're a Christian, because people just say they are Christians for whatever sake. So I just want to speak on that, and that really matters to me, because that kind of like it goes all across all our thinking as people. Even in our country, our politics, when it comes to religion, it's a different ball game. You see people showing their true cards, and you be like, oh my God. So if we can just take back away from there and put on a critical thinking cap. And when people say, oh yeah, he's fighting for this one, even you forefathers, when you say that, oh yeah, he's fighting for his race, he's fighting for this, do we really know history? Is that what we should be? Is that the kind of ideology we should be aligning to that has brought us here?
Somebody says something factual. It doesn't mean one is aligning my ideology or the ideology with his. I am clearly stating the fact that he is fighting for his own people. You have to recognize that. Then you have to know what to do by fighting for your own people. That's what he's doing. And
I want to respond to her fully, if you don't mind.
My message is not to respond.
I'm the only one who responded here today as a Christian. And look, I'm putting my
it is not about you. I said I just told you that I have listened to a lot of people when it comes. Okay, I'm not going to.
We are not going to ruffle today.
I don't want. No, not matter. If you attack me, I will just not simply answer. That's just me. But I'm just saying that I have listened to a lot of our people, not only Africans, even Black Americans, that are doing all of this, and where they are. Because in this time in our life, history is very important. You have to, if you're supporting an ideology, you have to understand it to the root. This is not the matter of Republican and people, and I'm going to say Christianity. They love, even if we are pedophile, a pedophile or whatever, they are okay with it as long as you are not LGBTQ. As if that is the gravest thing of the world. Even somebody take funds that belongs to millions of people that hinders people's progress, future, they are okay with it. Just say you're a Christian and quote Bibles and just keep going. And we're forgetting the message of Christ.
Okay, thank you so much. And I need to respond.
No, don't cut me short. I don't want you to reply. Don't cut me short.
If you respond, KJ, because I know what you're going to say, I'm going to be against you. I will be against. I know I will be against you because what she said.
Hasn't said anything.
No, I know, but what the young lady has said as regards Christianity has a lot of merit. And if you're going to pretend and just use your mouth to mouth out that Christianity is fantastic, my brother, I'm coming against you.
My brother, Jagu.
Yes, sir.
I know the fear fight too, as you see me. So
it's gonna be fights. I'm just going to come against you because you have to take what she has said as real.
Let's leave it.
And I know you're going to support just the Christianness.
Hold on. Let's leave it. It's not about. I try to highlight.
Let me respond now. I spoke, and I want to.
I will just simplify it to say that it's not about religion. It's about all religions pretending as if it's religion, but while it's about politics,
listen,
and about any advantage over the other. I think I need to bring
the message of Christ is. You cannot attack. It's like hold on.
KJ must reply. Wait for your turn.
Hold on now, because other people haven't spoken. Other people haven't spoken. Please, I have to try to bring other people in. And I think is it OT or OVA?
It's OT.
All right. Okay.
It's OT. Then OVA. And then
are you sure? See, if it's that going, I know you don't like OVA.
I said no, for real. I'm being truly. I'm saying.
Okay. Are you factual? Okay.
Yes, now you that don't like to look at what you're doing.
OT goes first.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone.
Yeah,
I'm only gonna say a word and then I'll take my leave. I'm not. All right. Okay. Yeah. KJ. Well, okay, so that you can, I'll give you my time so that I can respond to, thank you, more please. More of what, if I may ask? But anyway, the thing about Christianity and the way I would put it is this, it's, the problem is not, religion or Christianity as such, okay? I think our problem when it comes to that, so maybe the views we hold and things we defend or try to justify is, I think it's more out of ignorance and lack of knowledge more than anything else. So it's not a fault of Christianity. That's the way I put it. So because if people that profess Christianity, if they understand what it's all about, they would be different persons, and this is it goes much wider because when we think about our economic system, the market system, capitalism, and all that, it found out that
the way the system is operating. It's a structure of sin. It's not. It's unchristian. If you're honest, okay, we shouldn't have the kind of system we have, and we live under and try to survive and be part of it. There's nothing Christian about it. Okay, so that's, by the way, I'm not, as I said, I'm not really in a mood for much talk. If there was a debating point, I'd be much more interested in that.
So what do you make of these shooting in America then?
It doesn't interest me, quite frankly. I mean, I didn't know the guy. This has happened. What's the big deal about that?
The idea was maybe when people are airing their opinions, even when the opinions you disagree with is strongly, do they deserve to be?
No, of course I don't. No. Look, you see, no. You see, violence is something else. It shouldn't be part of the public sphere. If you want to be violent, aggressive, let's at least limit it to verbally. Kind of in terms of, if like we can be combative in the argument, in exchange of views. But it's not being causing harm. Okay. But I don't mind maybe causing offense every now and then. If you want to take an offense, public debate should be it shouldn't always be friendly or gentle and all that. No, so we can be quite voracious. If it's just kind of argument, right? And the views, and I'm talking about reasoned opinion. It's not just any kind of opinion, So that's not a problem. But what the lady was talking about, Christian, people that profess Christianity or other religions, that's quite correct. And I would even, in that context, I would just remind KJ, because I didn't have an issue with him, which hasn't gone away. I will ever remember that. So I only said at the start, but if there has gone far into what we are still witnessing today, KJ was somehow, would I say, ambivalent about his position about that. I don't know if he has changed his mind, and he's coming from the point of view of being a Christian. So he's here. He can maybe perhaps clarify his position and then maybe tell us whether he has kind of advanced or seen the light or in any way changed his views. So, and that is, if you like, being a Christian. So I've not forgotten that. Okay. I'm done, and I'll be going now. Good night.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Oti. Oti, you're very good at discussing abstract terms, and I really wish you have more of people when we have time to do like philosophy Sunday conversations where we'll go into more religious stuff. So, but let me bring on. I think you wanted to have KJ use your.
Yes, he can have my time.
Okay, KJ, you're welcome to defend the faiths. Defend all of them. Don't only Christianity, all of them.
Hang around a bit, Oti. Now, hang around a bit.
Oti, before you go, I want to tell you that the action of this individual in Qatar is totally condemnable. I don't know anywhere in the world where you say, okay, your enemy is in forefather's house. You are now going to go and turn down upside the house. Then when you notice that your enemy has run from his house to the house of colonial master, you go there to undo. It doesn't even work that way. Nobody lives that way. Nobody lives that way. So I have never been in any way supporting whatever, because that's which is going on there. Can any other big fellow can decide to do the same thing? In fact, we Nigerians can decide to run over Cameroon and run over Benin Republic because we're bigger. The world don't operate that way any longer, and anybody who wants to go live that way. And I want to say this. So you see, there's many things I don't say in the public forum. Maybe if I was discussing with you, I would say it. But something is cooking out there, and these are just small triggers that we should look at as the symbol, the sign for what they are trying to cook in the fire. Okay, I won't go beyond that point, because unless, of course, let me tell you something. I was analyzing geopolitics with somebody the other day, and I said something to him. You see, the parade that went on in China, it's not because Chinese wanted to display what they have. They want to let you know that even we don't ready for this, with the Siona. So these are things that are there, but nobody wants to come to the public forum and put these ideas out there, so that now they will begin put iPhone. How do you read these things? There are many things that we can't discuss, even with the topic we have been trying to canvas. There are many things we cannot talk about it, because the world is not as we see it. It's not a level playing ground, it's not. And the more information you have, the more dangerous you become, and the more you are being sought after, both by the good and the bad. So you have to be careful what information that you have, especially in a public forum like this, And I said that with due respect to everybody who has been able to, put things across. What that is not going to, this is just a simple debate. What that is going to bring you something in future, leave it out. Leave it out. It doesn't make us any stronger to put all some of these things out, And I said that, and then I'll revert back to my area, and which is the fact that people always mistake Christianity, even though who don't understand what it is, tell you they know, okay? And that is the thing. They fall back, and I have not heard anybody who is a Christian who seems to support the evil over good. It doesn't happen anywhere. It doesn't happen anywhere. And whether we like it or not, even if Christianity has come to the point now where people are in the move and they're using it to do evil, it doesn't make it necessarily evil. It doesn't make it evil. You see, people when you develop, certain, everything that has good has its own other side. So I can use my good to do good. I can equally use it to do evil. It's left on which path I chose. And so when people come and they want to blame whatever is happening because of Christians and all that, what about the time they were doing all the good things? What happened? Some of those are still doing the good things. We forget that. We seem to very quickly forget that majority of the learning centers across the globe, that are making mark today, even though they're no longer portraying themselves as a religious institutions, were still started by Christians. Let's not forget that. So whether we like it or not, it has played its part and it's still playing its part, and it's not going to change. That's the truth. And I'll rest there because I want to be like my brother Oti. Make I just talk small stuff.
Thank you. I think it's Ovie now. Ovie, the Wegolo people, welcome. I think you probably may have some news for us. I hope you do. About what is going on in the US, because this is quite an interesting. It's becoming more and more interesting every day because it feels like the earlier evidence we got, let's remember, is acquired by mostly conservatives. Let's face it, they are conservative Republicans that got the early evidence, and they could shape it whichever way they see fit. It's a Utah. Utah is a conservative state, and so we have to be careful what we are picking up here, because given that this guy grew up in a Christian home, everything points to him being conservative. So why would he take this guy out? Somehow being surrounded by conservative, but he's the only one that is worried about hate speech. That seems odd. But we are going to get to the bottom of this eventually. Ovie, please go ahead. What do you make of it? And you can also speak about the politics going on in Nigeria with P2B, Jonathan, and Epstein too. Epstein issue in the UK. I think we've forgotten about that. Somebody was sacked again. So it shows that the Epstein is a international man of mystery that seems to, be all over the place doing stuff, apart from in China anyway. So what do you make of it?
Hi. The charity begins at home.
Anyway, sorry, I'll be listening from the background. Good night, all.
Good night. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us.
The way I want to attack Christendom before. Anyway, as a charity begins at home. I don't know. This I know they take care. I know this idea. Good luck, run. I just think it's a waste of time for anybody with the propagator. But What about the visit of Obi is to use Jonathan to try beg Obi to run under PDP? I mean, I don't know. This is me just thinking out loud, right? Because
it's not going to make sense because they are basically sending him to go and lose, especially if P2B runs for another party and Atiku runs for another party. They are going to lose. That's for sure.
And anybody who go to PDP and Wike will destroy the person. It's a no-go place. He totally has control of that party.
I think anybody can do that arithmetics. If somebody like Jonathan decides he wants to go to PDP, he will have to be sure.
A PDP guy now
He's not running. What do you mean by no. The point is that he will have to be sure Atiku is not running and P2B is not running. Otherwise, he knows he will lose. It will be sweet for him to run.
Good luck is not running. Just listen to where I'm going. Good luck is not running. He's a PDP man. He's one of their good luck charm now, even though they don't abandon her from the one. Or if they are trying to use him to beg Obi to run under their platform. This is me thinking out loud. But I still believe Obi will run solo, just like as he did 2023. When go announce which party is yet unknown. So everybody will keep his cards close to his chest. And it's more vulnerable than any of them. If he announce that this is the way it's going, they'll finish out, politically speaking. They will finish the party under his watch. So I just believe that if they are all playing their game according to, but the three of them for sure, they will run separately. Atiku will run on his own, with Tinubu on his own and Obi on his own. That I can say yes is what I'm saying. But where Obi will run, I cannot speculate. So hence me saying it might be a persuasive move for the PDP guys trying to come through. Good luck to talk to him. But again, that's just me thinking out loud. Now, I was going to the what you asked about America. I think I see it from a bigger picture. I don't know this idea of not Christian. I mean, I'm not saying that perspective is not playing out too. After all, Trump just announced and declared a lot of things on that. They were in Kennedy Center last week, where they inaugurate a religious body and all that. So I'm not saying that is not playing out, but as somebody who is an outsider looking in, I see it from what is the American or what is the West? Because at this point it's becoming obvious, right? The coalition of the willing are gathering on the West, why the new Belt and Road Initiative is also taking shape via breaks in China. So it's becoming obvious by the day. So I look at it from that lens. Well, first of all, to Nigeria, there was a regime change in Nepal a couple of days ago. Now, this thing started, it's a color revolution. It started when they had their election in 2023. I remember Victoria Nuland visiting Nepal, India, and Sri Lanka. And part of the visit to Nepal was to, persuade them, because it was a big contest between them and China, who is going to use influence. Obviously, they lost to the Chinese influence. So it was to persuade them not to, let go of the Americans, companies and businesses that's already going on that is forged ahead, but that doesn't work out. So he has to go. So that's what happened. So it's a louder message to those who are currently under INEC. I mean, the root-based order led by the United States. That's a loud message there. In 2000, Vladimir Putin assembled all their oligarchs, pretty much invited all their businessmen for a meeting. And the goal of that meeting was three things. He told them, yes, you can keep all your stolen wealth, all the wealth you guys have gathered. No qualms. Keep them to yourself. We're not going to go after that. That's one. Two, you have to treat the workers as human beings, not as disposable slaves or servants. You have to, elevate their welfare and all that kind of stuff. That's two. Three, stay away from politics. That one was the difficult one for the oligarchs to accept. So they went legal. They took him to court. They were in court for about 3 years, till like 2003. Of course, they lost. One still pushed And that has, banking links to the Rothschilds and all that kind of bullshit. So he fought on, still lost, and they had to send him to jail for about 9 years. Again, was the message to the oligarch that the game is about to change. And since then, the Russian trajectory has never been the same. So that is what is still going on. Now, back in the 60s, part of I think there's one lady here.
Well, how is this linked to the shooting, though?
Let me come. I'm coming down now. I'm coming down.
Okay.
I'm coming down. Now, in the 60s, there's this girl, black. There's one girl that normally comes here. She used to live in New York and she was in Lagos at the time. She made a silent point about how our freedoms in the 60s is in a way correlated or tied to the freedom movements that is going on in the United States. That was a silent point that she made, but people didn't actually take it. The point she was trying to make, if you remember, it was also during the Cold War. The outside war, especially the Soviets, were using it as a propaganda against the United States. How, in terms of approaching other countries to buy into their own economic system. One of the points they are making is that how, especially the African countries, if they cannot treat their own blacks out and wars in things that they are going to treat you well and other. So it's kind of an embarrassment from the outside world then. So which leads to this, civil war and civil movement, success, freedoms every year, and that was the point she was trying to make. Now, while you're asking how did it tie to the
events this week in the US,
events that is unfolding in the States. As at today, as we speak today, one of the biggest conversations that is going on is multicultural society in connection with the to Nigeria, help me out here, the going singular, going singularly. What's it called again? What's the word here?
I'm not so
the
sure.
Connectivity in terms of going algorithm going one way. We talked about it on the side, me and you. The end of singularity.
One way. Okay, are you talking about singularity? Okay, the singularity.
The singularity, yes. Coming with the human robots, the AI and all that. So at the core of our debate is America stands for human rights. With all this coming, is either going to displace jobs or it's going to hire jobs. So if AI take your job, if human robots, how are you going to coexist with that kind of person in society? What are the laws? But at the same time, what is now the human value? That is also playing out. Right? So if you connect this scenario that I'm telling you, then you join it with the force that, because when I think it was the last week I was talking about the Chinese display in China, but there was also a display in Washington D.C. when he assembled what is it called? The Silicon Valley guys. So the big shift that is coming, who is going to lead? Where is it going to come from? Are we going to distribute the wealth? Are we going to distribute the wealth from the bottom up, which is where those so-called socialisms are talking about? Pay attention to New York, that the mayoral candidate. Right? We're going to have free school, free food, free and all that skin. Then the bigger guys say, no, the subsidy should be from the top. Let's subsidize the oligarchs. They are in charge of taking care of the society. So the big shift that is coming, everything is playing out. So if you now look at where the guy they take out, where does he belong? Where is he more effective? What is his role that is playing in that movement?
So what role is he playing then?
So we have to break it down. So his role is pushing back to the ideology of the new culture that we have to accept in our society. Even though the culture is winning and is going to win on the long run.
So this ideology, what does it look like?
I'm talking about the LGBT community, the human robot that is coming at the base. That is his focus. That is his
but it doesn't. It's not for LGBT.
I'm not saying that is. Hold on. I'm not saying that's why they killed him. I'm just going to say his role on the bigger picture is very. That's why I call him a general in Trump's movement. So it's just, and again, I said,
let me ask, does anyone even truly believe Trump even has a vision that for his country other than his own wealth?
It's not about Trump. That's not the debate about Trump. It's not about individual.
You know what I mean?
That's why I said
in Trump's head, we even see that he paints a vision for the countries.
I don't know.
You know, it seems like it's just about him. That's all he seems to care.
I don't really analyze individuals, especially those who are in the position of a letter of their own messenger to me. So I don't really what they think or what they do doesn't really matter, because the office will shape them. The office will actually have the wiggle, not necessary them. So it's, for me, it's bigger than it's bigger than that. And I said it. Who is next? Where is next? And what time? Because if you look at the 60s, the people they killed all have ideology, either socialism or capitalism. All of them, from Luther to X to Jeff Kennedy to even our own country. In the 60s, we have what? That's why we have the regime change. We also have the assassination. So these are the forces people are not drawing, and that we are at that time again. So there's so many connectivity to what is happening. So it's going to be very hard to say, oh, this is exactly what is drawing all these rage that you see is going everywhere. But it's expected. It's the stand they are in. Something has to give. Then if you also look at the technology level between America and China, right? Somebody has to win on the long run. So to me, this is just we're still at the beginning. The rest year of this decade is still it's not even going to be enough till the middle of 2030, some 2030s, before we actually see where the world is going to actually head. And there's going to be two actors in the world or just one. So the heat could be coming from either outside too. There's also expose outside that there's an outside actor that know about, that have more details. Not necessarily that the heat is coming from outside, but they are aware whether how the planning goes and everything. So in terms of who and the sole reason is still not out there yet. But
yeah, but let me just add something. I think,
but again, for the first time, I'm hearing them questioning the idea of America. It's coming from Steve Bannon, that America is not just an idea, it's a geographical location with people, language, and religion. That's where the Christianity comes into play. This is the very first time hearing that the debates too, which is the nationalism, the national and the globalist.
I've been hearing it for a long time. You see, that's why I was saying that this thing is coming down the pipeline. The question I wanted to ask is, because I noticed that in Nigeria, one of the biggest concerns I have is that the citizens seem like they have been, doused with petrol, and somebody is just willing to set it alight. Funny enough, that's how the US is right now. The US is like that. I think maybe to an extent the UK is, it's like the petrol is being poured, but not as strong yet.
I will predict there will be civil war in UK first before
the UK one. I think the UK one can be reined back. If not, the incompetence of the leaders here is what is making the UK one get worse. But the American one, there is too many factors that it's fueling it, and it's really, really strong. And that's what I fear. It's almost like one wrong assassination again, all hell is going to break loose. That's what I mean.
Because if you look at it again, almost all the oligarchs in Europe and pretty much HUS in Japan and everywhere have their money and pretty much part of their wealth is stuck in America in dollars, in investment. So they too also have a say.
Let me ask you over here. Let me ask you real quick. Why do you think it would happen in the UK before US? I'm trying to understand that.
I see, because I see Starmer going. Starmer, the current prime minister, I see him going. Probably your current is it still could be former mayor, the Muslim guy coming in. Then they will have to switch to Nigel Farage to run against whoever, either our sister or somebody that is going to come from the other angle. How in the process of that, the people have to fight back, because it will now be obvious that it's the oligarch, it's the billionaires from the US and elsewhere that is financing the other side. So either the people stand up or they lost generally. that's what is also going to happen in either other part of Europe too, because it's going to be very obvious pulling the strings.
No,
Right,
I
because
don't.
the narrative
UK,
right now is the image. The narrative right now is the immigrant, but it's not going to work.
OVA, the UK may be heading towards a far right government, but they're not heading to civil war. That's it. That's the biggest difference between the UK and the American situation right now. I don't know how many other countries that is even headed. The US is uniquely in that position. I don't know of any European country that just want. Even Putin falls today, it's not going to lead to a civil war. Xi Jinping, if he falls today, so it's only America that is going through this tough period of time right now. So the UK, I can assure you, they will not go to civil.
It's because the rest of don't you think that this whole thing, the West, the way what is going on in the West right now is an issue of nationalism. They have a problem. They've tried to put most of the onus, most of the blame of their downfall. When I say downfall, I mean depleting workforce, depleting birth rates. They've been trying to put it on Muslims. It hasn't worked. Now they have to look inwards. So they have to look inwards, and there's a sudden rise in ultra-right nationalism all over the West. Even in liberal places like Ireland, you see them where they point most of their faults and they're pointing fingers at, again, Muslims, foreigners to a lower extent than Muslims, which is another trick we see that they try to pull yesterday. Now, for anybody that doubts, you see places like Canada, if they complain about immigrants, they're not complaining about immigrants from Africa. Canada, Ireland, Australia, the United Kingdom, America, they've tried, based on the leadership of Israel, the propaganda being driven by Israeli-run media, to demonize, degrade, and denigrate people of the Islamic faith. It has worked for over 4 decades. It is failing now, failing all across the board. And the reason it is failing is because of the advent of new media. For example, what we're on. So it is no longer a situation where CNN calls the shots, Sky News calls the shot, BBC calls the shots, MSNBC, ABC, and all these other agenda-based media houses, which they relied on a lot of people that were not well informed. They relied on people that were not well read.
But is it not natural for them to be opposed to Islam? Is it not? Because anybody that challenges your supremacy, because Christianity was supreme in the West and economically they were supreme too. That's why they are challenging China.
No, but you are missing his point. You are missing what the point is making.
He's not going to get it. But
he's talking about how the West is
he's
trying
never
to
going to get it.
He's trying to
you know why? Listen, why are you trying to say I'm not going to get it?
Ovi, you know,
I'm trying to get it.
When I, you need to try harder. So when I actually made that point of Sky News and people that are tunnel vision and get their information from those kind of media houses, I would believe he knew I was actually referring to him, because for almost the year that I've been on here, you will notice that yeah, he knew I was referring to him. I think he subconsciously knew I was referring to him, because I remember back then.
So see, let me ask you this question along that line.
Let me just finish. Right? Let me just finish.
This new media, right?
Let me just finish what I have to say. Thank you. Because for almost a year when I would come on here, of course, it is okay for us to evolve based on the information acceptable to us in front of us, right? So it's good that we can evolve and we can change our former positions. But I remember back then when I would say certain things, all what he's agreeing on now, and of course he's my guy, right? But back then he would shut me down as recently as 2 months ago. He would shut me
Like
down,
what?
kick me off.
Like what?
Like a lot of things, everything you say
You've
now,
got to give examples now. You can't just be saying stuff. I disagree with you. I might still disagree with you now, but you're not giving example.
Israel,
applaud him. He's
Epstein.
evolving.
I agree with you on Israel quite a lot on so many things.
Israel, Epstein, APAC, the way
The
Israel
one I disagree
runs,
with you
the
on,
way-
where you
the
make it
way
look like
Israel-
Islam is slightly different.
the way
I agree
Israel
with you.
runs,
Tunisia is evolving.
the
There's
way
no evolution
again,
here.
when it's my turn, of course,
But
everybody.
Colonial
is
Master,
gonna
let's
feel
be serious.
attacked.
Live to Niger.
So-
Live to Niger.
So,
Live
so
to Niger. Let me ask you
that.
this. Let me ask you this along that line. This new media, right? This new media, which I totally agree with. The owners of the new media, right? Those who owns the big platform, the X, the YouTube, and the whatever. What do you think they are on? Where do you think they are in this nationalism and what you are describing? Where do
they're
you
all
think
the
they are
same.
stands?
Everybody has an agenda. People like Elon Musk are bona fide racists.
Yeah.
Okay? But the point, the bottom line is you cannot beat an ideology that is there to live. You can't beat it to death. So they've tried. Netanyahu, for at least the last 6 months, has called on Meta, has called on Zuckerberg, has called on Elon Musk to make sure the algorithm shows only things that are supportive of Israel and derogatory towards Islam. It just hasn't worked. If you are an avid user of X, for example, or Threads, or Blue Sky, because Blue Sky has a liberal agenda. If you're an avid user,
But hold on.
Let me finish.
Okay, finish.
Let me finish, please. You always do this.
Don't
So
go
if you're an
forever.
avid user of X, for example, OV, you would notice that anybody that used to support Israel's agenda in the Middle East was always pushed to the front. And these are the people the algorithms will push, right? This is why people like Nick Fuentes became popular, Ben Shapiro, and this guy that just got killed, Charlie Kirk. They became popular. But on the flip side, the people that used to have that same agenda followed the same ideology, but have now pulled away. People like Ian Carroll, people like Lucas Grange, people like Stu Peters, people like Candace Owen. The algorithm attempts to shut them down. So you will see that sometimes you cannot retweet what they write because it is not going with the program. So to your question, Elon Musk and the likes of Meta and Mark Zuckerberg have an agenda. And the agenda has been to go into the Middle East. They're still trying. It's just when this guy got hit, the first thing Netanyahu did was to come online and tell everybody it was the Islamist. It was the Islamist, then he started using phrases like...
Did he say it was Islamist or just people that don't like to debate or something?
Sir,
Did he actually
he
specify
said
Islamist?
Islamist. So when
Did he?
when I
didn't know that.
Yes. So when he alluded that it was the Islamist, and he started using phrases such as Judeo-Christianity. There's nothing like
Yes, but he
Judeo-Christianity.
didn't mention anything with Islam at all, though.
If you didn't see it, how can you argue over something you didn't?
No, I saw it, but that's why I'm saying I didn't hear anything about Islam. That's why
I think you need to make Nigeria understand that American media, you need to understand the owners and where they belong. Not necessarily from left and right. The owners, where they belong is very important.
The reason why I'm coming across like that is because sometimes when I hear I speak the truth talk, and sometimes even AY, which they are very, very, good at analyzing situations. But often when it comes to the Middle East or Islam, you find that an objectivity a little bit,
But that
shaky.
is not true.
But everyone is a Muslim. Give him. But what will you say about
Hold
colonial master?
on,
Why
Envy.
will you accuse him
Yeah,
like
he is. No, he is. He
He
is.
always,
So that's why.
forefathers has a tendency.
He
of
does
saying-
it. He does it subconsciously. It's his nature.
Yeah, and when you try to let him know, he takes offense.
All right. So forefathers, are you saying me or AY?
But what
No, I'm saying you, both of you.
How
Yes.
do
What he's
okay?
saying
So
is
hold
exactly
on,
what is
OV, please 1 second. Okay, give me an example of your claim.
Like when I tried to say that the Arab nations were not doing enough, you try to excuse them. When I even like on this show now, when I said you should expect the West to be against Islam because their preeminent religion is Christianity, just like one of their power is economy, and
All right.
China is challenging it, and they are going to go against it.
Okay,
So
okay.
it's not necessarily only about Israel.
All right. So you not a speech. Just keep it concise. Okay. So I'll start from the second one. When you just said that they have a right to basically not agree with Islam, what was my response?
You said, let me talk, let me finish.
Exactly. I ignored it.
Yes.
I ignored it. This is what I do with questions that don't make sense. I ignore them.
Okay.
So how can you now use that as an example of when I tell you wait,
you were saying he required Netanyahu to do that.
What we're not gonna do is model up the conversation. You are an
Oh,
expert
boy.
in that. So you spoke.
This
let
is
me
the
speak.
objectivity that is the issue.
Because you're not being objective. You're playing little games now. So I'm asking you a question. So let me speak. When I asked you, in fairness, to give me an example of how I am never objective when you speak about Islam. You gave an example of something I did not answer. Does that make sense to you?
Because you dismissed it.
Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it makes sense to me because you are
It makes
alluding
sense that someone did not answer.
Oh,
Okay, so
forefather.
let me move on.
Yeah, don't make this thing too
now you
personal.
see what I mean. You see
No,
what I
yeah,
mean?
don't make it
Both
too
of you,
personal
that's
and all
exactly
this
the
kind of thing,
situation.
please.
Come
It's
on.
a very simple thing. This is exactly what I mean. The way you are acting even shows what I'm saying.
Okay, fine.
Let's
Fine
finish.
with you. So the other part, you mentioned that the Middle East is not doing enough. It is okay for everybody to have an opinion. You said they're not doing enough. What was my answer to you? I'll answer. I don't expect you to. It's a rhetorical question. I answered that based on the fact that the world has a thing against Islam right now, what do you think would happen if the Muslim world joined together and went against Israel, be it militarily or economic sanctions? I said the rest of the world would gleefully, cheered on by people like yourself, will gleefully destroy the Muslim world, turn it into a religious war. How is that a problem in my answer? How is that not objectivity?
It's not objective because there are other nations that have done the same thing, and you are saying they are targeting the Muslim world. It's not necessarily accurate. The America cooperates with some Islamic countries, including Qatar and all the rest of
Are
it.
they
So,
presently targeting the Muslim world, blowing up Qatar, Yemen, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Jordan, all in the same day? So what was wrong in my position? Because you picked up two examples, you're not even making sense. What was wrong in my position?
your backup is here. Your backup is here. Don't worry.
Because when I just
your backup is here. The moment they mention him, he's here now.
You are telling us how you were using
He's here to back you up.
I did not cut you off when you spoke for like 30 minutes. Is it okay if I speak?
I have not even finished my
I
time when
was
you jumped
quiet.
in.
That's not true.
I am telling you to continue. I'm not even trying to oppose. I'm saying
okay.
you are making a great
I'm
point
not
with
here
the West.
to argue. I'm not here to argue with you. I listen to everybody forever, and whenever
I said you should continue. That I like the point you are making. That's what I'm trying to say.
I appreciate that, but when you interject,
yeah, continue. But you did not even allow to finish my turn. I did not finish my turn when you jumped in.
Keep throwing me off. If you felt you were speaking, go ahead. Go ahead, speak.
I was speaking, for the matter of fact.
Come on, guys.
That's all right. Go ahead, speak.
Where are you even, Okwegolo? Come out now. This one that you are behind your image, it's not fair because you are just promoting your guy. We are not seeing Ovie.
I was going to mention that.
Hold on.
Come out from the shadows. Come out from the
even you're not even clear.
Who is this Okwegolo saying? Let him remove that picture. Come on.
Come out. What is all? We can't see you. You're in the background.
On a very good day, Okwegolo will be your governor. On a very good day. Come on.
Hold on, now let me run. I want to.
Ovie, we can't see you.
Come on, that picture from there.
You need to come forward.
The angle you are coming because that's one aspect.
Ovie, you are not listening. We can't see you.
Use the Muslim and so.
Ovie, we can't see you.
I'm interested where you are going with it. I'm not stopping you. So go ahead.
No, I appreciate that. But what happened was when you say that, especially when I know people like forefathers tend to be
come forward, Ovie,
and see what he's doing again. So when he plays this little games where when I'm speaking, he interjects or he goes off tangent. So my apologies. I didn't know that was what you were saying. You know, I get thrown off when people start interjecting me.
All right. Thank you. Now that he has finished his submission on that, Obi is doing his clinical duties. Okay.
It's Colonial Master's turn. It's his turn. You can't.
Is it his turn? I thought he's been speaking all this while.
That's why he should continue.
When we allow him to speak now, he's going to now start to fight again.
Please take yourself backstage. Go backstage tonight.
Okay. So what do you make of this? Because he said something that I found interesting. I speak the truth about some of the conspiracies. Now, this is alleged and some weird stuff that's gone on around this whole thing. Please, can you share some of them with us, some of the inconsistencies and strange happenings that surround this whole episode this week?
Like what?
You mentioned something, if I'm not mistaken, about, was it about him being threatened by he was afraid. Yeah,
but it's out there. He said it. His friends said it. You have to remember, Kirk started off as a far right nationalist. He was a Christian conservative. That was his with the turning point. That was his MO. But then bit by bit, like I said, there was a movement which has survived for especially since 2011, but started around the first Desert Storm, where Netanyahu was always feeding the media, Nat Turner, they were all in cahoots, CNN, MSNBC. So they succeeded in shaping the mentality of people, and it became a thing of the world against Islam, right? Which inadvertently, to their surprise, has actually led more people towards Islam. It is making them scared because everything they're doing has backfired. All their plans has backfired. Why? This is a different generation. We grew up on computers. We didn't grow up listening to, of course we listen to CNN and MSNBC, but we grew up with MTV and BET. You get what I'm saying? We grew up with the Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis. We grew up with PS, PlayStations, Xboxes, Discord. This is how the Prime Minister of Nepal was chosen, on Discord. First time they chose a Prime Minister online. We grew up with Twitter, Black Planet before that. So all these things, we are not in that generation. You cannot just shape our mindset. We're different. And the ones coming
Sorry
after,
sorry for interrupting. Just on a side note, we may never return back to it. The Discord election of the Nepalese leader, is it like the citizens choosing her, or just, no, what do you mean by
they
Discord?
voted online. They voted on Discord. They voted like this. Discord is
You mean the public or the?
Yeah, the public.
Wow.
The police chose their brand. It's like going on a Discord.
Oh my
is
God.
Like it's like YouTube.
People should be careful what they are asking for, you know.
Yeah, they got.
What do you mean?
So,
that makes sense. It makes complete sense now. What's going on?
So they chose. So what they've been doing all these decades is backfiring because nobody pays attention to MSNBC. People like Nick Fuentes, well, not Nick Fuentes,
but
Charlie,
they own Discord too. I don't know why you think it's anything. They still own all of them.
So people like, well, the dissemination of information is what matters. Elon Musk
sure?
owns, yes, Elon Musk owns.
How do you know what your mate voted? How do you know they can rig it?
I gave you an example. Elon Musk owns Twitter, for example. He has tried, along with Donald Trump, to manipulate the information being disseminated to the world. They have failed. So without being thrown off track, let me get back to what I was saying. So what they've been doing, people relied on mainstream media. Now people rely on the-ground information. So Sky News and BBC and all these other places can say there's no starvation in Gaza. They can say nothing is happening in Gaza. No genocide is going on. But there's people right there in Gaza broadcasting to us in real time. And these are the kind of things that change the mind of Lucas Gage, Stu Peters, Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk. They saw it with their own eyes, and they realized the government has been lying to them all along, and they changed track. These are the most vociferous voices against Israel on the planet today, and with them are coming millions and millions and millions of kids. Israel has lost the plot. They have lost the war. They won the battle, but they've lost the war because they're not winning our generation and they're not winning the TikTok generation, and Gen Z is definitely not with them. This has them worried.
I get one of the conspiracies is that they feared Charlie Kirk, that Charlie Kirk turned against them, that he was going to be very problematic for them because he has the mind of the younger conservatives, and they believe that he could have even gone on to become a president. So if he turned, that it was going to be a problem. That was the idea. That was why he was expressing that he was afraid for himself, and he's always out in the open.
Also,
so
because Israel tried to pay him some money. So
his friend said that he rejected it.
He rejected it. Everybody else supposedly has taken the money, meaning everybody, meaning people like Shapiro and Nick Fuentes allegedly have received sponsorship. You have to remember, Charlie was being sponsored by 2 Jewish billionaires. They're well known. He was being sponsored by them. This is how he accumulated his wealth. So for him to come and turn against them, it's a problem. Now, I'm not alluding at all that they are behind it. All I'm saying is he was becoming a problem, and this is why nobody pays attention to mainstream media anymore. We want something to know something. We go to that country's Telegram, for example. We go on Twitter. By the time you search it, you see someone on the ground.
But the timing of all these things, when he started turning, because the other day I saw, he said, the whole Israel is IDF. Everybody's IDF. What are you talking about? How can people come over the fence? And he was just, this is something he
Yeah,
just
but he
let
was
about
right
recently.
when he
Yeah,
said everybody.
he's right. So, but
Everybody's
that's what makes him
ideas.
dangerous.
Everybody's ideas
So,
simply
Colonial
means
Master,
by
that
the
means
time.
more to come, Abi. More will still
Right.
go that way.
I guess so. But when everybody's IDF simply means by the time you get to 18, you have a mandatory service with the IOF. After to release both of them, yeah, they went into the military. One, for some reason, I told you why we couldn't talk anymore for almost 6 years. Yeah. So it's mandatory service. You go, you have to go in. So all their plan has backfired. Islam, they can't denigrate. It has backfired. Now, is there going to be a problem between the white people themselves in America? I see it coming. If you notice, in the last 24, 48 hours, they were trying to blame us. They were trying to blame black people, as if we had something to do with Charlie's death. We don't have nothing to do
I
with
think
it.
the reason why they went after black people was because they said, the boy said Charlie Kirk was preaching hate. So whenever that kind of statement is made, it's often associated with black people that he's targeting black people.
Also, black people were laughing. Black people were laughing. We were smoking on that Charlie pack. He caught one through the neck. We don't care because he hated us. So
I must say, this
Colonial
year,
Master, what do you
I
think is
found
going to look like
the black population. Hold on, sorry. I must say the black population in America, I for some reason, I don't know, I seem to fancy their position right now, actually. They seem to be in this mood whereby you come for us, you are going to have a problem. But if you stay away from me, don't disturb me. That's that attitude. I seem to like that position.
Black people have always been at the forefront of every fight. But when it comes down to it, everybody gangs up on black people.
And this is why I like their position now. Everybody's like, the black people are like,
y'all handle it because
I'm not interested.
We've been told y'all. So,
Colonial Master, how do you think it's going to turn out if they turn against themselves? How do you think it's going to? What do you think is going to happen? In what form?
I don't know. I can't call it. I don't know. So
that's why it's dead. Yeah.
Forefather, you should do your job. Or there are people who have been here.
I'm tired.
Sometimes, Forefather, you don't do the job at all.
Just feel some people are just.
You just get involved in stray argument.
You don't need to encourage
moderator like this. So
you know what? Let me open the discussion. Let me open it up.
No, it's not open. Two people have not spoken.
Yeah.
Let me end it. Okay,
so is it because Okpebholo is governor? That is why you don't allow him to put on camera.
So black people.
I don't know why he's in the dark.
Back in the day, black people would have led this anti-immigration fight. I speaking them up.
That's true.
Everybody getting locked up. Back in the day, everybody getting shot. Black people would have been running around with placards. Black people are tired. So you want to fight?
Colonial Master, don't you think if he's Democrat in power, what you are saying will manifest? General, you are muted, Colonial Master.
And we can't see you. OVA.
I muted them myself on purpose because I guess people are anxious.
No, I said if Democrats are to be in power, then this thing that you are saying, don't you think will happen among the black people? They'll be at the front of the movement or pushback.
I guess it depends on what was going on.
Yeah, it will depend. And I really think that when they elected Trump again, the black community was like, all good. We'll just sit down.
Don't repeat yourself.
Okay, let me say
no. The fact that these two guys are having their communication is fair enough. But for you, that's terrible.
Good night.
Let me
go. Let me leave.
Look at Obey has disappeared now.
Let me go.
You can't even bring somebody on.
Let me moderate myself because this guy is not ready. Let me moderate myself. I give myself 5 minutes.
I want Jagu to be happy.
Who is not ready?
No. I'm cool with you, man. I ain't got no problem.
I give myself 5 minutes.
I'm just messing with you.
Don't mind them.
Yeah.
So what do you make of it, Obey? What do you make of what we have been talking about from all the wahala going on in America? You are not in America, Abi?
Me?
You are not in the US.
I'm in New York.
Oh, you're in New York.
Paulo
Okay.
classmate. He's a Paulo
Oh,
classmate.
you are one of those liberal states.
Me, Okpebolo classmate. When I go university, Okpebolo, you see the right jam when I go university. You see the right jam when I go university. Just leave that thing. Okay. Left for me in the. Thank you, Fafadas,
I'm
and
actually
the hot
surprised Obey changes his mind about Okpebolo now.
Okpebolo. Change my mind. The guy not be governor on a very good day now. No,
Who is your
manipulation of this
governor?
and
Who
then.
is your governor?
He can't be a
What's the
governor on
name
a
of
very good day.
You say that beef. Eat the beef. It's okay.
Why? You know, say he don't spoil the power line now. He don't discontinue with them. They go use PDPA. They take wrong government hard. They make life every day.
No. It
No
was
nonsense now. We can never grow with such leadership. We can't grow as a country.
No.
We can't grow. Okay,
That's a different discussion. I don't
my
want us to
time. Let me run with it. Anyway, leave Okpebolo side. He just mess up Edo State as it were. Thank God, it's going to be 4 years. It's going to be over anyway. That of Obi, I think
Is it not 8
everybody.
years? Is it 4 years?
It's 4 years now. It's never even reached 1 year. Starting from Obi, left for me, everybody seems to know more than Obi. Everybody seems to be an Obi advisor. Both those that have never bought from, that have never been a councillor, that don't even know what politics is all about. Everybody is advising Obi because everybody knows more than him. That guy has been governor twice. It's not looking like a stupid man before everybody's face. All of them turn advisors of Obi, both TV everywhere. I just watch all of them. That those ones have never campaigned one day. They never know what is called an election, even from school level. They everybody turning advisor of Obi, telling Obi what to do, what Obi is not doing right. I just pity all of them. Let them keep talking. I don't even expect anything more from the situation because the country has been so bastardized that Obi can't even. It takes the grace of God for him to be able to navigate the solution to that country, because who are you going to work with? It's not the same people papa in the police, people mama that are messing up. Same people you're going to work with. How is he going to do it? Only God will know. If we don't correct our institutions, put them in the right position, no leadership at the head can trickle down the dividend of democracy. It's as simple as that. We must get it right, do the first thing first, before we can expect a kind of a change in our behavior that will bring about a good governance and a good country. If we don't correct our institutions, nobody that is a saint up there can trickle democracy down in the dividend. That is how I just look at it from that level. Then for the Kirk guy and the Charlie guy that was killed, as I watched that video, I've now reiterated. Does it mean that there are such shooters in America that are not radicals? Is it possible? Because I look at the distance between where the guy went to stand, where the guy shot from, and where the guy was sitting down. That nobody in the traffic was even the bullet did not meet anybody except the guy he targeted. To me it was revealing that was this guy radicalized secretly that the parent did not know. Because when I now saw later that the mother was posting his gun expertise all over the internet, and he was always proud of him that this guy is going to be a good shooter, and the guy was using different kind of different kind of gun. The guy was using it to do fun and play. The father has a gallery of guns,
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So I was thinking that when the mother was placing this online, did somebody radicalize the guy without the parent knowing? Because the expertise of his target, getting the target, was too much. And he was able to take off from that scene and leave. It's not a novice. A novice can never run like that and be perfect. You understand? This guy must be radical. That is why all these political rhetorics were always saying. You remember when is it not McCain? When somebody was talking about Obama, the way McCain shot that woman down. You remember? When the woman was saying about McCain yes. Said, no, he's a gentleman. Talk about that. We only differ in our opinion or in our stand on issues. That was what McCain said. That was the politics I know of America. But since this guy came in now, this far left, far right, far nonsense that they're talking about, they told the whole thing to become enemies. You remember that time now? If a Democrat or a Republican would correct you actually in his campaign ground and defended Obama there. Will you think that such people will carry gun and go and shoot a rival? It wouldn't, because even the person that is that is the proponent candidate is trying to tell you that no, not like this. This is not the politics I know. That is America I know. But today, the way Trump has taken the thing to the left, extreme left, the other one to the extreme right, he's bringing about this nonsense we're talking about. Now, the mental health thing, you're going to look at mental health too. Was mental health involved? No, it's not mental health. The guy is trained. He trained for what he did. He was well trained.
Yeah, but the thing is, I still struggle. It seems like a bit of a mystery. What was his gripe? Is it that he thinks Charlie Kirk is not right wing enough, or is he, which it doesn't appear to be, is he left leaning? Is he like a Democrat that didn't like?
No.
You mean the shooter?
Yes.
Nobody knows what he was thinking in his head. Nobody knows how he got that kind of gun. Nobody knows. Is that one a one-day plan, bros? Is that a mistaken plan? Is that a play thing or something you go and do an adventure? No. So whether the guy was not agreeing with him, only God knows what the ideology was all about, or he's been radicalized, or whatever happened to him and all that. It's so confusing now. You can't say he was supporting him or he was on the other side, because his parents were purely on the side of Trump. They said he even dressed like Trump during one of the, what do you call it, this, the American juju. What do they call it again? Hey, why remember me now? This is not juju for America. Halloween. Yeah,
I don't do Halloween, man. I didn't say you do that. Now, for other people, you go ask them.
Did you know?
I'm too old for Halloween now.
This same guy dressed like Trump during that last Halloween. So he has those records of his support, both on the family level, and he was a son of a cop. Children of cops don't behave like that now. At least they know what's up.
You want to stop that kind of thinking about how this is a brand new time. This time that we are transitioning through time, bros.
It's just so disheartening that for him to get that shot to the jugular, it's not a novice now.
Maybe he was going for the head. Maybe he didn't.
Obi, sorry. What about if we wake up in 20 years' time? They say no, be the guy do another person. Will you be right?
Say that again.
If you wake up in 20 years, they say no, be the guy do another person.
No, I think. Hold on. It's not impossible.
It's not impossible.
Some other person. What makes you think
it's not impossible?
That one there? Then he didn't. Do you know
exactly? It's not impossible. That shot is too expertise for a novice to get within that tight space. Come on.
But you are the one that's going on here. But you said his mother was showing his skill sets. So he's an expert.
You go fire gun for gun whatever. It's the same thing as a target, like it's the same thing as a sniper.
It's a scope. It's a scope rifle now. Scope rifle is not that complicated.
A sniper is different. A sniper is an expert. A sniper that shot and left the scene without they knowing. It's a plan. He didn't kill himself. He fled the scene and nobody knew. Come on now.
One thing I can say for sure is that if you see young people of the age 20, 22, 23, 24, many of the assassinators we've had in history, from Abraham Lincoln, and they tend to hang around that age. And this guy seriously thought it was a good idea to be going to colleges. Although he's not the president, so maybe he didn't expect that. That age is dangerous. They are dangerous people. They are mature enough to be capable, but not mature enough to have restraint.
Correct.
They are dangerous group of people.
Yeah.
Because
the extremism is too much at this level. That's another fear. The extremism is too much. What you don't want somebody eat you tonight, tomorrow can just kill you tomorrow. That's why each time, even as you drive home, you are trying to look at your surrounding around before you not go and see one stray bullet somewhere, or somebody just get angry about you and want to shoot. So we are careful. It's so it's too much.
Let me try to put this on the table real quick.
Jago, you target too much.
I haven't said anything in an awfully long time, homeboy. I've actually spoken up to bring you in, and you are still opening your mouth like a left wing. I don't understand.
I'm supposed to be speaking now.
Yeah, I know, but I put this question.
Oh my God!
It's a question.
So,
And it goes like this.
Say a lot, and he just got his trouble.
It goes like this. It goes like this, real quick. You know, when I think about all these heinous things that are taking place on the planet Earth, and I think about my own thoughts on everything that is going on in the world, and the fact that really and truly, me as an individual, I don't have too much respect for authority. I don't. I never have. I love my people. I love my parents and the training they've given me, but I don't really respect too much authority because I don't believe anybody knows too much. I believe that we're as ignorant as each other. Now, given this position, I ask myself, you know, what this guy has recently done, I don't think I could do. However, I know I can do anything. What I mean by that is if I want to take the law into my own hands, I will do it. Now, I want to put that on the table, not because I want to be disobedient or enter into a disobedient zone, but I want honesty from us as individuals. Can we see ourselves being so moved, be it annoyance or whatever positioning, that we can do something as heinous as we've just seen? It's sorry to interrupt, but this whole thing.
Yeah, okay, finally got to my turn. These guys,
welcome.
you guys will not let me speak, man.
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, actually, I've been enjoying this program, you know, since morning, since afternoon, actually, from here. I was watching, you know, I was kind of busy in the comment section. I actually sent Jago and
sorry,
I sent $2 each, so you guys can buy a car of your choice and use the other one to take care of yourself. So
that's a good one. Sorry. Let me do this. Please like, share, and subscribe. We have at least 100 people there, and you guys don't like, share, and subscribe. If I go and check now, it's not going to be more than 10. You guys always do it, please.
The disclaimer anyway. All what these people have been saying is strictly their personal opinion and views. So, but however, you see, today I was actually very elated, like especially what with Jago and Sole, their position, it was just up. You know, I was really like
Sole was quite good. I have to give it to him.
No, Sole was hitting it, man. Jago was hitting it, you know. This is how I praise Jago. Tomorrow, if I attack him, I will say I hate him. When he do good, I praise him. So no,
you should have been a comedian, bro.
So the thing is, they were so good. Then one guy was here by who's I don't know what's his name. Say even Bumi was so good. Somebody was asking, we should be discussing the solution. I'm like, motherfucker, look, can you just stick to the issues? Every time you discuss issue here, you are pandering. Look at the solution is known. This is the position of these guys. Take the gun away. You said no. You come here to tell people to discuss. Which solution do you want people to discuss? I was so disappointed. I don't know, man. I was just hitting there on the comment section. I don't want to call people name because they are not here. If they were here, I would hit it to their faces. But however, I really love Jaguar Sole Bumi position. Father, I wanted to give you some money, but you said some stuff today. So I said, nah. I said, no. Then Boom Boom Rain too, you know, it was so up. You see, the madness we are going through this period there is just crazy like you sit down, you are looking at what is going on around the world. You ask yourself, is it a movie or is real? Is it a movie? Sometimes I actually ask myself that question because sometimes it looks like movie to me, in all honesty. When I look at what is going on, it looks like a movie to me. This guy that just died, Father, I need to bring it to a point very quick. I have explained these issues to you. When there is mass shooting in America, I'll tell you, this year alone, we've had over 300 mass shooting in America. Go fact check me. Over 300. The only time you hear is a terrorist if the name appear to be a Muslim from Arab, he is a terrorist. Every other time, no, they are fine, you know.
They were calling it a terrorist act before they found out who did it.
Yeah, before they even find out. When they find out the name does not resemble a Muslim, then they tell you, oh, okay, you know, media will calm down. It's just the same
and
thing.
even if it's a black person too, they will make it terrorist.
Hold
I
on,
highlighted that point too.
It's just the same thing going on around the world. For you go to a Muslim country, you bomb them, kill their parents, kill their children. When they start fighting back, you call them terrorists. Even we that are educated, that know what is going on, we will follow suit. You start defending. Oh, you know, they are violent. They are this. I said, may God not let your patient be tested in such a way that it's just that somebody will come to your house, just kill everybody. It's only you remaining. You think you will fear death? You will not fear death. It's then you will know if you are violent or not. You will not fear death because you will fight with your last blood and say, you know what? What's the essence of the life? That is what these people are going through. Last week, Franklin was here. Franklin said, I quote, if you are supporting anything going on in Gaza, you are a moron, Ibesa. I think that is just the summary. There is having that discussion with anybody at this point, to me, is just foolishness. Anybody that is against that, you can't even have that interaction because they know it's when people deliberately want to just be foolish. Like they know what is going on. Luckily, nobody listens to the traditional media again. Everybody know what is going on now, even the young ones. That is what you see that they are fighting. If you listen, recently, if you watch Netanyahu, he gets frustrated when he's talking. He's frustrated with the world. Oh, in France, they want to recognize Palestine. This one is just frustrated with everything. That is the madness. That's where we are. We are watching 2025 the ethnic cleansing going on. It's something this thing started with Russia and Ukraine. When the war started, I was like, when I used to read like World War I, World War II, 10 million soldiers were killed in USSR. 5 million were killed here. I used to think it's a joke. I'm not kidding. I used to think like, I would tell you, the first time I studied those wars, there's something I wanted to do. I would like, is it they really died or is it a joke? Or they actually saw it, like when Russia wanted to invade Ukraine. In the first 3 months, I was monitoring that war. How many soldiers were killed today? Then I got tired. It was like numb. Like I'm like, 500,000 really died? What about their children? I'm just thinking in my head. I feel like this thing should not affect me. Then I kind of stay away because it's just real madness. Don't forget, people are really dying. It's too much. Like the war just pretend they don't care. You allow the war to go on. Even till now, my fear right now, the stage where we are, I'm suspecting one of these will happen. Either the war in Ukraine and Russia will expand to NATO, or there will be breakout of war in the Middle East. I'm not going to be surprised if one of them break out because it seems they know what they're doing. This is where they push the war to. I think there is a war going on already, in all honesty.
Yes, now.
Look at what BB is doing. If you start attacking sovereign country, bombing them, what do you want them to do? You got to put them, it's just like the way Bobry now, Iran, you kill Iran general in Syria, you kill Iran here, you kill their general, you do, they were still reluctant. You know what? Until you push them to the war, then they started fighting back. I mean, luckily there was ceasefire. That could have been a very big war. You don't know where it's going
And
to
still, there was people, i.e., your buddy over here, that was always gloating. Oh, look at how they took out their generals. Oh, it was so easy. Ha 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 ha. What are Iranians doing? Ha ha ha. And we're telling them, well, they cannot respond because people like you are gonna insist that they should destroy the whole freaking Middle East. And this is what
do
people
you mean,
wanted.
people
Not
like me?
I didn't mention your name. I just said people like me.
What do you mean, people like me?
So,
and I will support destroying the Middle East. What was that? What is that?
This is the hypocrisy we're dealing with. It's
I was following the Palestinian issues all the way back in 1990 something. Were you following it at that time?
I've been following all this.
Let me finish. I don't want people to use my time for
4 years ago. You started
4
following
years
it.
old. I have degrees
you guys should hold on first.
I don't know how. I don't know whether you were born in 1996. So that 4 years old is relative.
I've worked in this field. I've worked for decades in this field. My parents worked in them. I have degrees in them.
So why do you think I'm against the Arab world in any way?
Because you are. It's based on your utterances.
It's objective utterances.
No, it's not. Sometimes, a lot of times, it is very misinformed and uneducated. Just like it took almost a year for me to convince you about Israel's control of the United States and the West. You would kick me out. You would denigrate me on here with your minions. But today, most of you are pretending that was your position.
No,
the videos are.
You are misunderstanding it. Then you are misunderstanding my position. Then I said even if Israel was controlling them, the true masters are still the Europeans. Like they are trying to exert now. They are going to assert themselves and take control. That's what they are doing now. So we are going to see.
You mean white people?
Yes, the Europeans
aren't the Israelis white? Aren't they European?
Because of their.
Don't be confused with their rhetoric. Don't be confused with their rhetoric that they're pushing out there like stupid bastards. When they had Whoopi Goldberg bringing back her words when she said that there's a difference between black and Jews. That Jews, as we have it today, because they're not the real Jews, are European. They're suspended them from the show.
They are also Palestinians. See, if you look at the Jews in Israel today,
what do you mean by they're also Palestinians?
So let me try to explain what I mean. If you look at the Jews in Israel today, just like some of them look like Europeans, even Nordic Europeans sometimes, but you see some of them that look like Palestinians, like seriously like Palestinians. You're not going to be able to tell the difference between them if they switch their clothes.
Papa, have you ever taken the time, even with all these months of back and forth arguments, have you ever, in all honesty, and I know the answer to that, it's a resounding no. You need to go find out not only the ethnic composition of these people, but you need to go read about their history. This is why I said a lot of what you say, it's not only.
I don't know why you assume I don't know anything about that history. He just assumes I don't know anything about it. Why do you assume I don't know much about it?
If you are insisting, if Jagun is telling you right now that these people are Europeans, and you're saying no, you're going back to what you've always said the last 10, 11 months.
I didn't say no. I said some of them. You can see the resemblance between them and their fellow Middle Eastern people.
Give a percentage.
I would say 30% of Israelis look like
European.
Palestinians. No, they look like Palestinians.
30.
Yes. If you look at Ehud Olmert, what's his name? Ehud Barak or something. Ehud Barak. If you look at Ehud Barak, he doesn't look like your typical European. He looks more like an Arab.
Dude, because they're Eastern European.
Either way, my point is that their appearance is not that far removed from people in the Palestinian territories.
But no, it's not just looks, okay? It's, for example, more than likely, if you see a sub-Saharan, and I hate that term, but if you see a sub-Saharan African and you see a Black American, not from the Deep South, you can actually tell the difference. You can look, they look alike, yes, but you can kind of see that, you know, there's some admixture that has gone on here. So you can say you have some European in you, right? But so if you see a Khazarian, just because he's olive skinned, how can you then say, oh, well, he looks just like a native Palestinian?
The reason why I'm saying that is because if you look at the overall population of Europe, that is not their typical appearance. So it means even when they were in Europe, they look slightly different from other Europeans.
What about the Eastern European?
Or the Southern European?
No, Eastern Europeans don't always have like Arab looks. Come on.
What Southern? What about Southern?
What about Southern ones? Yes.
No, the Southern Europeans, yeah, the Mediterraneans and the people of the Levant, they tend to look alike, including the Palestinians. They tend to look alike. That's the truth. And that is the same look I'm saying, that even those Jews that we claim that are Europeans, they still have that appearance. The English people don't have it. So they are, even when they were in Europe, they still look slightly different. That's my point.
The English people have it, but they are still British Jews. You see, what
came from Eastern Europe.
What Speaks says about the history, I think is very, very important. And you also must have an understanding of the difference between the books, which is the Torah and the Talmud. These are scriptures that they follow differently. And when you see those who are following the Talmud, you understand what's going on. You have a real understanding. So I think it is important, especially for us as Black people, because we're going through revelation where things are being revealed to us all as human beings. But I don't think we're paying any real attention to these things. You know, the way I look at the world I look at the scriptures and I look at the world and I see I don't see everything, don't get me wrong, I'm not boastful that I'm some kind of guru, but I see where there are similarities and where there are stark differences. And it tells me to hold on and wait. And then I look. And then that time comes. The time comes. And when the time comes, it tells me that my mind is still fresh and I'm on the right line. I don't go out there guessing with everybody. I don't do that, man. You know, if I don't know, I don't know. And that's it.
I have to say, you do look like a natural guru, but it's all right.
Okay.
You look like a natural guru. You know, you could have come up from the Old Testament without your beard.
Just because a man has a beard. It's very strange.
No, I'm just saying because the way you appear, it's a kind of compliment if you ask me. If I had that, I'll be here doing I know it all and all that stuff. So, AY, you've not really touched on the Charlie Kirk area. I don't know. You wanted to touch on
No, God, the top said we should not talk about it. So I don't want to get into trouble. They are even threatening people. So a country of free speech, they are threatening people. I beg you. I have this coming up. My hearts are up. Allegedly, all I said. Give to Jide, take over.
Yeah. Do you see how quickly they wanted to capitalize on it to stifle? Wow, they were making it Democrat, Republican very, very quickly. It's thank God. Somebody just died and they went to politicize it immediately. Okay, Jide, welcome. So what do you make of the events of the week and any outliers that we have not covered regarding this topic?
Yeah, I would like to focus on the Israel-Qatar situation. I don't know if
That's
anyone
interesting.
followed
Yeah, we've
what
not talked
happened.
about it now.
Yeah,
We've
like,
not talked about it.
so I think Israel was trying to target Hamas leaders and the people that were negotiating, for
You
a
can't make it up.
ceasefire. So
Finish off the negotiators.
just like the way they executed Nasrallah and some other leaders, and even the prime minister of the Houthis, like they were trying to target these Hamas leaders in a sovereign country, in a different, that you would think they are their allies, right? They are their allies, but they still went after them and they bombed some buildings, some areas. And when they bombed those areas, they still did not meet their targets. And Qatar, because they don't have a spine and they are allies to the US, which is their Oga, they don't have a spine. So they just made official condemnation.
What do you want them to do now? They have 200,000 in population. Yeah. What do you want them? Qatar, I can feel sorry for Qatar, but the ones I don't feel sorry about is that the other bigger ones that don't say too much. They will just condemn and condemn and condemn. But Qatar is a tiny country.
Yeah,
what are they going to do?
But that's the point I keep making. If you listen to me, like they don't have any sovereignty at all.
Yeah.
They don't have any
Do
sovereignty.
you think America definitely knew about it ahead of time before they?
Yes. So before Israel carries out any dirty job, America has to validate it. Yes, that's why even if you remember what happened with Iran, the people they executed, the military officers that they executed before the war, America already knew. That's why Donald Trump was saying that I already knew this. He was saying things like, but we gave them 60 days to reach an agreement. They didn't reach an agreement, but it was pretending like they were innocent. But at the same time, he said they already knew. They already knew about the attack.
You know what makes it more convincing? Because America has a massive military base in Qatar, and they clearly have Patriot missiles and all kinds of missiles to defend them because they did that with Iran. So they are monitoring the airspace all the time. So how can Israel fly about at least 10 aircrafts into that airspace without America knowing even well beforehand? Because they said they did refueling too. So it's like, no, this is why the Qataris will not buy it. That, we were rushing to tell you, and we just didn't tell you on time, and before we knew it, they were bombing. No, they will not buy that because they will know.
It has to be said again. I'm sorry, my brother Jide. It has to be said, given the points that you're raising, that there is a map that we need to look at. It will give you the strategic plan of the West, especially Israel. It's called Greater Israel. And when you see that size of that map, they say it was going to return. You can see what the agenda is, because and you can see how the Americans again make contracts that they don't honor. Because right now the Qataris have been dishonored by America. They've been dishonored, and that will go on with anybody.
Yeah. So that's the strategic mistake that the US is making. They make deals nowadays and they're breaking it because time is running out. They need to fulfill their agenda. They need to carry out their plans to dominate different regions of the world. If you look at the situation with Russia, I'm digressing a little bit now. If you look at the conflict between Ukraine and Russia, you see there were a series of agreements that were made by the West, but at the same time, they violated those agreements. The same thing with the JCPOA with Iran that was agreed by the Democrats, right? Iran stood with that agreement, but guess what? That agreement was violated by Donald Trump. So a lot of countries are now aware that you are dealing with a country that is not willing to abide by rules, by agreements anymore, by treaties anymore. They do as they wish to fulfill their agenda, which is very dangerous. That's why a lot of countries do not trust them anymore. Even India of all countries, they are not spitting fire and saying, we don't trust the US anymore. They are now moving closer to China now. India of all countries. So it's glaring, and they know that their empire is declining. Yes, they still have a huge dominance all over the world. The media space, technology, economy, the West still have done, the West still has a huge influence all over the world, right? So how are they reacting? They are reacting through violence and regime change operations. That's why you see the regime change they're trying to create in Nepal. It is going on. In Serbia, their regime change operation is going on. In Indonesia, the regime change operation is going on.
Another thing seems to be speared by this internet. You know, we have to watch out for this.
Yes, I don't Gen Zs. I don't know, man. It's quite.
Their brain has been fried by the internet.
Those kids, God, those.
Once they go online, that's it. That's all they do.
I'm really concerned, man. Those kids.
When I go on TikTok, what I see there is disturbing. I'm beginning to connect the dots now, because what I realized what happened in Nepal, how the internet issue triggered the whole process. And now I even hear that the election was carried out online too.
Disturbing in what way?
Discord, disturbing in the sense that when what triggered this was that the government suspended this internet service for Facebook, YouTube, and a few other social media. Then it triggered this whole process. That's what triggered it.
So, but no. You said what you see on TikTok is.
Oh yeah, what I see on TikTok, yes. What I see on TikTok, it reminds me because the reason why I'm saying I'm connecting the dots. I remember just barely a month ago, Nigerian senators or House of government officials said the internet is a cancer. The governor of Utah, internet is a cancer. I hear about Nepal, and I go online. Last week, one of the topics I came here to discuss about, people were saying, "Oh, I'm the ones." I'm saying what I'm hearing on TikTok is really divisive, and this one is about Nigeria.
What?
Like the Southwest people talking about the Southeastern people in such a horrible way.
So
like,
if the internet was regulated today in favor of the government, meaning they will stifle free speech. If this is your wish,
no, that's not what I'm wishing. No, my own assertion is that. Sorry, let me finish what I'm saying. My own assertion is that it appears that our force is funding these people. This is not just free speech. This is something else. They don't let you talk.
The thing is, my brother, the thing is,
they don't let you talk. This is not free speech. There's something else going on.
The thing is, you have the internet. You have a space where people can communicate and do all kinds of things, to do business, do all kinds of things. This space is unregulated, let's say, even though we know that there are some levels of
very regulated
and regulation, but it's unregulated to the max. And from that, people like me, I remember the times before there was internet, and I remember that we had to go looking for all kinds of information to get ourselves minded. Now, after reading the Bible when I was about 13, 14, I read the whole Bible back to front, and for the first time, it shocked me, especially when it came to Revelations. It shocked me into a kind of daze. From that point, I began searching. In my search, it was videotape largely that I used to get, and books largely. So when the internet came now, and all this information was flying up and down, I was already ready for it, which was to say that I can see where people were talking shit on the internet, and I can see where people were trying to communicate that we're at war, and what you see is better that you're blind, because what you see is lying to you, basically. So when you are already warned like that, and then the internet is where it is today, and you have this massive expanse across the world where communication is happening, it is then easy, or not easy, it's strategic for those who are losing power, because that's what the internet has done to many organizations up to the level of government. So now they can just start injecting any level of information that they wish to set traps, to test, and to see what's happening. the whole of COVID, what took place
I
on
was
that
about to say COVID.
was a big test for every human. And I was watching human beings falling into the trap. For me, as I kept telling you, by the time COVID came, because I was already alerted at the age of 14 that this is going to take place. From that age, I've been waiting for it. So when it came, even those who studied with me, they some of them were afraid. What's going on
People
with
are
me?
not well read.
So
Yeah, they weren't real.
They
So
weren't well
Jide,
read. Well read.
yeah, let me just,
Yeah, so as I was
what do you
saying,
make of it? Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, so as I was saying, like these colored revolutions, where they're using youth, young people in different universities as pawns to destabilize. I'm not saying that governments are perfect. They may not be perfect, but these movements, this protest, this mobilization, it is not organic. It is backed by foreign agencies. It is backed by some liberal agencies that used to be connected to USAID, but it's no longer USAID now. It is still under the umbrella of National Endowment for Democracy.
Jide,
They are everywhere.
based on what evidence are you telling us these things?
Please.
I mean, it's a simple question. You don't have to get exasperated.
You can go online and do your research. I'm not going to come in to provide.
You can't come on
I cannot.
here. How?
You cannot interrupt me. Can I talk?
No, I know you don't. You always get mad when I speak.
I don't want to talk. I don't want
You
to
don't have to talk to me, but you can't come on here.
No, I don't want to talk to you. Can I speak? I don't want to talk to you. No, you're not conspiracy theorists.
Sorry,
Jide,
just let's calm down a bit. Because Jide, let's leave it. He just asked you one question.
It's a simple question.
No, leave it. I know you do have evidence,
You don't
and
have to talk to me, but you have to prove whatever.
Jide, just take it easy now. Jide, you are
He gets mad because I asked him a question he knows he doesn't have an answer to. But you'll answer.
Let me say this. From what I know from reports that I've seen online and people that have testified to it, like somebody like David Houdin would say that they tried to bribe him, and he knows people that have been bribed to write things online to malign certain entities, like even Dangote was once a target too. So these things, and you can, they talk about Russian bots. We know all these things now. They do them. These are not, it's not a secret.
But whenever you bring up someone like David Houdin, right? I don't know if sometimes I think people just hear, they don't listen. Ovi was here earlier today telling us why we should not listen to people like David Houdin, because Ovi, So in all his eccentric irrationalities, he still spoke some sense. And it was obvious, maybe you didn't listen or maybe you just didn't hear. He said, let's not listen to people like David Houdin because they are also sponsored. They are beneficiaries of USAID through another organization he mentioned. He said this, but I think Nigerians are usually easily enamored and usually impressed when people like my friend Jide on here come and instead of sticking to the topic, they give conspiracy theories or they talk big English, like forefathers just.
Honestly,
Okay, I think what you are saying, no, it doesn't add up. See, what Ovie said is not what Ovie said. What Ovie said has nothing to do with this thing. Even if see, hold on. If you are saying David Houdin is being sponsored to say something negative about the US, I would listen. Whether if he has any merit, because when somebody says, "Oh, it is raining," your job is to make sure to check whether it is raining. If somebody says they are doing something to target Dangote, you check Nigeria. If you see Dangote flourishing, you say, "Oh, that's nonsense. Clearly, it's wrong." But when you see there is evidence to what he's saying, you have to be. Somebody just listens to somebody else.
Well, no,
that
that's why I said
targeted.
a lot of y'all are easily.
There is evidence Dangote was targeted. He said it himself.
Stop switching. When I say something, you see, now we're having a good conversation. Let's not do the little games of switching whatever something and misconstruing what they say.
Evidence?
All right. So exactly. So when he said that, I don't know who he's targeting. What Ovi alluded to was the simple fact that let's not trust all these people because according to Ovi, he is also being sponsored. I only bring that up because you have a tendency of bringing him up as a useful source, as a credible source. So the same thing I did with
I don't look at it like that.
so the same thing I did. Well, you mentioned them. So the same thing I
I'm
did.
quite fluid. You don't
You
understand how I
reference it.
analyze
One second.
information.
One second. So the same thing I did with G-Day is, if you are going to state a position as fact, it'll be fair, and it is imperative upon you to provide credible, verifiable evidence. You can't just come to us and say, this is happening in Indonesia, and this is happening in Serbia, and this is happening here, and it is because of
Yeah. You've said this.
And liberal left organizations. That is a big.
Never mentioned liberal. So why I don't want to talk to this guy. I never said liberal.
And you like to fill the space with a lot of words. Hold on.
Organizations. I didn't say liberal.
Gide, just sorry, just hold on.
Did you say liberal or not?
No, he didn't. He just said he didn't say liberal left.
Wait. Hold up. In case you don't understand.
No, you just finished talking. You see, one of the things you do. Sorry. One of the things you do is that you fill the airspace. You're not letting some other person talk. Now, hold on. You made other assertions that I've not even responded to.
He said he didn't say liberal.
Yes, you have. Let me finish talking. Let me finish what I'm saying. See, let me finish what I'm saying.
I didn't tell liberal
and left is the same.
Calm down. See, the case of Hussein, the way I listen to him is the way I listen to everybody. It is fluid. It's not fixed. Based on what you say, I will check what you said, compare it to information that I got prior your statement, check with what is happening on the ground, and then wait it. You are not you shouldn't be stupid. Just because you trust somebody doesn't mean you just use your whatever they tell you. So if they said something, I don't care whether it's being funded. My point is, I don't care whether it's being funded. It's what he's saying. Is it true or not? Everybody gets funded. I don't understand why just because you get funded, that's the issue.
I read it this week. I found it out. I checked the websites. Yes, they are funded. It's right there.
Did he say?
Why check any websites? I don't want to be arguing with this guy.
Hold on. I know you and forefathers like to tag him, right? But this is not a threesome. So, did you say liberal or not?
I said liberal, and I was good. I didn't say liberal.
Good.
They are liberal organizations. Yes.
Liberal is not always left. Libertarian. Haven't you heard of libertarians?
Republicans, they propagate neoliberal policies. Are they liberals?
Right.
Okay, so liberal is different from libertarians.
Yes.
Liberals are different from libertarians.
From liberals. A liberal is on the left side of the political divide.
Liberal is a loser. Listen, let me talk.
Shut up.
Shut up.
Papa,
it's my turn. Papa, it's my turn. Please block this. Unmute this guy. I don't want to talk to him.
When you're on the right, you are conservative.
I don't want to talk to him. I don't want to talk to him.
Don't come on here and try to bamboozle us.
You are the one bamboozling us. Shut the fuck up.
Come on, let's not sweat. Let him finish what he's saying. You know he doesn't want to answer a question. So Jide, please go ahead.
I don't want to talk to this idiot.
He just comes on here and just talk nonsense all the time. Like, come on, man. What the fuck? Prove your shit.
Go ahead.
Yes, I was saying. So a lot of these the NED, they still fund a lot of these non-governmental organizations that still funnel protests across countries that they do not like the regimes. They still do it, but it's no longer under the channel of the USAID that we used to have under the Democrats. Now they've reformed it, but it's still in effect. That's what I'm saying. It's still in effect. If you go to NED websites, if you do your research, I can send the link to NED websites. You can go and read about them. They have a lot of these portfolios they use to channel funds in all these countries to lead to a mass mobilization and revolution and regime change operations. They are still doing it right now. And I'm telling you that those are still in effect in those countries. Go and do your research. I'm not going to come here.
I know what you're saying, but try to because your points are quite important to be made. So focus on the. Hold on, hear me out. Hold on now. Why don't you have to interrupt? Let me just speak to Jide now. Let me just speak to Jide. Let me just speak to Jide. Let me just speak to him now. I'm going to let you say. I need to address Jide for a bit. See, Jide, the point you have come to make, especially when it is related to geopolitics, you have to respect it enough not to get too crossed by somebody interrupting you.
Because he thinks he knows it all and he doesn't know nothing.
Leave it
I've
now.
been doing this for over 20
Can you let me
years,
just convey a message to him? What are you doing? So what your message you are trying to share with people, there are people listening to you. You have to think about them. Don't worry too much about this. I speak the truth when he asks a question. If you don't want to answer, you can just leave it and just carry on as normal. Okay, please go ahead.
Just because he should go ahead.
If he talks and he interrupts, I'm not going to talk. I'll just keep quiet. He'll keep talking
until he finishes. Then you carry on. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not going to respond to him. Okay, good. So as I was saying, what they are currently doing is some countries, they are targeting some countries. They did it with Bangladesh some months ago, where, like I said, they push young people in universities. They use all these websites where they push young people through their push for democracy, through their push for regime change, using National Endowment for Democracy. Now, what National Endowment for Democracy, what they do is they fund different portfolios. Now, I cannot mention those portfolios like these are the, there are many, there are so many of them. Those portfolios are the ones that channel and push a lot of these political movements. That's what I am telling you people now. I don't know the names, so I cannot give the right, I don't want to give the wrong names. But they still push regime change operations to governments that are aligning with China. Go and do your research. Nepal, I don't know if you're the president or prime minister of Nepal. He went to China last week. Serbian president, so he went to China, was not 2 weeks ago or so. Indonesian president, during their 80th anniversary, they went to China. They are moving closer to China. Bangladesh. Before the regime change in Bangladesh, China was building some infrastructure in Bangladesh. They don't want that because they want to contain China. So they are targeting Central Asia now. Central Asia, that Indian sub-region.
So, Jide, do you see the importance of the information you are sharing?
Please.
You have, Jide, you have to respect the information that you're sharing enough to not make it about your anger or whatever you have against some other person, because it's important information. So it's something that is worth checking to see, okay, if somebody goes to China, there's a danger that they might be removed. So you watch out for Tinubu going to China and see what happens next. So this is important. We get it right and get the information right. We may never get another chance to learn the same information again. We have to learn other things later on.
I know you're trying your best to stifle my voice. All right, that's fine. A man that does not know the difference between the left and the right and gets angry just because I pointed it out to him. This is a man that's not willing to learn. You come on here, spew all this gibberish about.
But
let me finish.
I didn't support him for that.
Did not interrupt him. Let me finish. Both of you have a tendency of trying to tag to me with your misinformation.
You got 1 minute. You got 1 minute.
Good. Yes, I have 10 seconds. So you have a tendency of trying to tag to him, but this is a place where people come to learn. You want to pretend to us that this man coming on here with his conspiracy theories that does not even know that the left means people that hold liberal views or the right means people that hold conservative views is who we should be listening to. Set a bunch of shit that has nothing to do with the topic at all. And you're coming on here saying, well, isn't liberalism libertarian? You guys don't even know what the hell you're talking about. You guys don't know. You just come on here, talk. Go study. Instead of coming on here pretending like you know more than you do, and then when people try to explain to you, you get upset. I asked him a simple question. It was a simple question. He doesn't have an answer to it. He starts stoning feet. Left is not liberal. Well, what is left? Right is not conservative. What is it? Your freaking forehead? Man, you guys are fucking.
Okay. First of First of all, I didn't support. I didn't. No, let me finish what I'm saying. I didn't support your attitude towards it.
I never said liberal is not left. I never said anything
Exactly,
like that.
and neither did I
And
support
he
you getting
just
upset
took
with
things out
him.
of
I don't know why you are
context
making a
and
point
lied against
that
him.
is irrelevant. I didn't support him
I'm
getting upset
so
with
He
you.
didn't say liberal is not left. Why were we arguing then?
Oh goodness. You made an assertion like I gang up against you. I didn't support him in that way
I'm
towards
asking
you.
what I said. I asked him. I asked him. Everybody was on here. He said, "I said you said liberal left." He
Do
said,
not
"No,
make
I
it
didn't
about
say."
your
Then I said,
liberal
"No,
left.
you didn't say
I said
it."
liberal organizations. It does not actually mean leftist.
Then I said,
yeah, you are right. Left is liberal, but it doesn't.
Oh, now it's liberal. Man, get the
Oh,
fuck
man,
out of
this
here.
guy.
You guys are crazy.
Okay, can I talk now? Okay, I can talk now. Okay.
Guys, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Thank you very much.
Thank you for indulging us this today, Jagon. I really appreciate you coming down.
Indeed.
And so yeah, I really appreciate you. So you're always welcome here.
Thank you.
And yeah,
I'll be with you more likely tomorrow again.
Nice one.
Stay well. Stay well. Thank you, guys.
You too. You too. You look well too. You look well. It
For
looks
sure.
like. Take care.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Oh, he's gone already. Okay.
No, he's. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead with your. You finish your submission, or do you want?
Let me finish. Because of the interruption, it's not allowing me to clear my thoughts. So what's going on is they are trying to cause regime change operations in order to contain China and Russia. They keep doing this over and over, and if it fails, what they resort to is further sanctions. Right? Venezuela. Look at what's going on in Venezuela right now. Now they are considering invading Venezuela. In fact, they are about to invade Venezuela, right? But they've tried regime change operations so many times, it has failed because the people stood with Maduro, right? So what they do is they create a narrative against such regimes, like Indonesia and Kuwait. They say they are corrupt. I'm not saying they are good. I'm not saying the government in Nepal is good. But what I'm telling you is they use justification to oust those governments. It's not actually because they are corrupt or they are good or they are dictator. It's because they are not serving their security interests, their economic interests. So they do everything to sabotage. And they've started already. And they'll get more aggressive.
And just to check the fact, I went back to the video. The statement you actually made, Jide, you said it was backed by some liberal agencies. That now it's no longer under USAID, but these agencies are still doing something. So he did use the term liberal. So that is a fact. So if and you can understand that because most people associate this USAID to Democrats, isn't it? That's what I would think. Go ahead.
Yes, you're right. So when I mean liberal, I'm talking about I'm not talking about left or right. These portfolios and organizations, they are under the emblem of Western governments. I'm not talking about that. Oh, this portfolio is from the left. This one is from the right. These are portfolios of Western governments, of the US government. I'm trying to make it clear now. I'm not saying these portfolios, these agencies, they are for Democrats. These ones are for Republicans. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, they are under what Donald Trump and co have done is because they now know that they need to reform the structure of all these agencies. So they restructured it and put it under the emblem of the federal government. You know what I mean? So that's why now it is not as clear as it used to be anymore. So you can't really, if you go online, you may not see as much.
No, I gather that they have actually released the funds again. That the funds are somehow out there again. The funds for USAID is still out there. So it's not like they've shut it down completely because the courts were also fighting the Trump administration. So the system is not been, even if let's say they wanted to take the system down, it takes a while. It's not going to come down overnight. It's still there. Technically,
yes.
Those things are still in place. So let's not be under any illusion that regimes are not going to be brought down or brought low over non-supporting Western in this interest. And
But what is disturbing me is
it's not hard to believe. If US was not doing it, I would say they are not doing their job.
yes. What is even disturbing me is all these so-called, let me call them so-called, those young people in the universities that have all these impressionable minds, they are easily manipulated by all these agencies. They are easily, you know, these liberal values, you know, that was what I mentioned, liberal, you know, the liberal values and, you know, all these things from the West, they imbibe them. I have a friend from Iran, right? You know, I have a friend from Iran and he's Nigerian, and he told me that actually that's like 4 years ago now, before the revolution we're trying to instigate in Iran, that he actually went to a school, right? He went to a school, they speak English in Iran. And that school, the students that were there, like basically, they were very imbibed in Western ideology, Western education and everything, you get. And some of these students, like they were also imbibed with some of these, they work with some of these like agencies, like I said, I don't know their names specifically, but they work with them, they criticize the Iranian government, they hate the Iranian government, they hate the Islamic regime, right? And these are the kind of people they use as pawns, you understand, to cause chaos. They use them from student unions. You understand? So,
and I also agree with your point, and I don't know why you were actually quite defensive, because you are in a way quite right when you said liberal. Because if I take Nigeria for example, when you see the influence of Western people, it's often not through conservative policies. It's often using liberal policies, family planning, LGBTQ rights, all those things. They are all tied to liberal policies. Feminism, all those things. So it makes sense.
Yes. You know, so
it does make sense.
You know, and in Nigeria, to make matters worse, they're even beginning to control our media. And in Nigeria, man, Nigeria is one of the most glaring examples. You know that, honestly, like, this is alleged. I don't want to make anything that you know me. I don't like saying things that I don't know. But I know that in those universities, there are all these Christian organizations. There is this alleged. I may be wrong, but there is a possibility. I may be wrong. I'm not saying I'm correct. That there are some all these evangelical organizations, even from the US, may be influencing. I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
There's a possibility. And they are connected to all these agents. They may be connected to all these agencies.
Yeah.
But
of
this
course.
is alleged. I don't want
No.
to
They definitely are. They definitely are. Even in the US, the way they behave, or some of these evangelicals that support the Zionist movement, you can see that they are also very dodgy. This world is always about power. I don't know why people are under the illusion that it's a religion. It's not a religion. It's the power seekers underneath. That's what controls the direction most of these organizations and religions take. If you understand that that is the case, religion is not going to confuse you anymore. You're going to see that it's a form of a power structure, and they use it to acquire power.
Yes.
And this is why I keep saying people should not be believing in other people's religion.
I'll give another example. Look at Syria. They use it in Syria. They use that. They use it. Look at Syria. They use the same game in Syria. All the things that happened under Bashar al-Assad. It's all these agencies they used. With all these liberal Muslims. They call themselves Muslims, so they call themselves Muslims. They hate that man. And that man, under his government, they fought for the Palestinians. They fought for the Palestinians, Bashar al-Assad government.
Yeah, they did. And
those
then
agencies,
this is
they
their
played
reward
a
for
role
it.
in cahoots with those Al-Qaeda terrorists that led to this destabilization of Syria today. Someone is coming here to insult me.
Yeah, it's okay. I think, but sometimes we have to also remember, because he wasn't wrong about this. I'm just saying that to you because, like I said, you have to respect the topics you're talking about and try to be more precise. Because you use the term liberal, and there's no reason why you shouldn't have been able to defend it, because technically most of the time they show up in Africa and in many of these countries, it's through liberal policies. Sometimes you see the Zionist ones, or not Zionist, evangelical ones, where they come in and they will say that they are massacring Christians in Nigeria, and they use that as a way of trying to cause division or pretending as if they are trying to defend the Christians in Nigeria. So you see that too. But majority of their movements is based on liberal policies, which is a valid point that you're making. And you are busy. I don't know what it's okay. Point is made. Just respect your knowledge, because the knowledge you are bringing is actually quite important. John Abba, thank you for joining us. I still hold that bad belly for you. That statement you made about Nigerian hospitals, but it's all right. We all have our weaknesses. So, so what is going on with America these days now? Or which one you want to talk about Nigeria? What is, because it's a bit of an open conversation now.
Yeah, thank you once again. Who told you is it's our country. You don't have to have bad belly from me from my own view.
I know, I know, I know.
It is what it is. Jide, you are highly respected, including my guy.
Thank you, John Abba, man. Thank you,
Yeah,
guys.
please. I know sometimes our blood get hot, but you have fans that watch you and they want you to be here. Likewise, to I speak the truth. When you are making it take a lot, but it's doable. You can work on that fine line without insult and all that. You brought so much to the table, so you want to make sure you don't make whether you want to hear I speak the truth or not, so that your viewer can listen to you and then understand where you are coming from. And I believe I speak the truth also have his own view, which is all respected. So we should just not take it so much, invest so much our emotion into it like that. This is just like Peter Obi campaign. It's not going anywhere.
Look at that. Look at that. You had to just take a side swipe. Take a side swipe at Peter Obi. I speak the truth. I don't know. I don't know. Is it not an overstatement to say I speak the truth's views are
Peter,
respected? Respected.
yeah, both of them.
His views cannot
Both I
possibly be
like both of them.
respected.
The issue is
Uh,
that the issue is that I like these both guys, and then for me seeing them like this, it breaks my heart personally because I like them. I like I speak the truth view. I like Jide's. They all come from different views. It's exciting for them to have their argument without going off so much on each other. That's what I mean. It's the viewer will like it. I come here for a reason. I don't want to be like any other person, and I choose to be myself. I told you if a KJ is watching now, it's dangerous. It's dangerous. I don't hear. I understand what I'm saying, and I know I believe he understands that I mean it, and I elaborate on it. So we all can say that without. And I told him I still love him, and I believe I know that. Just likewise, AY and yourself, we are the guy, we are the group that want to be where everybody are. So, the Nigerians or American, we have more problem. Forefathers, your fundamental belief is that Africans should work for African. Africans should unite. Africans should stand for themselves. Africans should be who they are, whether in religion or in politics. They should grow in their own space. And that is the way, and that's what I believe as well. We have different ways to get there, but our vision is very clear. We all man to themselves, and if we are taking these people for granted, we will be gone. They are not playing. Talk all we want to talk about American, talk about any other country. Uh, well, let's look beyond even our lifetime so we don't make mistake of our forefathers. So we look beyond that, okay, if I'm long gone, where my children will be, where my grandchildren will be, are they going to come up with a policy and say they return to this place and every of their labor for 30, 40, 50, 60 years? Man's land will just be gone in a minute. It's possible. It's possible with these people. And what are you going into? There's some people scares you. Don't invest in Africa. Don't do this. Don't do that. Where you are,
so-called believers that believe in a time come where man return to their own. So where are you returning to? Returning to another man's land, being a citizen in another man's land? Is that the way out? Or we're going to follow the promise that says that move, go back to your kindred, where you start from, and go with the spoil, go with the resources, or you're going to stay until they overtake everything. And then we come here and we argue with each other, whether on based on our bias. I mean, everyone have their own bias, but central focus of our identity as a black people be taken away, whether because of your religious view or because of your any other view that you have. Let's look at the bigger picture of how we, the Africans, speak to our youth. Like now we are talking now, there are people in Nigeria now, they want to speak more American than you in America. And that is another thing. They are now eating them up, making them through this year, which is a cancer in the spine, reaching out to our youth that they think, oh, you don't have to work for anything. And people want a high phone instead of buying a land. So if one of my cousin asked me for phone, I purposely give him the money. I don't want to buy the phone. I just say, this is the money. He did not go to buy the phone. Because he didn't work for he saved all that money and then he went and buy a lesser phone. But he want me to go and buy the same phone and give it to him. But when I give him the opportunity and say, oh, this is the money, he say, you know how much is this phone you're asking for? He say, yes. That's okay. This is the amount that will buy it. Go buy it. He didn't buy it. He bought another lesser one. So the notion that they eat our people, they want to be a content creator, all of those things is like you are taking the laughing gas. You're going to laugh out, make your money, whether because of viewers and subscribers, or end of the day, you are still living in a society where there is no road. You are still living in a society where a hospital is a mortuary and flying is a life support. It's still the same society we are living in. Why can't we work and empower our youth in the way that they have to learn skills, learn something that they are incompetent in that? If you the leaders are also as incompetent as they are. The world are negotiating table. How do you reach out? Let our people have this. If you call from America now, some of those company customer services, it's India that will pick up and they will answer you from there. Yeah,
Yeah.
our African countries, they will do nothing to empower the police to be on the road arresting somebody, say they are Yahoo and no Yahoo, where there's no victim, no all nothing. So our country, our continent, we need to focus on educating them and not those moron in the office telling them that that is not the way. Don't because of your 10 naira, $10 are putting in the pocket and enslave the next generation. Let's come back home and make the people more useful to themselves and use our resources to our own self, stealing our money, stealing our resources, and take it abroad. And end of the day, we are still a slave to the people. We give them the most precious thing from our land because we don't have future in our head.
I think part of if you look at the trends, I feel like something is boiling everywhere. Like
Papa
if you look
does.
at if you look at our relationship with Ghana, South Africa is hitting us. America, it's like everywhere is just hot. And then
Papa
you
does.
look
I
at
want to say something.
Southwest that is normally calm in Nigeria, they are now going. This is on TikTok. They are going after the Southeast in such a way that I've never heard before. So there's
Papa
something
does. Papa
weird
does.
going
I
on.
have to
These
say
people are being
something.
sponsored. Yeah, go ahead.
Excuse me. I was going to say something. Yeah, for those that are saying that I'm a conspiracy theorist, that don't read, they don't think, they don't do research, they don't read books, they come and say rubbish. They should go to National Endowment for Democracy websites and go and read. They should just go and read. Look at
They
anything
are
that is said
doubling down again. You are
no,
doubling
some people at the
down
comment section are saying
after what
no,
Jonaba
no, no, no,
just
no,
said.
no, 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 no. You know, I understand. Like, thank you for fathers. Thank you so much for encouraging. Like, the comment section, go and look at what they are saying.
Don't mind them.
Theories. What
Have
do
you
mean
heard
by
of
conspiracy
all the things
theories?
that they call me? They call me all kinds of stuff out there. And are you one of them? This one that you are laughing. They call me all kinds of stuff. Why are you worried about this in the chat? They do all kinds of things. So, but my observation is that I feel like the thing is getting worse because Ghana that used to be a little bit nice, suddenly they are blowing out of proportion this Ndigbo thing, and like it's crazy. Then you look at South Africa, the same thing. You go online and now people from the southwest are joining Ghanaians to attack the southeasterners. Like I've never seen it this bad before, like online. I mean, but I know it's not real on the ground.
You have said it all, that this is attempt to divide us and continue to control us, to take us the eyes off the main thing, that we can be in Ghana and be successful. Ghanaian can be in Nigeria and be successful. You can be in South Africa and you can be yourself, and you do not have to be the enemy. Are you? The thing is that they use this set us up. Are you a medical doctor in South Africa, and you don't have a job as a South African? Are you what professor do you practice in South Africa that Nigerians come to take? They come with a pure majority, come with a pure mindset of business, and they do their business successful just like any other. So forefathers, let us not deviate from the fact that it's all organized to make sure that African is unsettled, and they are using it, and there are people that are sponsored to push this theory out there. And that is why it's important that when we come here, we united to tell our people we are one people, do not. And anyone that is caught, whether there is a thorough investigation between the African units to investigate that these people that are propagating are actually working for foreign agency in order to destabilize Africa, should be penalized to the fullness of the law, because that is where we will target. But for you to say that we will be blind to think that this is just the normal way, that oh, it's because this person don't like this person, then we are just being naive. Then we don't know that there is underground game to keep us where we are, and they'll use anything as far as it's effective tools in their hand to keep us where we are, by we fighting each other instead of looking at the bigger picture.
Okay, on a different topic before we round up, one of the things I learned last week, it's good you learn every day. I like a good student. I did learn something last week about the Nigerian politics. I noticed that when Wike rigged the election in Rivers State, he was able to win in the outskirts of Port Harcourt, but in Port Harcourt he wasn't able to rig as much. The results went that way of Peter Obi, because you can't rig that much in the city. I mean, you see the pattern in many different states, and this may also account for why he won Lagos, because Lagos is mostly metropolitan. It's harder to rig there than, because when we say rigging, we are talking about flipping results all over. That's what we're talking about. You can't do that in the cities where most of the people there they are surrounding you, and most of them know what they are doing. Many of them are educated too. But in the outskirts, they will just threaten you. So what I observe is that the reason why they are able to do that is because, one, this is why structure matters. Now I understand that structure part. That structure is not as relevant in the cities, but in the outskirts, that's where they will do damage. That's what I observed. Oh, look at that. Look at that. See, whenever you hear structure,
colonial master, waiting they try to tell you now you they get out. That you have come of age, you are learning fast. It's fine for you to admit it.
I don't hide it. What is there to hide? If I pretend as if I know what I don't know, that is the most.
Because you were arguing about the same thing, 2023.
No, I wasn't arguing against it. I was just saying that it doesn't mean that P2B cannot win.
No, the argument is that there are more people in the cities. Say forget villages, it's all about the cities. Yeah, you talk about this thing at Tunanja. Exactly the way you just pointed
it's
it.
true there are more people in the cities, Well, by and large, but it doesn't mean you can't rig it in the countryside because they can just up the numbers too. So, which is what they did. So I'm just acknowledging that I learned something because of that. There's a pattern to rigging, and if you know
that's what Colonial Master was trying to point it out to you. But you know what is it to that? He said he's happy that
Oh my God! How can you give me credit to that? He's not the one. He's not the one that revealed that. Why you? The last thing you need to do is encourage him.
But that was a part, though.
No, he didn't. He wasn't the one.
You just admitted it.
No, I don't think he was the one that showed me that light. I think I was discussing with somebody. I think maybe it was AY.
You don't have to admit. That's fine.
So it might actually be you, more like you or AY. We're having the conversation, and
let me tell you why I come back.
That's where it matters.
Forefathers, I have a problem with your conclusion. Well, that's why I come back. When Colonial Master was trying to point it out to you, what I said about the video day, you said, well, it doesn't matter. If somebody tells a fire did there, good make you look up. You are right. Yes. That's your point. They go tell you the fire did Meduguri, but the Coco de Lagos, just like what John Abba is trying to say, they will take your attention to a different place. That is the goal. Person will carry $100,000 give you. Why do you think they carry and give you? Is because you are too good? Hell no. There's an agenda. So the what they are playing at here, the news that people are good are saying. Yes, not real news. But is that what we want to be talking about? What we want to hear?
That's what I want to hear. Huh? That's why
even Dr. Damage admitted it earlier in the morning, saying that all our medias are being sponsored from outside. Then why are we blaming our leaders? Why are we blaming president for going out of the country? If we cannot talk to ourselves without being induced, because media is all about people, society talking to themselves. That's what media is about. So if we cannot talk to ourselves without being induced from outside, we finished.
No, I think that is a fair point to make, but I don't know how that ties to the
I was not
that is the bigger point. Look at the bigger point.
When Dr. Zameji said this, was it today?
Yes, it's not talking before, but he said it out loud today. Now, in a way to criticize me, he said it out loud.
It's a fact now. I don't think that was like Nigerian media.
So why are we blaming our leaders if what we are talking about is being induced from outsiders? What is the whole point?
No, we are going to blame our leaders because if someone like me, I was one of them, I'm not going to allow that thing to influence me.
Why are you blaming your leader when the information you are consuming is not organic from you? So how do you know what you are blaming him for? It is even right.
Because many of them have had the same exposure that I have. Many of them have been to the West. Why have they not? Man, if you are not good enough, they don't go and
you are still not getting the point. You're not seeing the danger. They just admit that all our media is being sponsored from outside. You don't see the danger in that?
I see the danger. They can try to control the narrative in your country. But by saying that, if they make you the leader of Nigeria now, are you going to cut out and leave that in that structure in place like that?
If you don't do it, Jide said it won't happen in Nepal will happen to you. Life.
Yeah, but not for everybody now. Some people defeat it. They
like who? That's why you put it in my submission. You see the analogy that I made earlier in my submission. I used Nepal and Putin. Putin defeated that game that you're talking about by assembling the people who are subsidiary to this manipulation. Who are the business classes? He assembled them and treated them as the way to be treated.
Even Iran
didn't fall for it. Iran didn't fall for it.
2022, they played the same game with that hijab lady.
Indian story is still being written. They are pawned. Just wait first. We don't know if they are going to come out clean. So don't praise them yet.
Either way, they are able to object. There are many nations that are able to.
I agree. South Africa, then you have to give it to South Africa too. In the continent of Africa, they are the only one that are doing stronghead now. They are damning the consequences.
Saudi Arabia is doing stronghead too now, in a sense. You're not. Because if they wanted to change Saudi Arabia, they would prefer Saudi
Arabia. About Qatar. Qatar, you need to understand the role Qatar is playing in this whole game. They're playing double role. They are playing both. They are in both sides legally. In fact, Israel is known that Israel Netanyahu is actually at times backed Qatari to keep sponsoring those people that are giving money.
Yeah.
Now, Qatar has 2 airspace in Britain. That's the only country that has 2 airspace in Britain. What is it for?
2
So the relationship between Qatar and the West.
Sorry. Do you mean airfield or airspace?
Airspace, airfield, however they call them.
It's probably airfield.
Airfield.
It's going to be airfield. Where they can just land.
Where the Royal, the Una Royal, what they call the Royal Air Force are working with them directly and training them, working with them everywhere. These are the only 2 countries that have, the only one country that
country is hardly a country, actually. They just they are the actual citizens of the country. It's about 200,000.
Yeah, 200,000. Satellite state.
You need to understand Qatar go. Qatar is a small country of, as at the time I lived there, the main Qatari are less than 1 million. The real citizens are less than 1 million.
I think let me confirm that.
They are the most protected citizen on this planet Earth. There's a reason why. There's a reason why they are not. Their goal is just their name to be out there.
That's really strange. Their population is about 8. How many million? I don't know whether it's up to 8 million. But the actual citizens are so small in population.
It's not up to 1 million. The last time when I was living there. So they just want their name to be everywhere. That's why they spend so much money. Because I was there when they were bidding for a walker, where Seplata was on ground and everything. So that's their goal. So they know the game they are playing, and the both players, both the West, and they understand the road. That's why they were able to carry out that like that in there, and nothing is going to happen. So it's not a, it's a game that is, and again, it's also a message from the Israeli, from Netanyahu, that they don't care about any other alliance other than the United States. They are ready to destroy any other alliance that is coming down other than the United States. And he is ready to go down in one way, either as the man who totally free Israel, whatever that means, or the man who will finally destroy Israel. That's the story that is unfolding.
I got the actual citizen is 360. I estimate 360,000 out of a population.
I tell you, I lived there for 2 years.
3 million. That is crazy.
I lived there for 2 years. Now one of the, they only have one city, only one state. That's Doha. That's it. There's nothing else.
But I don't know. But it's heavy for me to even say it. But,
they have money.
But Qatar has the right to tell American military to leave there.
Oh, now who's going to protect them? That's what you need to
understand. Other countries are there. They could bring Russia in, but I can see that is going to be very hard for them to do.
Another thing that we need to understand is that they are one of the fewest countries that have access to Western markets. They
are very good. As an American, if you go to Qatar, they pay you more than every other person that lives.
But those people,
they are a great partner to Israel. They give intelligence. They do everything with Israel.
Okay, this leads me to some disturbing questions that I was asking, and some people didn't like it. If you look at these people, they are very, very rich, very, very connected in America, deeply connected in so many ways, including Saudi Arabia. All of them, they tend to call themselves the Gulf country. I don't think Egypt is included. So, but then, and also, if you look at events going on in America, you see their footprints there too. Like if you look at 9/11, they had footprints there. Most of the citizens were Saudi Arabians and all the rest. But some, and at the same time, you look at the Arab world.
Who are you talking about?
Enemies,
Qatar,
hold on.
Saudi
Arabia. But they are part of the Gulf countries. Qatar is one of the Gulf countries, even if sometimes they have a tip with Qatar. And all of them are allies of the West. So, and if you look at the countries that are falling in the Middle East, the ones that are actually falling up to date, they are not very friendly to any of these Gulf nations that are still standing.
Like
so, Iraq not very friendly to the Gulf nations. Iran not very friendly to the Gulf nations. Syria not very friendly to the Gulf nations. Hezbollah not very friendly to the Gulf nations. So you can see all their enemies, even this in Egypt that once flipped to Islamic Brotherhood, leader, flipped back again. And you begin to wonder, is it Israel that is the true enemy, or is it all of them ganging up together against the others?
But do you notice what is the common denominator between those countries you mentioned as not being friendly? Iraq, Syria, Iran, and which other one did you mention? That was
I think I mentioned Hezbollah and Islamic
no.
Brotherhood.
Countries. You said
Libya is another one too.
Wait. The
Yemen too. Yes.
That wasn't my question. My question was very simple. The countries you mentioned, what is the common denominator between them and the ones which you put on the other side? Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, which you didn't mention, but the Gulf countries. What is the common denominator between them?
I see the common denominator between them. You would think it's this in Iran, but Saddam Hussein wasn't.
No,
Libya
the common
wasn't.
denominator is wealth, oil, money.
You think the others have more oil?
Which others?
Or less oil?
I think it has.
Are you saying the others have less oil?
Can I respond to
which others?
Can I
No,
respond?
you said the others that are not on the side of these Gulf nations. Do they have less oil? Is that what you are implying?
No, he said they all have oil.
No. Hold on.
No, the Gulf countries have oil too.
No, what do you think? Between when I didn't just mention oil. I said oil, economic success, which right? I did mention that.
Yes, yeah.
So between those two different sets of countries, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, UAE on one side, and Iran, Syria, Iraq on the other side, which ones do you think are more successful?
The first group.
Thank you. There's nothing else to argue. This is why the West.
But why are they more successful?
Because they have more.
The other countries have been attacked.
Yeah, because they are seen to be more valuable to the West, to the economic survival of the West. So we can do away with.
Yeah, but you're not.
Iran.
You're missing my point. You're missing my point. My point is that these countries that have fallen,
right,
they were a kind of enemies or even a kind of quiet rivals of the ones that are remaining. Not just because of America. They have their own rivalry with these countries that are remaining.
Well, then you now, if you want to go into that, then you want to go into the advent of Arabia, pre-Islam, post-Islam. Then you want to go into the political aspects of dividing them into countries, the Ottoman Empire, and the incursion of the British into that region of the world. So it would be too conflated.
Yeah, but to me, it's not that complicated. To me, it's not that complicated. It's like China and this is Japan. If China and Japan are rivals, America backs China. No, it's not that complicated. Yeah, go ahead.
Why would you think? Why would you?
Sorry.
So why would you think, for example? Why would you think, for example, Hezbollah, right, or the Houthi rebels are fighting this fight on behalf of the Middle East Arabs and the Muslim world? Take Hezbollah, for example. But yet, the West, the Christian West, is using their own brothers as a stepping stone to attack, destroy, and decimate them. So it is very. So it was a rhetorical question, sir.
Can I
so
answer?
it is not as I didn't ask a question. So it is not as easy as you assume it to be, because I'm telling you, you would have to go deep into pre-Islamic politics, the Quraysh tribes, for example. You would have to go into post-Islamic politics. You would have to go to the Ottoman Empire. It's breakage.
Why?
Because everything did not start yesterday. These are things that have been happening.
Yeah, but what started, even if it started a billion years ago, the point is that the rivalry is there now, and the ones that hold on. The point is that the rivalry is there. It's not about when it started. The point is that those rivalries are there, and the ones that have fallen are the ones that are against Saudi Arabia. I keep saying it. I keep
And
pretending as if it's not true.
forefathers. Listen again, okay? I know you want to jump down my throat and you want to argue. Again,
No, it's
you
not
would have
arguing.
to.
I'm just saying
You
a fact,
would.
but you don't
All
want
right.
to acknowledge that is what is happening.
I
help?
never. So again, you
Can
would
I
have
help?
to understand what is going on. First of all, religious-wise, between those two sets of people. On one side, you have the Sunnis. On the other side, you have the Shias.
Not with
All
Saddam
right.
Hussein, not with Libya.
Saddam. What was they just like to talk.
Not with Saddam Hussein, not with Libya. So the only thing they all have in common was against Saudi Arabia.
What does Saddam Hussein's?
You said you asked me a question once. Hold on. Before you finish what you are saying, you asked me a question. What do they all have in common? All they have in common, they were once against Saudi Arabia.
All right, hold on. They weren't once all against Saudi. That's not true. So
they were all once when they fell, they were against Saudi Arabia.
They were.
I just understand the nuances that
listen. This is their problem. They like to.
I know about the nuances. I keep saying you keep acting as if I don't know the history of that area to an extent.
Then if you know, you have to listen to what he's saying because he's spot on.
So
why am I listening? The point is irrelevant to the point I'm making. I don't want to hear about history.
It is not irrelevant. You don't want to listen. Tell me what was Saddam's Islamic affiliation?
He's Sunni.
And what was the rest of the country?
I think 70% of them are Shiites, and the others are
So you don't think that was a problem? A Sunni leading a overwhelmingly majority Shiite country. What about Bashar Assad?
Oh my God, he was a Sunni leader, but because he wasn't very friendly with Saudi Arabia, boom, he's gone too. I wouldn't say that's the reason. It's not. It doesn't mean that it's a causation. I'm just saying that it's quite interesting that the nations that are falling, even when they originally had alliances or relationship with the West,
what is their reason to love Saudi Arabia? What's their reason to Saudi Arabia? What's their reason?
I'm not exactly sure.
That is exactly what Colonial Master is saying. He's saying, just listen. If you are not sure,
hold on. I'm not talking about the reason. You see, that's the thing you keep forgetting. I'm saying I don't care about the reason. I'm just saying that it turns out that the enemies of Saudi Arabia are the ones that seem to be falling.
Who are the enemies of Saudi Arabia?
Saddam, Libya, Syria, all the ones that are fallen. And maybe what you find uncomfortable is that all these nations that are fallen, either directly by the West or that of this in Israel.
It is because of that religious differences that the Colonial Master is trying to tell you.
I am not asking for the reasons why. Don't you get it?
When Libya fell, it was at the hands of who?
It was at the hands of the West.
When Saddam fell, it was at the hands of who?
The West.
When Iran was about to fall, it was at the hands of who?
Yeah. It was all in the hands of
Western leading nations. The enemies of Saudi Arabia. Can I please finish? This was at the hands of Saudi Arabia, right?
Don't worry, Jide, we're going to go next. Yeah.
This was at the hands of the West. At the hands of the West, on behalf of who?
On the behalf of the West, and I don't know, but I don't know whether correlation is causation, but I'm also telling you, do you understand what I'm saying? Listen to what I'm saying. I don't know whether this correlation is causation, but I'm saying all these nations that have fallen, they were all not friends of Saudi Arabia. And if you look at the reaction to that of Qatar right now, suddenly they are all coming alive now. Israel is bombing hundreds every day.
Again, forefathers. These people are tied together in money. That is the number one alliance that they have. Their wealth, their economy. This is the number one thing they have that cannot be destroyed. So it is a group of big boys on this side, a group of lesser boys on this side, a group of religious.
Libya had money.
Commodus, can I come
Carry
in?
on, man.
You see, I'm just trying to show the inconsistencies in your statement.
If
Why
He's
Libya
not
had,
saying you
if
are lying. He
Libya,
agree with you too, Nigeria, but he is just not saying this is the reason why those things that you are saying is happening. I don't know why you don't understand what
Okay.
because
So
he
he's
wants
saying
to
that because
argue.
no, hold on. I'm hearing him now. He's saying because those people have money, that's why they have not fallen.
That is one
Just
of it.
listen. Just
And
listen
they're
to
all
that.
together. And the West is not going to let them fall. Just like the West is not going to let Europe fall easily. Because they fall, it cascades into the lifestyle and the standard of living of the West.
So, but you are
Everything is
not.
money
But you are saying,
related.
hold on. So the West decides that the ones who were allowed to fall are the ones that seem to have rivalry against these our beautiful babies. So
No,
they
they
count
also
those
have
ones out.
extreme ideologies. They also have extreme ideologies too, which
Also,
is
it is not just
Yeah, but Saudi Arabia has far more extreme ideology. If that's if
no.
It is
Commodus,
not a
can I
one.
talk?
It is
Can
not
I
a
talk?
one.
Yeah,
It is
Jide,
not
please go ahead.
a.
Let
I have
Jide say
something to
something.
say.
Hey,
It is
hold
not
on.
a
Jide,
one.
Jide, please.
No.
I've been waiting. I have
God.
something.
Hold on, hold
Let
on.
Jide
30
speak. Now
seconds.
Jide has been trying to say something for a
This is
long
the
time.
first time
Let's
I'm
allow
asking
Jide to
you.
say.
Hey, hold on. Jide,
I
hold
wanted
on.
to say
Jide, please.
something. Oh God.
Jide,
Ben.
30 seconds,
Jide wants to.
please.
AY,
This is the
Ben,
first time I'm
let me
asking you.
talk now.
Hey, hold on. Jide, please. Jide, please. This is the first time I'm
Nobody
requesting
speaks
for
after
something.
AY until Jide speaks. Okay.
Hold
Okay,
on,
AY, go
hold
ahead.
on. There is something I need to correct here. Jide, both you and Colonial Master, are you guys fighting for one girlfriend? I don't understand. Forefather is here. A very bad moderator indeed.
No,
You
no.
see,
Let me
hold
give.
on. Every time you see these two
So you
guys
come here.
fighting, hold on.
Let me keep it on.
Every time you see them,
Let me.
hold on, guys. Every time you see them at loggerhead, there is argument, there
Because
is
forefathers put
misconception, there is
because
fighting.
forefathers.
You
1 second.
cannot say, hey, guys, okay, listen, guys.
No.
Jide, hold on.
What is he talking about?
Hey, guys, hold on. I'm serious. Jide, we cannot be on the same platform. You don't want to communicate with the person. See, you don't need to be anybody. Hold on, please. Let me finish. Both of you, please. You don't need to be anybody's friend. But when it comes to discussion, let's have open mind because we are here to learn. You can't just discuss and say, no, I don't want to talk to you. No, evil colonial master, you too.
No.
Hold on.
Let me interrupt.
Let me finish first. Let me finish.
interrupt.
Hold on. Don't
Nobody
worry.
should
Don't
speak
worry.
out here.
Please. What I want us to
Forefather
do.
is your fault.
Wait. You calm down. I don't want anybody to talk on this issue. I want to be
sir.
Military dictator. I want you guys, both of you, just chill out. Let's have discussion. You guys don't need to be friends.
But
Jide for that finish. Allow
Let's
Jide
discuss
talk. Jide want to
respectfully.
speak.
I
Shut up. Jide
understand
want to
both of
talk.
you. I don't want us to speak.
I appreciate.
Huh?
Hold on. I appreciate everything you're saying.
Okay.
You are not supposed to
I
say
give you.
anything.
I give you
No,
both
I'm gonna say
1 minute.
something.
Then
I
let
want
me.
to talk.
I
I
think
have
you
to
should
say
sort it
something.
out. Let's be
All
disciplined.
I
Can
did.
you just stop? You don't have to respond
You're
now. I
gonna
said
shut me down. Let me
yes.
respond.
I'm going to shut you down. You're not allowed to speak. I
The
did say
both of
that
you are
Jide have to
my
speak
friends. They
next.
are all both good guys, to be honest. That's why I'm
Let's
actually
allow
getting
Jide to speak.
involved.
Let's allow Jide to speak.
They are
Jide,
both
please
good
go ahead.
guys.
Jide, please go ahead.
It's not too much. That's why.
No.
Don't make me even a worse moderator.
He's the one that causes it. Forefathers causes this shit. This is why he doesn't want me to talk.
I fact checked it. I
Jide,
corrected you, and you are still blaming me.
Let me
Please, Jide, please go ahead. Let Jide go ahead, please. Let Jide go ahead. Let Jide, please go ahead. I give you my word.
Before I now start, I don't have any issue with Colonial Master. It is how he approaches me, I respond back.
No,
I don't have any issue.
Going forward, let's
But
be more mature, let's be respectful.
Going forward, I'm not going to like.
No, it's okay.
Yeah,
Let me tell you
just
something.
anything.
Let me finish. I'm a grown man. Let me speak. If I was to come on here and boast about my credentials, I promise you, you couldn't lace my shoes. And I
Wow.
say that, yes, I say that with
You are
all
truly
disrespect.
Nigerian. You are,
No,
now I believe you
I've
are
never
truly
said this. I
Nigerian.
have never said this. I've never said
This
this.
is why I
You
smoke
come on
Igbo.
here.
This is
You
why I
think
smoke Igbo.
you think this is a competition. Each time I want to say something, you want to jump down my throat. Forefathers I'm used to. You I don't even know. And you come on here, I ask you a simple question. You want to start insulting me. I promise you, if I was
Do you
to
know you
come
were
in here and start
insulting
pulling
me today? Do you know you were
No, no,
insulting? You were insulting me
no
today.
time.
But
Jide, no,
Jide,
no
hold
leave,
on.
no
Leave
leave.
A1, now you
people
cause am.
now.
A1, now your fault. Now your
No,
problem. A1, now you cause all this thing.
I
Let
fact checked
Jide
it. I
speak
fact
and we
checked it,
move on.
and I told AY this in I speak the truth that he was correct on the liberal assertion, and Jide took it on board, and it was fine. You know, so and I wasn't happy.
Come on.
I wasn't happy with Jide trying to shut AY out, not wanting to engage with him. So it's not like I supported his behavior. I tried to let him know that the time I used was respect your knowledge and try to, you know, exchange this thing. So you coming here to call me a bad moderator, I don't think it's fair. I did try.
You need to take yourself backstage.
You see,
Discipline yourself. Discipline yourself.
you see, the thing is, it's just lack of understanding between the discussion they are having. Jide and Colonel Man, they are both good, to be honest. You know, it's just like Jago and Colonel used to go at each other. We don't need to be on the same page on everything. There must be disagreement where two knowledge meet. You know, let's just be calm down. You know, there is no trophy here to be. I think Forefather is the one that is putting fire in this matter.
He's a bad moderator.
He's a bad guy.
He should discipline himself by taking himself
All these
backstage.
haters, all these haters, they come on stage and just start hating.
Yeah. The men don't talk now. They want make your point. Let's go.
Okay, chill, guys. Right. Okay, please. Thank you, guys. I appreciate.
Okay, I can talk now, Abi.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I respect everyone's view, man. Like, I don't have, everybody's my pals. Like, I don't have any issue with anyone. All of you are my brothers, man. It's just sometimes when someone just comes
to me, make your point.
Okay, let me make my point. Yeah, talking about, what we're talking about, we're talking about the Middle East. Yeah, we're talking about the difference between the Gulf countries and the countries that are pariah states to the West, that they've bombed to smithereens and they're causing chaos in those countries, imposing sanctions. So the difference is, I think Colonial Master was kind of right in some ways, talking about how, like, there are differences. The Sunni Shia splits, may play a role. But more importantly, we need to understand that in all of those countries that have been destroyed by the West, a lot of these countries, they are pro-Palestinians. They support the Palestinian movement. They support the unity of Arab socialism. If you look at history, after the Second World War, the Ba'ath Party was founded. And the Ba'ath Party was a secular party to unify Arabs. It was Arab socialism.
The Iraqi Ba'ath Party.
Iraq and Syria. Yes, mentioned. Thank you for helping me. Iraq and Syria. Syria, from there they built a foundation of Arab nationalism. The idea, just like we have Pan-Africanism in Africa, they believe in the idea of the unity of the Arabs. Abdel Nasser of Egypt, he envisioned the pro-Palestinian liberation, Pan-Africanism, Pan-Arabism. They did everything to target him. At that time, Iran.
Was that a good thing?
What's that?
You think in the context of Africa that movement was a good one for us?
Yeah, it was good.
Isn't that movement part of what Arabized North Africa?
Well, there are two different movements, right? You have North Africans and the middle, and you have the countries in the Mediterranean, like the Arab countries. So that's Pan-Arabism. Then Pan-Africanism, he was working with them Nkrumah, with them Sekou, with all those guys to unite, to form a Pan-African political
No, the reason why I ask is because when you say the Ba'athist movement was a kind of Pan-Arab thing,
Yes,
Then
socialist
one can say, one can also tie it to why, like, Egypt is an Arab nation and many North African countries are considered Arab, because
But is it
that
not
is
the
something that
same
happened
thing that
18
colonial master was trying to say, that in order for you to understand, you have to go back to the history and the political history of that region? Isn't that what the same thing he was saying?
Yeah, that was why I
Yeah,
said,
but that wasn't
okay,
the
you are
question I was
interrupting.
asking then. Oh,
But
the
But,
no, I just
but
want to know the
why?
difference
Yeah,
between him. Like,
No,
it's so
I haven't finished. You
colonial
are
master.
right.
I totally
But
now understand your frustration.
OJ, can I talk?
although if Obi hasn't said much for a while, all
No,
these of Lagos.
I haven't said anything that is interruption. That was why I said that he was right. Like there were some things I said that it's gonna be in intersection of what I'm saying, right? So that Ba'ath Party was an anti-imperialist and anti-colonial movement that was embodied by Saddam Hussein, by the Syrian government from Bashar al-Assad's father up until Bashar al-Assad himself. You know, like you have Libya as well. Libya under Gaddafi. Libya tried to unite. He wanted to use a pan-Arab, pro-Palestinian liberation movement to unite the Arabs. It didn't work out. Then he focused on Africa. He wanted to unite Africa and install a new currency. He wanted Libya to be the beacon of anti-imperialism and pan-Africanism. They took him out. The same thing with Yemen. Yemen was an anti-colonial and anti-imperial struggle with the Houthis. The Houthis were anti-imperialists. They were not Sunnis, they were not Shia. They were kind of like the Yazidis. It's a sect of Islam. I don't know much about that. Maybe Colonial Master can help. They are Yazidis, but they have this belief.
Why? Well, sorry. Let me just ask again, because the Houthis are a mysterious force, really. You hardly see them on TV in terms of, the way you see Hezbollah. They show them, Hezbollah seems like the glamorous jihadists in the Middle East. But these Houthis, they are like the spirits. They come, they fight, and they disappear. They don't show them a lot. Whom are they? What is this Houthi thing? And they keep causing problems all the time in the Middle East in terms of
They're very
targeting Israel.
tribal, very tight tribe.
Yeah, there's something about them that is just.
They are very
I don't know.
structured.
They are tribal, eh? You say?
Yeah, it's a very structured tribe, actually.
And many of them are quite dark too. Many of them are quite dark too. That's another thing. I saw a Houthi the other day. I was like, this one is darker than Somali. I don't know. It's confusing. Are they supposed to be the real Arabs?
No,
or
even in Saudi Arabia, you have black people, right?
You see,
you have black Saudi.
That area is confusing, man. That area is a little bit confusing. It's not that straightforward.
As a matter of fact, I used to go to a school with Saudi. Like, if you see, you think it's Nigeria.
It probably his lineage is probably Nigerian.
Yeah, but they have black. If I go to Saudi, I see a lot of black. You speak to them, they are Saudi origin.
An Arab is not just a skin color; it's also a nationality.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So they're not just skin
It's
color.
that culture thing. That's the fiddly thing about Arabs and Jews. They have this thing where they do where they will morph into a culture, then they will morph into a religion. It's confusing. Just pick one.
Yeah.
So I would know
and the way you the same.
They're siblings,
Houthis,
they're
they're
brothers.
actually mostly shy. Actually, they are shy group.
That's
But
but
Hamas are not shy group. I don't know why people.
Hamas was created afterwards, after the fact. Like all these Ba'ath Party, the Shia movement, the Iranian Revolution, Hamas came after the fact. In fact, Hamas was the sect from the Muslim Brotherhood that was propped up by intelligence agencies to sabotage.
It's your guy that created them now.
Not
it's
Islamic, but PLO.
It's the chairman that created them. You don't know he was the one funding them?
Yeah, like the intelligence agencies and stuff. Like during the time when there was about to be peace, after the Cold War, when there was about to be an organic peace between Israel and Palestine, then this Hamas movements came and they propped them up to ensure that they bring in the Islamic fundamentalist ideology of let's take over the land completely.
There is nothing like Islam.
It wasn't an Islamic fundamentalist.
Yeah, it's not. Sorry. I don't know why people tend to look at this like that. See. The truth is, what people call Islamic fundamentalism is just sometimes they just follow the rule of Islam. They just they don't want you to
Well,
corrupt their land. They just
we deviated. In terms of Hamas, it wasn't a. It was more of a political party.
Yeah,
so
Hamas is a
Hamas
political
was
party.
there to counter the PLO.
Yeah,
led by Yasser Arafat.
He supported them. Bibi supported, created them,
course,
and
it was
funded
ISIS
them.
and the
He
West
divided the region. That was what happened.
So they wanted Gaza, but they wanted problems for the Palestinians in the West Bank. So it was a move, a divide and conquer move.
Yeah,
and this
then
is why
it failed.
This is why the PLO, even within the PLO, they could not reach an agreement on what would entail a Palestinian state, because Hamas was always coming in there to cause confusion. Has anybody ever asked themselves, as much as Hamas is always anti-Israel, have you ever heard them, just like ISIS, directly attack Israel until October 7th? They would send proxies. So
yeah, you are right. But the point is, they had their own political movements and ideology, right? And the ideology was basically the idea of, you know, we have the right to resist, but at the same time, it is based on the idea that they are on our land and we have to take over the land completely. Compared to the movement of Arafat was he compromised. Was like, okay, they reached an agreement, a two-state solution. You understand what I mean? That was for the PLO. But Hamas, because of their, it's kind of like, it's not about, I agree with both, I agree with you. It's not like it's about Islam itself, but it's the extremist view that they had. But now it's now coming to bite them. Because now they're willing to now to compromise, but it's already too late. Because don't take them out.
Again, when the PLO started, the fight was for the Jews to go back to the pre-48 borders. That was the initial. That was their initial. Was it memorandum?
Yes.
We want go back to the pre-48 borders, not the post-67 borders.
Yes.
After a while, the PLO had no choice. After discussions with Egypt, with Saudi Arabia, with Qatar, and the rest of them, they had no choice but to say, listen, we're going to partition it this way, but East Jerusalem becomes ours. So we're going to get Gaza, we're going to get back the Golan Heights, we're going to get back the West Bank, which Israel was not trying to give back. When that was settled, because, as we know now, Israel never wanted peace, they set up Hamas.
That's what I'm saying, exactly.
So it's not that Hamas really had a fundamentalist issue per se. Hamas is the reason they propped up Hamas was to destabilize the PLO and its agenda.
So I think that's where me and you have a misunderstanding. We are both correct. We are both correct.
Went rogue, and which is what we have today.
No, they didn't literally go rogue. That's what I'm not saying. They were propped up by Israel intelligence agencies, but they have extremist views. This is not, now, this is not the new thing. They prop up extremist groups.
If I create
you know what I'm saying, right?
If I create you, and I'm the one that funds you, and I'm the one that puts the information in you, and I'm the one that goes out to make this statement, what choice do you have in whatever information you put out there?
But that is not accurate, though. Israel did not technically create Hamas. Hamas, they emerged themselves, and Israel just kind of gave them the
facilitated
funding.
Them.
They kind of they helped them to rise up.
Meaning they created Hamas.
You know the term that they use in the media, they call it the Midas touch, whereby you emerge from nowhere, but they raise you up for their own purpose.
We created you.
You can call it that term, but when things are created, it means they created the ideology themselves. No, Hamas existed on its own. The ideology was created, then they use that ideology to thwart the Hamas. So it's a fatal one. It's like saying you use another faction of a struggle to thwart another one. It's just common sense. It doesn't
So
mean you
that
create
means they
a faction.
created it under
I
normal
don't know. It depends.
under
When you use
normal
the term created,
circumstances.
when you use the term created, it looks like they founded it, but they didn't. You
Under
see,
normal
that's
circumstances, shouldn't Hamas and these other liberation movements, like you mentioned, Fatah, Islamic Brotherhood,
yeah,
shouldn't they all be on the same?
That's a very good question. And I have an answer to that. Muslim Brotherhood itself was propped up by Western intelligence agencies to counter the anti-colonial, anti-imperialist, pan-Arab movements.
My point in emphasizing this is most of these groups that you call terrorists today, including Al-Qaeda, were basically, when we say they were created by the West, it means they would have no fangs if the West did not give
now
the
that's
West,
good. That's a good
if the
point.
West did not
You want to
give
put it
them
that way.
teeth. There's
Now
a lot of political
stating it.
parties in Nigeria, for example. They're nothing when you decide to prop them up. This is the man that created it. He gave them the power. He gave them the resources. He gave them the wherewithal to do whatever the fuck they wanted to do.
Yeah.
They were using Hamas as even guards at one point when they were in Gaza before. And they even went on to give Hamas a massive political capital that enabled them to win the election, if I'm not mistaken, when they released
they won the election.
Shalit. Yeah, they Gilad Shalit, and for over 1,000 Palestinian prisoners. That gave Hamas a lot of political power. And that was done, if I'm not mistaken, by Likud, or I don't know which of them. It would be interesting to know who was in office during that time. And it may even have been Benjamin Netanyahu that was in office.
But basically, just to help you, like they were right wing, they were
Let me
far
check.
right Israeli leaders, basically.
Yeah, it would be interesting to know who was in office when Gilad Shalit was released for almost more than 1,000 Palestinian prisoners. That was very damaging to her, this Fatah, because it made Fatah look so weak.
So it's like, to understand the way all these terrorists or all these proxies work, right? We need to first understand the Muslim Brotherhood. That Muslim Brotherhood is the foundation of a lot of these so-called sects. Before Hamas, we had the Mujahideen. They were also a product from the Muslim Brotherhood. They were a splinter from the Muslim Brotherhood that was used to fight the Soviet Union and the communists, So there are so many of them. From there, you have Al-Qaeda and all this, they trained them in all these countries like Pakistan, like Saudi Arabia, all these radical extremists views, distorted views from the Quran. They used to train all these people.
So Saudi Arabia
let me confirm. Let me confirm one information that I just checked.
No. I'm talking about the countries.
Let me just confirm one information that I just get. The information I just got indicate that Gilad Shalit was released when Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was in office the first time. So it shows you that this guy orchestrated this whole thing to ensure Hamas was very, very strong. He was the one. Can you imagine this hawkish guy rewarded Hamas with 1,000-something prisoners for just one Israeli? Man, you can't make it up. He really orchestrated this.
Including the role of Turkey. What's the role of Turkey in all this?
Turkey is buying Turkey. Turkey is so duplicitous. They are part of NATO. They are also part of NATO. They are
in NATO. They are in NATO. They are also, going with the Arab war too. So they also have a war financially anyway.
They play clever, and I think Turkey is going to be around for a long time. It's one of those clever countries.
But you know what I'm concerned about? Aren't they ashamed? All these countries. I'm talking about Turkey, Qatar. Like, aren't they ashamed of themselves?
I think less Turkey.
Why do you say? Why should they be ashamed?
It's the Gulf ones I blame more, not Turkey.
They have their own interest. So every country has their own interest.
Ashamed. I understand what you're saying, but ideally, I'm talking okay, let's say I'm part of the Muslim community now.
They can't even do sanctions.
They can't do
Nobody says you attack the nation.
They're killing their own people.
You guys seem to understand that they all have their own period. They are all different countries. Forget it, they are all Arab or they are Muslim. These people are different.
Yeah, but Saudi Arabia, South Africa is different. You see South Africa turning its face.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Ireland is
What
not
I'm
is
telling
different.
you is,
Forefathers. So let's pretend that they were all together. Let's pretend the Islamic world was united, right? The Islamic world, like the rest of the world, depends on the West for a lot of its technology, basically its survivability and its livelihood, right? Ireland and Spain said they were going to impose sanctions, including Chile, and I think Bolivia said they were going to impose sanctions on Israel. What did the United States say? Immediately, Ireland put out that statement.
They won't be happy, of course.
No, we're going to deal with any country that imposes any economic sanctions on Israel or arms embargo or arms bans on Israel, arms parts and components. If the Muslim world was to do that, what do you think is going to happen to them?
They've done it before.
No, that's not what I asked you. We're in 2025. I'm not asking you what happened in 73. If they do it today, 2025, with the way the world is split, Muslim and Christians, and any little problem that happens, all of the world people point fingers at Muslims. What do you think if the United States decided to start, for example, letting Israel go all in and destroy Kuwait, Qatar? What do you think the rest of the world will do?
If Israel went to destroy Qatar,
I just used that as an example. My point is, whatever arms embargo the Muslim world would want to do, I guarantee you the world will turn against them in 2 seconds, and they know it.
I don't believe that.
I don't agree.
If
because everybody has seen what is going on the ground in Gaza. They will not turn against them.
That's not going to happen. No, I disagree.
I'm not saying they should fight too. I'm saying sanction. If they attack, I know that the Western countries will back Israel, but they could just sanction and stop trading with Israel.
And America's going to make sure the economies crumble. So whoever, or of course,
America will get over it.
Or America will instigate some kind of strife within the country. These people are not stupid. So what they know, it is painful to look at Palestine and what is going on. It is very painful. It is humiliating.
The timing is important. I think I agree with you.
What they know to do, the West itself has to lead the push. You cause the problems. You're not going to start a religious war. They're not falling for the bait. They're not stupid.
They are not starting a war. I don't know why I keep talking about war.
When I say war, economic sanctions are wars. All right, sir?
Many parts of the world are already. I don't see America attacking them. Many parts of the world are already.
You have to put the times that we are into consideration. That's what he's also saying. The time today is 2025.
Has to make
it's different now.
And if the West takes the lead and starts imposing, Spain is on board already. France is semi on board. Germany might be next, hopefully with their racist ass. Belgium is coming on board. Ireland is definitely on board. Portugal, Chile, Bolivia, Brazil definitely has 1 foot in. Yesterday, the United Nations General Assembly had a vote on the recognition of a Palestinian state. We already see how everybody is going to lean. Argentina voted with Israel and these other useless, nameless countries like Tonga and Micronesia and all these other countries that don't even count. So It's diplomacy and it's strategy.
Don't you think America will veto it?
America vetoed it.
Okay.
But this is what is going to go on. Just like the West is not letting people know now that the United States General Assembly is not going to be held in New York. It's being held in Europe this time.
For real?
Really?
Yes. They're not
Really?
telling you
That's
that.
big news. So
It's not big
that's
news.
big news.
They've already changed the date almost 3 weeks ago, but they're not
Really?
letting. They're not.
That's interesting.
They're not
Let me
letting
check.
it. They're not showing it in the West, so it's happening in Europe. So they're not going to be. It has to be, I think, more than two-thirds. They're not going to be able to video it if everything goes according to plan on the 22nd of September. So Palestine is going to be a state. This is why we are not eliminating the use of
But I just checked it. It's
weapons
in
of
New York now.
They said it's going to be in Europe. So we are not eliminating the use of weapons of mass destruction, chemical weapons, for example, to eliminate the rest of the Palestinians. Because the rate they are going.
It's quite outstanding though to watch that Israel is doing all this. Not even one nation has given Israel one blanket sanction. Not one. All these slaughter and violation of international law, not one nation, because they are all scared of America, what America is going to do to them. It's really, really concerning. Even Russia, that is at war with the Western nation, that didn't sanction Israel fully. It's really weird.
Sorry, Father. Let me ask Colonial Master this question. Colonial Master, for what you just said now, right? During I think 2 days after Donald Trump inauguration, there was a World Economic Forum conference in Switzerland, right? And the theme, one of the theme of that Economic Forum is that collaboration in a new age. So, I mean, going back to your point earlier on about nationalists and the globalists. So the globalists eventually assemble in the World F, while the plan was to find a way, regardless of what Trump is going to do. Of course, he's going to strive there for money. The plan is to find a way, another network to fund whatever that is going. So saying that they take that to another place, that makes me remember, the what transpired World Economic Forum, which is interesting. So the so the idea of the nationalists against the globalists is just getting started. So that's why I was following when you were giving that analogy that they use the Arab word is not. They use the Arab black is not working. The Arab word is not working. So whatness, and you said that they might turn on the same, and it's going to turn out.
So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. There's no lady here, but we know we had one. Thank you, guys, for joining us today. We have to round up today now. We've got 5 hours on the clock already, and there is going to be a lot to discuss tomorrow too. That is going to be going on. I really wish I can be doing something.
You think next time, we should. Who are their agents apart from in Nigeria? Apart from the government officials, what are the companies that they use? The bank is because those are.
Why are we asking this question? I'm trying to round up.
No, I said we should. I think that's what we should kind of focus on next time when we gather. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Like
That sounds good.
How are they playing back home, with their agencies? And
we really need to. Yeah, we need to kind of do some.
We only say Tinubu, thanks to David Odeyi. Tinubu. Now only Tinubu did the agent for Nigeria.
Let's leave Odeyi out of it.
Why
So,
is he always
gentlemen,
he's a bad moderator already. He's not qualified. He should take his head back.
Thank you for joining us. All these enemies of progress. I speak the truth as always. Thank you for joining us. AY, thank you for joining us. And Pegolo, alias Ovie, I really appreciate you for joining us. The light of the chat. Thank you for joining. They were very nice today. This is nice because they just called me out there. That's the end of it. They didn't find something hard for me to talk about.
Yeah, they are just like children. They are nice. Now what's the minute they attack you?
Maybe we're talking about the southeast. Then things to go.
It's looking like they haven't moved it. I don't know.
Loxo.
When you started, there were a lot of people. Why did you drive them? Is it the way you were treating them, or everybody just disappeared?
I don't know. Besides, people stay and they leave now, so it's only natural. Hi, Beauty 10. Thank you for joining us. This is how it goes. And I see Light there, Oscar Blackbone. I see there too. A for real, you're here, and you're also on the distant chat. Oga, I see you there. I can't be able to name all the Camry Bar, Obi, and yeah. Thank you all for joining us. Until tomorrow, today now, there's gonna be a show that's gonna be coming on, and KJ is gonna be hosting the reaction to the discussion that will be had with the guests. And you're all welcome to join the conversation. It tends to be quite lively, actually, in the evenings, and it's mostly focused on Nigeria, so which is also very good. And till that time, we'll catch you all again, and let me play you all out with some Nigerian beats. Which one am I going to go for? Which one should I go for? I enjoy this one. I enjoy this
one. 62, 63, 64, 65, 66. Oh, if we take a nigga, why you run me out? But you were me, but me, oh, yeah, you good me, oh, yeah, me, oh, yeah, me, oh, Goliba, oh, Goliba, oh, Goliba,